My declutter series is complete, and this video is going to be a whole compilation of all 5 declutter videos smushed together in one very long video. So if you like watching very long videos, if you like watching declutters, then keep on watching. Hi everybody, my name is Catherine. I'm a reseller and beauty enthusiast, so if those are things that you like to watch, consider subscribing before you go. Like I said, today's video is going to be one epic declutter. So I have previously filmed all of my declutters of all of my beauty collection. We're talking skincare, powders, foundations, concealers, bronzers, blushes, highlighters, all things to do with lips, and all of my eyeshadows. And I filmed them all separately, and then what I wanted to do was add a whole compilation video. And we're talking, I'm looking at the timer, it's about 6.5 hours worth of stuff. So if you like watching long videos, this one is definitely for you. I will give credit where credit is due. I got this idea from Linda from Glitter Fallout. I'll link her channel down below. I think others have followed suit with it. So I'll give her credit for doing that, because that's definitely who I was inspired by. Just a little, I guess, caveat of the video is that because I filmed these all separately, I talked about like adding videos in the corners for you. None of those will be correct. So if it says like, hey, I'll link it up in the corner for you, I won't, because it's a lot of the same videos, and we only have so many videos that we can link in the corner. But if you're ever interested in any of my videos, if I talk about linking a video, definitely check my YouTube channel and, you know, plug in whatever the content is and it will pop up for you. But let's get started. This video has been long awaited, a year in the making actually. So this is declutter season, yay! I always start with my skincare. I try to go in order of how I apply my products. So skincare usually goes first. So I have 3 very large tubs of skincare to go through. And why I have so many products is A, I just have no self-control. B, I do subscription boxes, so there tends to be a lot of skincare involved in that. And I have one face. I physically cannot go through that skincare all at once, so it tends to hoard up. So at the end of the year, I kind of go through things, decide what I want to keep, decide what I'm going to declutter, and I bring you along that journey. So this is just the first installment of many to come videos on my declutter journey. If you're curious to know what I decluttered last year, I will leave my 6-hour compilation video up for you, so you can watch and see all the goodness, the glory. I'm going to do the same thing that I did last year. So each installment came out, so you know, skincare, foundation, all that kind of stuff, they each came out as a separate video, and then at the very end I will put them all together and I will have a very long declutter video for anybody to watch. So yeah, I don't even know where to start, but we're just gonna start picking things out and kind of going through it and decide what we want, what we don't want. So all the things that I am not going to keep, I will be sending into a company called You4Me. I always talk about them. I always leave their video down below. It is a reselling beauty website, so that's a perfect place for them to go, and others can get them at a discount while I can recoup some money from all this and get them out of my collection. But without further ado, let's get started. In no particular order, let's go ahead. So the first item is from Keys Soul Care. This is their golden cleanser with manuka honey and turmeric. And I think this has been around in my particular collection for quite some time, but I still have yet to use it, but it still sounds so nice, right? It says, developed in a partnership with a board-certified dermatologist, this delicate golden manuka honey infused facial cleanser is formulated with soothing turmeric and chamomile to help remove makeup, dirt, and impurities, leaving skin feeling cleansed, soft, and refreshed. If this is how we're going into it and I'm stumbling over my words, I'm not looking forward to the end, so I apologize. This is quite a large product, but you know what? I'm going to maybe keep a pile of stuff that I immediately want to use. I literally just rotated in a new cleanser from vetted lab. You'll see some other things coming up with that as well that I just opened. So this might be I'll use it after that. Promises. Making promises here. So I'm going to keep that one. This is the Charlotte's Magic Cream Light, the lightweight moisturizer with sunscreen in it. Okay, so I actually just got done using the lightweight cream in the pot, and I actually really did like it. I think it did really nice things for my skin, so I prefer it actually being in a bottle like this compared to in the pot, because although the pot is very pretty, it's glass, but it's bulky, really, really bulky. So I prefer to have things like this. This is also glass, very pretty. So I think I'm going to keep that as well. We're already not doing super great. What do we have here? Glow Recipe Avocado Ceramide Moisture Barrier Cleanser. Another cleanser. Maybe I should I'm going to organize these. I know last year I attempted to do that. I think I did okay with it. But this one is a cleanser. A versatile, gentle cleanser powered by a proprietary barrier boosting blend, including ceramides and pre and postbiotics that dissolves excess oil, makeup, and sunscreen while actively supporting skin's moisture barrier. Cool. So I say it in my videos. I've said it before. I will say it again. I do have a disruption of my skin barrier. So I have some perioral dermatitis specifically around my mouth, and it kind of involves just red skin, can get dry, can get flaky. So I try to use products that talk about, repairing that barrier. So this one I'm going to keep, but I'm a little bit curious because I do remember using their another one of their avocado products that my skin did not like. So I actually ended up getting rid of that one. So I'm not saying that this is going to be the exact same thing, because the other one might have been like a retinol cream too. So that could have been a factor, but we'll see how this goes. We'll see how it goes. We're not doing so well. I don't know how many things I'm actually planning on decluttering. So I want to ideally, I'd love for it to be half of what I have. That would be really wonderful, but I really don't have any sort of expectations going into it. And cleansers and moisturizers are the things that I usually go through the quickest. So I'm okay having a little bit more on hand. Let's see. We have from Toy Factory. This is their Oat Bay Hyaluronic Oat Milk Oil Makeup Remover. That sounds fantastic. It's simple but complex. Oat Bay is luxurious, milky, oily makeup remover formulated with glorious oat milk to calm and nurture the skin after an iconic glam, and hyaluronic acid to restore the moisture barrier. Okay, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Let's see, what is this? I know that I got this in one of my recent subscription boxes. So again, a lot of these things come from subscription boxes. I will link that playlist for you if you're curious to know some other things that I get in it. But this is from Farida. This is their Green Grape Pore Control Cream. Let's see. Formulated with 81% of antioxidants, tannin-rich green grapes instead of water to support skin's moisture barrier and prevent water loss. This lightweight gel cream provides a burst of hydration and controls excess sebum to minimize the appearance of pores. Oh, I thought I was going to get rid of this, but I think I might keep it because, and I say this because I do like to have some of these mini things around. So when I travel I'm not having to bring my whole, whole thing like this. I can just bring an itty bitty little thing and it saves me room. So we're going to save that. Then we have La Roche-Posay. This is their Broad Spectrum Tinted Mineral Light Fluid Sunscreen. I think I purchased this myself. So I am going to keep that because sunscreen is very important, but not something that I use frequently. Just being honest. So the next thing is Too Vegan. I think I said To Vegan last time, but I'm pretty sure it's Too Vegan. This is their Green Glow Up Cream. And you know what? Because it doesn't have anything in here to suck me into it, I am going to to read from to the claims. I am going to declutter this one. there we go. Our first declutter. Then we have Sunday Riley sunscreen. This is their light-hearted broad spectrum SPF 30. Has zinc oxide, turmeric, blue light defense. Super light, breathable, and transparent sunscreen sinks into the skin without leaving a white chalky residue or an oily finish, making it ideal for all skin types and tones. Plant-based xanthophyll provides blue light defense, while antioxidant-rich turmeric provides balanced environmental protection. Velvet-like finish reduces the appearance of pores while leaving the skin with a soft, smooth texture, making it easy to wear alone or under makeup. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I am separating things out, and if I notice that I have a shit ton of sunscreens, then I'm gonna like go through them and pick the ones that I want the most. Same thing with moisturizers, cleansers, all that kind of stuff. So this is just the first pass through, and then we might be a little bit more cutthroat at the end. So this is Elf Skin Sun Touchable. This is the Whoa Glow in broad SPF 30. So I actually got this because it is supposed to be I don't know if it's a dupe or comparable to the Kosas tinted sunscreen, which I had before. I've used it. I remember, I think I liked it. I'm pretty sure I liked it. I think it kind of like potentially pilled just a little bit underneath makeup. Like it didn't play well with all makeup, if I am remembering correctly. So I got this as like a alternative to that. So I am going to put it in my sunscreen pile right now. Then we have Reversal Lift and Fill Form Control Marine Collagen Gel. This is from Kat Berkey. This is actually supposed to be a very, I think expensive brand. Let's see. This is clinically proven to transform your skin. This marine collagen gel contours less defined areas by encouraging correction to fill in shape and form, offering maximum lift and fill, pure allergy, lots of things. All right, so that will be my first serum that I keep. Then we have Elta MD. This is just UV sheer broad spectrum SPF. You know, I'm gonna declutter this one because I am, and that should be reason enough. So I'm gonna put this in my declutter pile. Then we have the Pixie Rose Flash Balm Instant Skin Booster. So I am not a huge fan of rose scents. I don't know if this smells like rose, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and declutter it because yeah, I don't like rose. Don't even know if it smells like it, but that's just one exclusionary criteria, I guess, that we're gonna use. So now we have the Tula Skincare Protect and Glow. This is their daily sunscreen gel broad SPF. So this is a gel SPF. Okay, we'll put it in our SPF pile, and it's already getting big. Ooh, okay. What I'm noticing is that this expired over a year ago. So this might actually just be thrown away. That's really unfortunate. This is what happens. This is what happens, y'all, when you don't go through your stuff. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the other expiration dates. So everything else looks to be fine. So I'm actually just going to get rid of this. Bye-bye, Sunday Riley. Starting with our next batch. So we have Beauty Stat Universal Microbiome Barrier Balancing Cleanser. Again, talking about barriers, balancing them. So I'm going to hold that off to the side. We have Face Reality Barrier Balance Creamy Cleanser Daily Calming Wash Acne Safe. What am I going to do with this? Okay, we're going to put it in that pile. See, that pile's already getting big, so now it tells me that I need to probably start reeling it back in. So this is the Kopari Antioxidants Face Shield Mineral SPF. I actually already have one of these open, and if I'm thinking it's the same one, yeah. Wait, is it? Maybe not. There's one SPF that they have. It's a little bit greasy, and I don't really like it. we'll put that in our pile unless it's expired. Is it expired? It's expired. Yeah. Expired in September. Bye-bye. What do we have here? We have FP, Natural Multitasking Skincare Tri-Balm. This is to cleanse, exfoliate, and moisturize. 3-in-1. I think I'm going to get rid of this because I just need to start getting rid of stuff. We have Murad Skin Perfecting Lotion. Lightweight, oil-free moisturizer provides shine-free hydration for blemish-prone skin with honey extract and natural humectant. Queen of Menno refines skin texture, while Arnica soothes skin for fuller, healthier-looking complexion. That looks pretty nice. Are we expired? That's going to be the question for everything at this point. I don't know where the expiration date, so we're just going to pretend it's not. This is Always an Optimist Base that's not English. Always an Optimist Illuminating Primer, a weightless universal gel primer enriched with ultrafine pearls for lit within glow. So I've been meaning to use this for the longest time. Clearly, it's been in here for a very, very long time. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to just rip up the box and everything. So I actually think a weightless universal gel primer, that's where it gets me. It's the gel part, because I have combo oily skin. I probably should have said that up front. So I look for things that are kind of gel-like, because to me, I feel like in my skin that sinks into the skin a little bit faster than something that is like water-based and whatnot. So what do I think about this? But because I'm also oily, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to declutter it. And I say that because it talks about like the ultra fine pearls and stuff like that. And you know what? I already have the, what am I trying to think of? It's in my Shop My Stash right now, which if you're curious to know what I'm currently using for the month, I will link up my November Shop My Stash. What is it? The Auric. Yeah, Glow Lust. I have a feeling this is probably the same thing. And that Glow Lust, like, it is so big. You're never going to go through it. So I have a feeling that's going to be similar. We're going to let it go. Now we have Keys Soul Care Let Me Glow Illuminating Serum. Let your inner glow show with this hydrating priming serum in a sheer golden tint. Okay. There we just said golden. I'm not golden. I am fair with cool, neutral leaning undertones. So this is not something that is going to work for moi, but hopefully it will work for somebody else. Then we have the Milk Hydro Grip Base. This is, again, a little travel size. You know I love travel size things, so I'm going to keep that in my travel size pile of stuff. And I actually do like the Hydro Grip too. Another Hydro Grip. How many of these do I need? And let's see. I probably don't need this one, so we shall get rid of that one. We have Dr. B Lab Hydrating Serum to Highlighter. Hydrating Serum to Highlighter. High luminosity hydration has arrived. Powered by ashwagandha root and camellia seed extract, this innovative serum infuses skin with antioxidant-rich hydration for glass-like smoothness and glow with or without makeup. I am going to declutter that one. See, we're on a roll now. I knew we'd get there. We have Gold Fatten MD. This is their Solution Pure Start Gentle Detoxifying Facial Cleanser with wheat protein, botanical cleansing agents, and grapefruit peel oil. A daily multitasking and advanced cleanser that dissolves impurities, removing dead skin, excess oil, and makeup in one step. So my only concern is the exfoliating part, because sometimes I do have I always have some sensitive skin, and so sometimes when I use an exfoliant, it can be an irritant. But you know what? I'm going to put it in my cleanser pile for right now. What is Miel? Miel. Doesn't even say what it is. Oh, it's a face mask. I definitely don't use face masks, so we'll get rid of that. Mud Masky Glam Care. So Mud Masky is definitely one of those favorite brands that they like to include in subscription boxes, so I have a lot of them. This is their Porefection Serum Infused Primer, blurring, correcting, anti-aging, hydrating, and unifying. To be fair, it's not that I don't like Mud Masky, I just don't think that I don't get the wow factor from it. Like, the products are fine, I just don't see a wow factor. So for that reason, I think I'm going to pass on this one. Then we have Bioma Creamy Jelly Cleanser. This is their Triceramide Complex with licorice root and green tea, boosted barrier, better skin. So again, this is kind of like a little travel size cleanser, so I'm going to keep that. And apparently I have two of these. This is from Dirty Lamb Apricot Cleansing Oil. So I do like a good cleansing oil, but I don't need two of them. So which one? They had expiration dates. Apparently they don't. So I'm just going to keep one and then declutter one. We have LMS Pro Collagen Marine Cream Anti-Wrinkle Hydrating Day Cream. I feel like I have a few of these in here. But I will pass on this one. What is this? Egyptian Magic All-Purpose Skin Cream. 100% natural balm with honey and olive oil to hydrate and nourish lips, face, and body. Okay. All-purpose skin cream. So I feel like that would maybe make a nice... I'm gonna get rid of it. If I have to think about it, I'm gonna get rid of it. We have Dermalogica Special Cleansing Gel, gentle foaming cleanser, soap-free foaming gel. Sorry, like the lights, I can barely read it. Refreshing lather, thoroughly removes impurities without disturbing the skin's natural moisture barrier. This iconic cleanser, which contains naturally foaming soponaria, gently removes away toxins and debris to leave skin feeling soothed and clean, lightweight, and mild enough for everyday use. Okay, so I'm going to keep that. Need to... Sorry, I am trying to organize at the same time. May Love Plush Cream Light as Air Moisturizing Gel Cream. I have used this in the past and I do believe I liked it, so we will keep that. We have Curology Gentle Cleanser. I am going to get rid of that. Elta MD, we have another SPF. This is their tinted face sunscreen. Moisture boost for dry and combination skin. I do not have dry skin and it is not expired, so that's good. So we will send it off. We have Touche Éclat Blur Primer. This is from YSL. I have been meaning to try this, so I'm going to keep that. Where am I going to put primers? I think I'll put them right over here. We have a little trial size of Charlotte's Magic Cream. This is their instant turnaround moisturizer. I used the light one, and the light one I felt like worked really well for me. So I think this one I'm going to, even though it's so cute, even though it's a little trial size, and it would be perfect for travel, I think I'm going to get rid of it. We have the Kate Somerville Goat Milk Moisturizing Cream. I have used this in the past and I really do like it. Soothes and moisturizes. So we are going to keep that. We have more sun care. This I actually think I purchased from you for me and I haven't used it yet. This is the Go Vacation Glow Illuminating Mineral Sunscreen. The queen of multitasking, our lightweight, glowy daily face sunscreen will have your skin shimmering like it's on vacay every day. Doubling as a pearly, blurring primer, this clean formula is the perfect blend of free radical fighting acai fruit and skin illuminating minerals, helps protect against the sun, blue light, and pollution. So I actually think I did purchase this from you for me. I just haven't used it yet, and it's expired. So that tells you that I've had it for a while and it didn't work out. Topicals hydrating mask for dry, sensitive skin. I don't have that. This is the Like Butter. So I am going to declutter that one. We have Dear Midnight, the Set to Last setting spray. Yes, I need to pull this out. I need a setting spray, and because these boxes were so big, I could not find one without everything spilling out. So we are gonna keep that. Gentle Foaming Face Cleanser. This is from First Aid Beauty. I'm going to keep that. We have Good Molecule Rose Water Daily Cleansing Gel. I'm pretty sure I got this in my Beautylish Lucky bag, if I'm not mistaken, which that time of year is coming up too. I love a good mystery beauty bag, but I don't think I need this. Again, if it says rose, I think that's going to be an automatic out for me. Just not a fan of rose. Then we have one of my all-time favorites, cleansers. This is the Oat Cleansing Balm. This is perfect for a the double cleanse. So this would be your first part of the double cleanse. I don't know if it's expired. It doesn't look expired, but this is really nice, so I will put that in my cleansing oil area. Then we have Milk Makeup Milk Cleanser. I used to really enjoy this, but I've had this forever and haven't used it, so I think I might actually get rid of that. That's surprising, not gonna lie. That's a little bit of a surprise for me. We have the Beauty Stat Universal Pro Bio Moisture Boost Cream. This has hyaluronic acid, ceramides, ultimate hydration, bioferment nutrient complex. Helps to heal, detoxify, and strengthen. Then we have the Volition Norelli Complete Cream. What am I gonna do? I'm only gonna keep one of them. A special light as air formula. So that tells me right there. It's light as air. So we're gonna get rid of this Volition one. We have Kinship Instant Swipe Lemon Honey AHA pad. Can I speak? AHA pads. These are really nice to use on your face, use on your body, but I try to be very what am I trying to say? I try to be cautious of the products, like the exfoliant products that I put on my face, because I have such sensitive skin. So I think I'm going to declutter that. So here are our little travel size. This is the current moisturizer and cleanser that I'm using. This is from Vetted Derm Lab. I did get these in PR. I initially kept them because, again, perfect for travel. So I think I might continue to keep those. Now we have the Pharmacy Honey Halo Ultra Hydrating Ceramide Moisturizer. An intense moisturizer that replenishes dry, distressed skin with lasting hydration. Potent plant-based ceramides, antioxidant-rich buckwheat honey, and sweet fig provide optimal hydration and help protect the skin's moisture barrier. Restores moisture to help visibly plump skin and improve the look of fine lines for normal to dry skin. So that being said, I am actually going to pass on this. I really do love Pharmacy. I love their products. I've already apparently ripped that open before, so I'm not gonna do it again, but I am gonna set this aside. Then we have the Illamasqua. I thought that was dust. It's just scrapes. The Illamasqua Hydra Veil Rehydrating Gel. The best-selling clear gel instantly helps skin hydrated and smooth. The lightweight water-based formula is quickly absorbed by the skin and is perfect base for long wear foundation application. I think I'm gonna pass on this because I think it's been in my collection for a long time and I haven't used it. We have the Dr. Jart Ceramidian Skin Barrier Moisturizing Cream. I feel like this is like a little travel size if I'm not mistaken. I feel like I've used this before and I liked it. So we'll keep it in the travel areas. Then we have the Good Molecules Yerba Mate Wake Up Eye Gel. I am not a huge eye gel person. I have a really hard time remembering to use it. And I know I have a shit ton more in here that I need to go through. So maybe we'll put them off to the side just like the SPFs, and then we'll go through them at the end to figure out what we want to keep. All right, so now we have this Clarins Lift or V Facial Intensive Wrap. I think I'm gonna get rid of that. Again, I've had this forever in my collection and just haven't used it. We have the Vitamin Enriched Face Base. I actually used to really like this, and then I used the priming serum, the Vitamin Enriched Priming Serum, and I felt like that one was really, like, it did some weird funky things to my skin, but it was very inconsistent when it would do it. So I think I might get rid of this, just to you know, prevent that from happening. We have the Aloe Glow System. This is the Illuminizing Face Moisturizer. Let's see, the Alma Super Berries have been used for millennia in Indian Ayurvedic healing and beauty, often called a miracle fruit. They're nature's #1 source of antioxidants and vitamin C. But what does it do? This ultra effective, rich, yet lightweight moisturizer nourishes and fights environmental stress for a luminous all-day glow. Then it has all these wonderful ingredients in it. What do I think about this? Let's keep it? Question mark? Put it over here. First Day Beauty Firming Cream with peptides and niacinamide and collagen. This is... I'm going to get rid of this. Then we have Laneige Water Bank Blue Hyaluronic Cream Moisturizer. This is a little trial size, so I will keep it with my little travel things. Here's the last little bits and bobs from this box. Of course, it's going to be like all the small things that just fell to the bottom. But first we have Ren Clear Skin Ever Hydrate Marine Moisture Replenish Cream. I'm going to get rid of that. We have these Olay Cleansing Melts. Oh, these are like little things that you can take with you, and they're like supposed to be little cleansing travel size things. Yeah, we'll keep that. We have the Sephora Nourishing Moisturizer. This is the pre and probiotics. Let me make sure I haven't used this yet. Nope, still new, so I will keep that. This one I think I've had forever, so I'm just going to throw away. This is the Pharmacy Honey Drop. Yeah, I am pretty sure I've had that forever. This is almost gone, so we'll get rid of that. This is the Milk to Foam Coconut Milk Pure Mild Cleanser from Neogen. We will keep that for travel size stuff that is overflowing over here. We have Sephora Smooth and Blur Primer. We are going to get rid of that. We have the Biossance Squalene and Omega Repair Cream. Face Cream deeply moisturizes skin. Ooh, we're going to get rid of that. We have the Glam Glow Glow Star Mega Illuminating Moisturizer in Nude Glow. Have I used this? I feel like this looks familiar. Yeah, so that's open. I might, let's see, what does the glow look like? Ooh, that's really pretty though. That is pretty. No, we're gonna get rid of it. I already said that the Orc Glow Lust was just like that, right? Did I not just say that? Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that. Let me kind of So now my hands look all glowy. We have the Cetaphil Healing Ointment. So this is for dry, chapped, or irritated skin. I'll keep that in my... Nope, never mind. It's expired. In 2023. And then the L'Occitane Immortal Divine Youth Cream. I'm going to get rid of that. And then we have this cute little travel set from Oak Essentials. This is their cleansing balm and their moisture rich balm, both of which I have used before. They're both pretty nice. So I will keep those for travel. I'll probably take them out of that bag. All right, so we have emptied one tub. We have 1.5 tubs to go. I'm looking at my declutter thing, which is filled pretty much, it's about halfway filled up. So I think we did pretty good, right? We decluttered about half of the stuff. So that's what I'm going for. So now we're hopping into the next box, starting with this Dermalectives Elastin and Collagen Rejuvenation, their Purifying Cleansing Gel. This looks like a little martini shaker. This is their incredibly gentle alcohol-free cleansing gel, purifies the skin by lifting and removing makeup, oil-based debris, and impurities. A calming combination of minerals, aloe vera, arctim, kappa root, and fruit extracts actively refresh, cleanse, soften, and smooth the skin. So I feel like I just want to keep this purely based off of the sweet packaging that it has. Hopefully it is some good stuff too. Then we have the Rock Multi-Correction Hydrate and Plump Serum Capsules. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. I'm not a huge capsule type of person. If there are any extra barriers in skincare that will, you know, keep me from using something, it's gone because I won't use it. We have the Flannery Water Lily PHA Pore Refining Exfoliator. So again, I'm going to keep my exfoliation collection to a minimum just because I don't use it that often. We have Gold Fatten Plant Profusion Supreme Serum. So in this box, you're going to see a lot of serums just because I think that's how I split it up last time, if I'm not mistaken. So what is this? This powerful anti-aging serum infuses active plant stem cells, including raspberry and comfrey, combined with powerful botanical agents and restorative properties to help hydrate and improve the appearance of dull skin. Coupled together with extracts from japonica flowers, Swiss crust sprouts, and grape extracts, these superior active ingredients work to rejuvenate, detoxify, rehydrate, resulting in skin that looks more luminescent and appears plump and feels firmer. So I think I am going to pass that along. Why? I don't really know at this point. The First Aid Beauty Balance Boosting Serum with collagen and peptides. What does it do? Just reduces the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles, which might have to... Your girl's gonna be 36 in a few weeks, so she got the fine lines and wrinkles going on. So maybe we need to keep that. We have Pharmacy Honey Milk, the hydrating essence with chamomile and ceramides. I actually feel like I have another one of these too, but I purchased it myself. Damn it! I knew I should have gone through my stuff to see if I had it already. All right, so I'm gonna keep this one. I'll probably keep the other one too because I think I bought both of these myself. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep that. So we're gonna put the essences over there. Edium, I think that's how it's pronounced. I got this in PR. This is their cashmere peel, gentle exfoliating AHA and PHA toner. So because it's a toner, I don't know why a toner would make it any better, but it says gentle. So I think we're gonna keep the gentle kind. So we are gonna put exfoliators over yonder. We have the Eradicate Acne Treatment. I think yeah, I probably should keep it because I don't have any pimple patches anymore. Usually I'm a pimple patch kind of person, but I think I've ran out of them. So this one might be helpful for that. So now we have this wrinkle fighting 3-piece set, and I know I just said that I'm gonna keep serums for wrinkle fighting, but I am not one to use like patches like this on my face or like anything like that, so I think I'm going to pass that along. Told you we'd get to the serum part of things. So we have Maylove Stargaze Enhanced Retinol. This was also in PR. This is a serum, potent retinol treatment enhanced with hyaluronic acid, niacinamide, myrtle leaf, and ginseng extracts with a potent retinol. I think I'm going to pass on this because, again, I am currently using a retinol from Vetted Lab, but it is supposed to be a very gentle type of retinol. So when I see the words potent, it's probably not for me. Beauty Stat Universal C Skin Refiner. Brightens, retextures, and firms. I think, what the heck is that? Something exploded. I'm going to get rid of that. We're not going to think too much about it. We're just going to do it. Derma E Advanced Peptides Flora Collagen Serum fights against visible signs of aging. I was just trying to read what the expiration date was. I think we might keep that. We'll put that over there. Murad Rapid Collagen Infusion. Fast-acting treatment with a topical filler-like effect, plump skin surface to minimize the look of lines and wrinkles after just one use. Formulated with collagen amino acids. Okay, so I like that one. It's just after one use. Here we have Pharmacy Honeymoon Glow AHA Resurfacing Night Serum. Please be gentle. Please be gentle. Powerful multi-correctional night serum that resurfaces skin for a smoother, youthful-looking, glowing complexion, formulated with lots of things to exfoliate and proprietary honey blend to hydrate. Oh, this one was made exclusively for BoxyCharm. I think, what am I going to do? I think I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep it for right now. We'll see. That might change. Non-gender specific phytonutrient concentrate. It's a luxurious face oil formulated with 23 of the world's most nutrient-rich botanicals for nourishment, restoration, protection. Our formula's small particle size allows the skin to quickly absorb our plant-derived actives, leaving the skin nourished without feeling heavy. Face oil. Tons of different oils in it. What does it look like? What do I think about that, though? Would I put that? I feel like I'd put it in the serums. Maybe I'll put it in this. Yeah, I'll put it in the serum part. Medicate Crystal Retinol Stable Retinol Night Serum. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna try to keep the exfoliants to a minimum, so I'm going to pass that one along. We have the Lush Happy Skin Enzymic Facial Exfoliator made with gentle exfoliants, fresh juices, and soothing oils. I do like Lush products. Used by, I have to use it by this year, in like a month. So maybe I'll put that off to the side for my exfoliator part. What happened here? I don't know, something happened. Let's see. Green Magic from Herbivore. This is their Cica and Ceramides Redness Reducing Serum. I do like redness reducing. Fast-acting, ultra-soothing, hydrating serum relieves dry skin, redness, and visible signs of skin stress caused by dryness. So what I was thinking this would be really good for is for that dermatitis. So I think I am going to keep that. If I have like a flare-up of that, that's nice. We have the St. Jane Luxury Sun Ritual Pore Smoothing Sunscreen. Put that in our sunscreen pile. We have the Professional quick smoothing pore mask. I don't like masks, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Belief Aqua Bomb eye gel. Like I said, I'm not a huge eye gel person, so I'm gonna get rid of that one. We have Verify Power Trip Phytoglycogen and AHA facial serum. Helps support skin health to reveal bright and even skin tone. It provides the skin with deep hydration and helps visibly reduce the appearance of fine lines. There's lactic acid, a gentle yet powerful AHA helps provide skin with natural exfoliation and renewal. Arnica and calendula extract, these soothing ingredients help calm the skin and reduce the appearance of unwanted redness and uneven tone. That sounds really nice. So we'll put that in our serum pile. Then what do we have here? We have the Hydro Grip Set and Refresh Spray. Oh my gosh, I told you I've been needing spray, so let's put that in our spray pile. We have People's Beauty Frontliner Mask and Scrub. So again, not a mask fan and not a scrub fan, so let's get rid of that. We have Ole Hendrickson Truth Brightens Age-Defying All-Day Hydration. This is their Truth Serum. Collagen boosted with True C Complex. Truth Serum infuses skin with potent antioxidants. This powerful serum helps brighten, firm, revive, and smooth skin. It's like a daily multivitamin for healthy-looking, radiant Olay glow. Sounds really nice. So we'll keep that. Then we have our Pharmacy Honey Grail Ultra Hydrating Face Oil. A fast-absorbing, luxurious, lightweight oil that delivers intense moisture while helping to smooth the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. Rich in antioxidants, this multitasking miracle worker is made with our proprietary honey, sea buckthorn, and 5-flower oil blend, packed with essential fatty acids and nutrients for healthy-looking, revitalized, glowing skin with no greasy afterfeel. Like, that's the important part, is that it cannot be greasy. What does it look like, though? That is really pretty. Okay, I'm going to, what would I rather have? This or that non-gender specific one that had a ton of different things in it? Which I think I'm going to try the ton of different things, and we're going to pass this one along. Again, even though I really love Pharmacy, we're going to pass it along. Moving forward, we have Herbivore Bakuchi Oil. This is a retinol alternative. I actually really do like this. I've used it before and I want to keep it again. So it's like it says, we're retinol alternative, so it's more of a gentle type of retinol. I think it's like plant-based if I'm not mistaken, so I'm going to keep that. This I think I'm going to get rid of. This is Dew of the Gods, the Theory Retinol and Oat Milk Hyaluronic Cream Blend. All-day moisturizer formulated with retinol, hyaluronic acid, and vegan oat milk. The Theory is young, it's new, it's an iced London fog latte, California vegan style. It's organic oat milk, it's skin of latte of love, it's the retinol for me. What's your theory of youth? That's very interesting copy. So I am going to, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this. We have Maylove Fade Away Brightening Serum. Formulated with alpha-arbutin and kojic acid to target dark spots. The natural green color of the serum comes from our unique blend of botanical. So luckily I don't really have any dark spots, so I don't think I need that. Then we have the Nia10 Calming Serum, formulated with niacinamide and zinc along with other soothing ingredients and power antioxidants. I don't know if I need that either, since I'm going to have that Herbivore one that's supposed to be calming. So I'm going to pass that along. Then we have Summer Fridays CC Me Serum Brighten. That's all it is. Add this brightening serum to your morning routine for glowing, copy me complexion. Featuring 2 forms of vitamin C and soothing squalene, this multitasking serum can help reduce the appearance of dark spots and hyperpigmentation while evening skin tone. So again, don't really have dark spots, so I don't think I need that. And again, we need any reason to be able to get rid of some stuff. This is from Sunday Riley. This is their B3 Nice. So 10% niacinamide serum, water-based, and 10% niacinamide serum, supercharged with oh God, I can never say this word. Reverse. I don't know what the word is. Whatever. Reduces the look of pore size, surface redness, and blotchy tone for balanced, clear looking radiance. Really kind of cute packaging. What do I think of this? I could try this. We'll try that. We'll put that off to the side and we'll try that. I'm like closing in on all the things around me. What do we have? Peace Out Retinol Face Stick. Again. Ooh, this has fruit, enzyme, and bakuchiol in it. All right. No, I don't need to keep tons of retinol. This is Flawless Bakuchiol treatment from Dermalect. I have not used this one yet, so I am going to keep that one because that was sent in PR and I'm curious to know how that goes. We have a Cure Radically Rejuvenating Dual Phase Bakuchiol Serum. I am going to pass this one along. Then we have the Kiehl's Midnight Recovery Concentrate. This is like a little deluxe trial size that I've been meaning to use and I haven't, so I'm going to pass it along. We have Herbivore Cloud Jelly Vegan Collagen and Tremella Plumping Hydrating Serum. I'm not going to lie, just the packaging is what's getting me. I'm sure it's doing really great things too for your skin, but the name of it, packaging, the color of it, it's got me. What can I say? I really like a good packaging. So we are going to keep that. This is Butanique Beauty Rain Drench Serum. I am going to pass this on. We have Clean Skin Club. This is the Pineapple Glow Mist, hyaluronic acid, peptides, and antioxidants. Ooh, I remember wanting to use this last year, but I obviously forgot about it. But it says restore a dewy, healthy glow. This lightweight formula absorbs instantly and contains a unique blend of extracts and peptides known to stimulate collagen production and deeply hydrate the skin, made with ultrafine misting nozzle. All right, so we're gonna keep that one more year. Hopefully we use it. We have Volition. We have two Volitions. We have Strawberry Sea Brightening Serum. So we have two Strawberry Sea Brightening Serums. And what one is the newest? So this one says, straight from the stem, fact, strawberries contain more vitamin C than oranges. Harness the berry's benefits to deposit a higher concentration of vitamin C. This fruit helps promote collagen production and reduce excess oil to reveal radiant, glowing skin. I like it when it reduces excess oil. What does each look like? So we have, that's what that one looks like. Again, love a good pink moment. And then this one just seems to be bigger. So what I will do is I will actually keep the bigger one, and then we will get rid of this one, which I actually think is the newer one. Get back in there. Because I'd rather it, I just really want to make sure it doesn't have a expiration date coming up so that it can be sold with you for me, but we will keep this one. All right, this is from Flora and Bass. Their clarifying facial treatment, retinoic acid for acne prone skin. This has CBD and CBG. So the one thing about You For Me is they do not or cannot accept CBD products at this point. So this one I might actually keep, again, because it has such a low percentage of retinoid in it that I might keep this one. Our serums are kind of getting out of hand and we might have to go back through. Peach and Lily Glass Skin Refining Serum for luminous and translucent. I am going to, I'm going to pass that along. We have Gold Fatten Problem Oily Blemish Prone Skin Facial Detox Clarify and Clear Mask. Again, I'm not a huge mask fan, so I'm going to get rid of that. Now we have the Derma E Essentials Gentle Enzyme Peel. Exotic fruit enzymes, licorice root, milk thistle. Polishes an even skin tone. Trying to look at what I have for exfoliants at this point. I don't think I need this. Don't think I need it, so we're gonna pass that along. This one I will keep because I did purchase this myself and I was very intrigued to try it. I just have it at this point. This is from Fresh. This is their Sugar Strawberry Exfoliating Face Wash, where it gently refines and softens. So I'm going to keep that. I think I'll keep it by the cleansers. It's kind of in between cleansers and an exfoliant. We have 4 Cheeks Eyelash Enhancing Serum. I say that I want to do these things, but again, I'm so terrible at remembering to do them. I do have one that is already open from, what is the really popular one? It's like in a gold tube. I have that open and I have not used it consistently, so maybe I'll keep this one and like think that I'm going to do it. Who knows? Might be in this declutter next year. We have the Herbivore Supernova Vitamin C and Caffeine Brightening Eye Cream. Herbivore has my heart with packaging, so I think I'm going to keep the eye cream. Did I have an eye cream section over here? I thought I did. Yes, I do. It's right there. We have Pharmacy Deep Sweep 2% BHA Pore Cleaning Toner. Alcohol-free 2% BHA toner that gently exfoliates, cleans pores, and controls oil without overstripping. I'm going to keep that. We have the KVD Lock-It Pore Refining Primer. What's that look like? Has anybody used that one before? Pore Refining Primer. Okay, we haven't kept too many primers, so I'm going to keep that one. We have the Tatcha Luminous Dewy Skin Mist. So we have the word dewy in there. I already know it's not going to be for me, so I am going to pass that along. We have the Elemis Peptide Eye Recovery Cream. I'm going to pass that along. We have the Glow Recipe Guava Vitamin C Brighten Eye Cream Gel. You know what? I'm not a huge fan of guava. I don't really like the scent of it. I have no idea if this has the scent of guava, but we are going to pass it along. We have Dermalect Revitalize Eyelid and Dark Circle Corrector. I've actually, when I looked at this online, it looked pretty neat, so I'm going to keep that. So that'll be one of my few eye creams I keep. All right, we have this Lauer V Line Lifting Mask for Face and Chin, a double chin reducer. Good Lord, do I need a double chin reducer? And it expired a month ago. I might still use it. I think I'll still use it. I'm gonna keep that. Where am I gonna put that? Right here. Okay, what is this? BU Caffeine Eye Cream to Firm and Brighten. How many eye creams do I need? I will pass that along. We have Kopari Niacinamide Caffeine Eye Bright Cream. So more eye cream. We'll keep that one. Why do I get rid of one and not keep the other? Who knows at this point? This is a clay mask from Blah Bleu. I'm gonna get rid of that. We have Kula Makeup Setting Spray with SPF. I'm quite certain this is expired. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, from like 2018 expired. So we're just gonna throw that in the trash real quick. We have, it had like gunkiness on it. We have Maylove, the Glow Maker Antioxidant Serum. Extra boost of nourishment and protection with this balanced formula of vitamin C and E. I have enough serums. I'm going to pass that along. We have the Deep Cleanser with Red Clay. Helps remove excess oil and unclog pores. Is this This gel cleanser is ideal for combination oily skin or anyone looking for an extra deep cleanse. So that sounds perfect for me. We have the Beauty Stat Universal C Eye Perfector. Lots of things. So this immediately and over time improves skin smoothness and softness, restoring a radiant, hydrated appearance, brightens, lightens, and firms sensitive eye area. Eyes look refreshed, lines and wrinkles are lessened, calms and protects sensitive skin. All right, I guess we'll keep that. Academa. What is this? The Oasis Barrier Boosting Serum. Alleviates redness, repairs skin barrier, smooths irritation, hydrates. So looks like to be like a little trial size. Let's see. That's kind of cute. But I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I think I got enough stuff to keep the barriers at bay. All right, so that was my second box of stuff. We have one more box that isn't as filled. This was kind of overflow stuff. So we're almost there. We are almost there. So here's that second pharmacy honey milk that I was talking about. I literally just picked this up in my Sephora haul. If you're interested to see some of the other things I picked up that are not skincare related, I can link that video for you. And this is why I do these things, so I don't have doubles of stuff, but I am going to keep it, hoping that I really love it and that I already have a backup of it. This one is the Origins Ginseng SPF 30 daily moisturizer with SPF in it. I literally just got this in a subscription box, but don't think that I'm going to need it. I think I have enough SPFs and moisturizers at this point, so I will get rid of that one. We have the Keys Soul Care Truly Becoming Multi-Benefit Peptide Serum. I know when I read this, it sounded pretty interesting, so I think I'm going to keep that. We have Remedy for Pore Size. What is this? What is this? Remedy for Pore Size delivers multi-product impact in a single treatment that makes pores looking smaller by helping regulate oil production and removing sebaceous filaments. So it has retinol, salicylic acid, niacinamide. Okay, so I think I've kept enough retinols at this point that I don't need that one. We have the Save Your Skin All-in-One Repair Balm from Dermalect. I just got this in PR not too long ago. This is one of those balms that kind of can go everywhere, so that really intrigues me and kind of like a unique product, so I will put that over here. We have the Dermalect Rapid Repair Daily Amino Gel Cleanser. I did specifically request this for PR, so I am going to keep that. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. All right. Then we have the Obagi Kinetin Hydrating Cream. I just got this as well, and it seemed pretty interesting. So I think we'll keep that. This is Hero Force Shield Super Beam Sunscreen. So this also was another kind of dupe when I was talking at the very beginning of that Kosas, I forget what it was called, like Sunbeam or Sun something. It came in like the little pink oval tube thing. I think this was another dupe for it that I got to test out. So I am going to keep that in my sunscreen. We have the Jouer Luminized Dark Circle Correcting Smoothing Eye Patches. This is just a set of one patch, I think. I don't think I need that. Then we have the Vetted Derm Lab. This is the light moisturizer. So currently I'm using the M2, which I think is they consider the rich moisturizer. I use that at night, and then when I finish up the current moisturizer that I'm using, I was gonna use this. So I was gonna be using all of the products, the retinol, both moisturizers and the cleansers, just to kind of see how they play together. So we have the Elemis Pro Collagen Naked Cleansing Balm. Why is this such a big box? I know I said this last time and I asked about it, and I think I figured it out, but I couldn't remember. Oh, because it has like a little cleanser with it. Okay, so the balm is not big. I like a good cleansing balm. I prefer one in a tube because I just know that like taking on and off the cap is kind of a bitch to do, but we are going to keep this one. I'm just, where am I going to put it? I guess we're putting it right there. Then we have, this is new to me, this is the Glow Recipe Cloudberry Bright Essence Toner. So that I wanted to keep, so I will put that with my toners over yonder. We have Curamoon Silky Rinse. This is a gentle hydrating facial cleanser with ceramides and rose water. So there's that rose water thing, and I don't want rose, so I'm going to pass that along. Now, although this says rose, it's just Rose Ink that's the brand name. But this is a micellar makeup remover. I do want to keep that because I do like micellar makeup removers, so I'm going to keep that. This is the last little bit, y'all. We're here. We are in the home stretch, so let's go through it really quick. So this is the Dermalect Rapid Repair Barrier Balancing Serum. This is something I'm going to keep. We have this Herborian Skin Therapy 17 Super Ingredient Multi-Perfecting Night Oil. Did I not say in my latest video unboxing this that I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it because I have my skincare declutter coming up and I don't know if I need to keep something like this. And you know what? I'm not going to keep it. So I'm going to get rid of that one. We have the Glow Recipe Blackberry Retinol Blemish Serum. This is something I did just pick up from Sephora, so I will be keeping that one. We have the Neo, whatever that is, Pure Cleansing Oil. This is pretty good for travel. This is a good cleansing, perfect size for travel, I should say. We'll put that in my little traveling bits over there. Then we have the Eclat Skin Limited Edition Micellar Water with Rosemary Extract. Okay, I've been waiting to try this. I love rosemary extract. I have no idea if it's actually going to smell like rosemary, but I love rosemary, so we are going to keep that. Then we have the Volition Overnight Retinol Serum. This has niacinamide and hyaluronic acid in it. What if grape seeds discarded during white wine production help the key to younger looking skin? Performance minimizes appearance of fine lines and wrinkles, intensely hydrates and visibly plumps, helps improve the look of firmness, helps protect skin from free radicals, soothes the appearance of surface redness. That sounds nice. So maybe we'll keep it. As you can see, this side over here is starting to like encroach. Everything is encroaching. I have very small space now. The Rapid Repair Facial Moisturizer. I'm kind of keeping everything from that line because I'm curious to try it out together. We have this Femu Brilliant Cleansing Gel. I like cleansing gels. Okay, we're going to keep that. A few more things. We have a Mud Masky Sleep Repair Renewal Nourishing Mask. Again, Mud Masky is kind of, I mean, they're fine, but nothing great. So I'm going to pass that along. Then we have this One Kind Dream Cream. That doesn't sound appropriate. Nighttime Moisturizer. Nourishes and repairs. I think... you know what? I actually might keep that. Sometimes it's nice to have like a thicker moisturizer at night. This is the Ren Brightening Dark Circle and Eye Cream. I'm going to get rid of that. I knew I had another Elemis Pro Collagen Marine Cream, but I think I got rid of the other one too, so I think I'm going to get rid of that one. All right. I have finally gone through all of the things. Let me see if I can like tilt you can see all the things that I'm keeping. Ooh, take you on a ride. So those are all the things that I'm keeping. Now it's just actually organizing them and maybe doing a quick sweep of what I did, like what I really don't need. All right, so the next process, what we're gonna do is I actually just did a quick little clean out of my tubs. I love these tubs. I love how big and clear they are. They have handles. I think I picked them up at the Container Store like in bulk, tons of these tubs, and that's kind of how I organize most of my products. So what we're going to do is we are going to start kind of organizing how I'm gonna put these products together. So I'm thinking that I want to do like essence and toners and serums together, and this will kind of give me another go through of, do I actually want to keep all this stuff? I am looking at what I decluttered, and it is a whole bin of this, like overflowing. So I'm super excited that even this first pass through, we got through a lot of stuff. But let's get to it. So over here, I think I'm going to put my toners. Maybe I want to put them in a row like that. That might be easier for me as a serum. Okay. And maybe I want to, the serums, maybe we will organize them by like what they do. So if it's like a hydrating serum or a retinol resurfacing serum, I think that's what we'll do. Who knows? All right, I realized this was a better angle, so that's why I kind of switched it up a little bit with the filming magnification. So, okay, I think I did a really good job of actually organizing this. So how it's gonna go is we have my toners right here, we have my eye creams right here, my exfoliators kind of mixed in. We have all of my like retinoid exfoliation serums right there. Then we kind of have the more glowy, oily hydration type of serums. And then we have our sunscreens and our backup makeup spritz. What is that? What am I trying to say? This thing. The makeup setter. It's been a long day. Okay. So that is box number 1, definitely much better than what it was. So it's not like overflowing anything. I did have to get rid of one sunscreen because it was expired, but now let's get to the box of moisturizers and cleansers. Okay, I think that's everything. We have a few more of like the trial size, deluxe trial size for like my travel that I think I'm gonna put separately, so I'm not having to like dig through these boxes all the time when I'm trying to find stuff. But the organization of this one, this is all gonna be like cleansers right here. Then we get into like, this is like gel cleansers and whatnot. And then we're getting into like the first cleansers, so more of the oil cleansers, you know, kind of that emollient type of cleanser. And then we get into moisturizers. So I think I did a pretty bang up job of getting rid of some stuff, but let me plop on everything that I've gotten rid of. All right. And this is everything that we are decluttering. It's like my hand height tall, and like my arm wide. So it's pretty big. I would say, kind of comparing everything that I kept, I probably got rid of half of stuff. Maybe a little bit less, just now because it's a little bit organized better, but I think I did a pretty good job. This was a good start to my declutter series, so I'm very proud of myself. Here we're gonna go over foundations, concealers, and powders, kind of what what makes up my base products. So let's start with powders. Alrighty, so let's start with these powders. First one I know that I'm going to be keeping, and the only reason I know I'm going to be keeping it is because it's in my current December Shop My Stash. If you're curious to know some of the other products that I will be using this month, I will link that on the screen for you. But this is the by Mario Surreal Skin Soft Blur Setting Powder. I got mine in the shade Fair Pink. It's something that I did recently pick up in my Sephora sale haul, so this is the first chance that I'm getting to use it. Does have very subtle pink coloring to it. I've used it once and it's nice. I don't think it has any sort of like mattifying longevity. I do have combo oily skin, and I tend to get oily kind of in the T-zone, not really the bottom of the T, around my mouth and nose and stuff like that, but like my forehead and actually my cheeks kind of get a little bit oily. So the times that I have used this, it's nice. I don't think it controls the mattifying parts of things, but it's nice so far. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping it around and testing more out in December. One that I think I am going to get rid of is this CoverGirl Advanced Radiance, and I have my shade in 110 Creamy Natural. And when I went to go pick this up, it was a recommendation, I think from Teresa's Dead. I have a few recommendations from her in here, and when I went to go pick it up, this was the lightest shade I could find, and I think this might be more of like a powdered foundation. I can't quite remember what it is, but I very rarely use powdered foundations. I usually just use it more for setting my face and stuff like that. So this shade doesn't necessarily work very well for setting my face, because it adds a little bit more coverage than I want, and I'm also very fair with cool neutral leaning undertones, so this shade just doesn't necessarily work for me. So I think I am going to declutter it, but now I'm like, is it meant to be a powder foundation, or is it just meant to be a setting powder? I don't know. Let me take a look real quick. Hold on. All right, so after doing some investigation, I do think it actually is supposed to be like a powder foundation. It says a full coverage powder formula completely covers your fine lines and wrinkles for a youthful looking complexion all day. I don't know if I'll have the ability to swatch everything, but I think it's going to be, I think I'm still gonna pass on it. And I say that is because my skin has a very complicated way of itself, because I do have some dermatitis around my skin, so I do have like really dry patches like around my mouth at times when that's kind of inflamed. And so powder foundations like really cling to that, because you would think powder foundations would be really good for oily skin, but because I have those patches and they kind of come and go, and it's hard to keep it at bay for a long period of time, I don't think this would work really well as a powder foundation. So I am going to declutter that one. Moving on to the Charlotte Tilbury Airbrush Brightening Flawless Finish Complexion Perfecting Eye, Face, and Micro Powder. Charlotte, we gotta work on these names. They're too long. This is a really nice kind of micro powder that is really nice under the eyes. As you can see, I've used quite a bit of it, and it is something that I do enjoy to kind of give a brightening moment where you need it, especially underneath the eyes. I do like how Charlotte Tilbury does have some refillable components to it, so if I do decide to repurchase that, I could just purchase the refill at a cheaper price and keep the component, less waste, all the wonderful things. So that I am going to keep. We have the Sigma Soft Focus Setting Powder in Vanilla Bean. This is a nice powder. Again, it doesn't do anything for mattifying purposes, but it does have a very nice kind of soft focus, kind of brings things together on the face, you know, so things aren't as harsh. So this is something I'm going to keep as well. I think, what is this one? This is the Jouer Soft Focus Hydrate and Set Powder, and this is in Trade Translucent. So I actually got this in PR, and it is a nice powder. I don't think you get a lot of product because I only use this powder for 1 month, and you can see that I hit a pretty big pan on it. This I originally thought was the old formula, or maybe like a different formula in similar packaging or similar claims, but the other one is the Radiant one, and I loved the Radiant one. You can still purchase it, but it's in a duo or something, and I actually reached out to Jouer because they contact me for like PR and stuff like that, and I asked them if they would be releasing the Radiant on its own, because I really did like that. Again, does nothing for mattifying. It just adds a really nice, just kind of glow from within, luminosity to the top, everything blurs stuff. It just looks really beautiful, and one of the powders that I've actually gone through. So when they reached out to me, I originally thought that's what I was getting, and I was so super excited about it. But this one is just a little bit different. It still has the Soft Focus Hydrate and Set Powder, but it doesn't have that kind of luminosity to it. So this is something that I am going to keep and hopefully use up. The next powder is from Melt. This is their She's Alive Translucent Loose Setting Powder. It's from the Universal Monsters collection. If you're curious to know any more from that collection, I did pick up a few things where I swatch it. I can link that video on the screen for you. They do say it's a translucent powder, but it definitely has like a hint of like peachy pink to it. Again, a nice powder that does kind of soft blur things. Doesn't really do so much for mattifying, but I did describe this in my last video where I was doing my shop my stash for December, that this seems like it would work really well for a lot of different skin types, because for oilier folks as of myself, again, it's not going to mattify your makeup, but it does a nice job blurring it. And for people who are dry, I didn't notice it like clinging to any of those dry patches or being overly heavy or anything like that. So I think this is a really nice powder that kind of would work for everybody. And then we have the Lunar Beauty Universal Setting Powder in Translucent Light. This I got in one of my subscription boxes. I do have to say, I do like when they have a little bit of a sifter cover on here. As you can see, some of the other powders that don't, that create a little bit of a mess. This is a really, really nice powder. Again, kind of, a lot of these powders are going to be the same, kind of that blurring property. I'll let you know when it's more mattifying. I don't think this one was very mattifying from my memory of everything, but it's still a nice powder regardless. Doesn't provide too much like extra coverage or color to like change your foundation or anything like that. So this one was really nice, and they do have a lot of different shades in this one too. Then we have the Huda Beauty Easy Bake Loose Baking and Setting Powder. I have mine in the shade Cupcake. This was pre-reformulation. I did hear from somebody on YouTube that this was reformulated without the scent, which is wonderful because this has a very, very, very heavy scent to it. But again, nice powder, blurring, not really mattifying, doesn't add a whole lot of extra coverage or color changing to the foundation. The only thing is the scent, but if they now have reformulated without the scent, I definitely would recommend this powder. Also, they do have like little minis of some of the shades, not all of the shades, but some of them. So if you find a shade that you think would work for you and they have a mini size, I definitely would check that out. just so you're not having, because I mean, this is a pretty bulky packaging. I guess most powders, most loose powders are going to be a little bit more on the bulky side of stuff, but if you can get a mini, I always suggest getting a mini. This one is relatively new to me. This is the RMS Beauty Hydra Setting Powder in the shade Light. So this was supposed to, let me read the description. The description on this is natural, smooth, soft focus finish, talc-free, non-comedogenic, sets makeup and nourishes and lasts all day, absorbs excess oil and minimizes pores. So I thought this was like a really interesting product where, because it does say hydrate, so I wanted it to hydrate in the areas that needed that extra moisture, like the areas around my mouth, but then also absorb the extra oil for the more oilier sides of things. So I've only used this for 1 month. From what I remember, I thought it was just fine. I don't remember anything super extraordinary about it, but because it's still relatively new, I'm going to keep it in my collection to gather my thoughts on things. All right, then we have two from Tarte. These are actually the same, but just in different shades. So we have the Creaseless Setting Powder in pink and in lavender. So I actually got these on recommendation from Teresa is Dead. I will link her channel. She absolutely raves about these and talks about them all the time, hence why I wanted to check them out, because I was like, oh, maybe. But I also have to remember she and I have very different skin. I believe she has very dry skin, if I'm not mistaken, and again, I kind of have combo oily skin. So these are nice. They are nice, but they're not super great in my opinion. They're fine. I do like how they have this like little puff in them, and they have a sifter and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm fair, I can get away with the pink and the lavender. So the pink is supposed to be, you know, what goes with more cooler rosy tone, and the lavender is actually supposed to be more of a brightening shade. So this one I use more underneath my eyes, and then this one I would use all over. Again, they are fine. They're still relatively new to my collection, so I am going to keep them around to kind of gather more thoughts, but I wasn't as amazed as Teresa was at the beginning of it. Then we have the Givenchy Prism Libra. This is in Satin Blanc, which is shade 2. This is their, what is it? Matte Finish and Enhanced Radiance Loose Powder. So it has a very magical property of mattifying and creating radiance. I think I got this pre-reformulation, if I am not mistaken. And again, this is a mini size of it. So what it is it has all these different like correcting shades in here on the bottom, and then they all kind of mix together and make a really nice, pretty shade. I think this is really, really nice. Again, it kind of gives that radiant like finish in the areas that you want. I don't remember it being kind of matte finishy, but this is a very nice overall finishing powder. I wouldn't say it's a setting powder. I would say it's a finishing powder. So I think the only one of these that actually I feel like has some mattifying properties to it is One Size. And this is the Ultimate Setting Powder in Translucent. So this actually, I feel like it does mattify areas and keeps it mattified for a longer time than most of these would. So if you are looking for one, I think this might be the one for you. And I know it does come in a few different shades. I don't know if this one has a mini size. I would be curious to know that. But it says this one is a super fine 14-hour long wear blurring setting powder made for a light bake to heavy cake. So again, more on the mattifying side of things. One powder that I said in my last video with my December Shop My Stash is I was using this in November. This is the Essence Brighten Up Banana Powder, and they say it's a mattifying compact powder, perfect for concealer baking and for use as a banana powder to set matte highlights. So with this one, as you could see at a point in time, I really did enjoy this one, but after I used it the last month, I just realized it's too banana-y for me. It's too yellow for me, and I don't have a yellow undertone. I'm very certain of that now, and so this just doesn't work for me, so I think I am going to declutter this one. Same thing with this. So this is the Wet n Wild Color Icon bronzer. I always laugh when I think they say this is a bronzer, because this would have to be for the ultraest of the ultra fair. Like, it's not a bronzer shade. But the shade is in Reserve Your Cabana. I don't even know if you can find this anymore. I have a really hard time linking this anymore. And I should say, most of these products are going to be linked down below if I do have the ability to do so. They will be affiliated, so I earn a small commission if you choose to shop through them. If you want to help support this channel, it's always appreciated. This one, again, you could see I really liked it for some time. It does have somewhat of a like radiant look towards it, but I just think I'm done. I'm done with this, because although it's not a bronzer, it does add a little bit of extra color to the skin, a little bit more of an extra yellowness to the skin that I don't necessarily want. So we are going to call it quits on this one. So now we have the Rare Beauty setting powder in the shade Light. Again, just more of a blurring type of powder. I enjoy this sifter. Again, I really like it when they actually have a sifter or closure or something on it, so things aren't getting everywhere. But this is a really nice powder. I don't think I got around to using it this year though. From how I organized my makeup, this was in a side that I didn't use, so that just goes to show me that I have way too many powders that I'm not able to get to use them all throughout the year. But now with me clearing out some, hopefully that will be the case. But I am going to keep this one around. We have the Bare Minerals Mineral Veil powder. This is their original Mineral Veil finishing powder. And if I'm not mistaken, this is more of like a radiant type of powder. I can't quite remember it. I think it has a little bit of luminosity to it. What do I want to do with this one? I think I'm gonna let this one go, just because I can't quite remember my thoughts on the Mineral Veil in particular. I do have thoughts on the actual foundation, but not on this one. So I think I'm going to let this one go. Alright, so a few more pressed powders. We have the Laura Geller. This is the Baked Balance and Brighten Color Correcting Foundation. This one is in porcelain, so this technically is a foundation. But when I purchased it, I didn't realize how fair it was going to be. So it doesn't quite work well for me as a all-over foundation, but it does work really well as like a setting powder underneath the eyes and stuff like that, because it kind of creates this like kind of very light pink undertone of stuff, so that adds kind of a brightness to the under eyes. So this is definitely something I'm going to keep. Then we have the Charlotte Tilbury. I can never remember the name of the mini. I think it's like the Hollywood something something something. This is a little mini version of it in the shade One Fair. This is really nice, just kind of a very fine type of powder. Doesn't add too much coverage of things. I don't necessarily think I would use this for my, or I won't use this for my under eyes, because again, it does add a little bit of yellowness to it. So if I have a concealer that has any hint of yellow or warmth to it, and I add something that has more warmth to it, it just clashes with my face. So this is nice as an all over powder, but not as an under eye powder. But I will be keeping it. And then I have the number 7 Lift and Illuminate Triple Action Finishing Powder in Light. This is something that I do use all over my face. This one has a little bit less yellow, doesn't it? For some reason, I thought this one was a little bit like whiter, like more translucent. Okay, so this is just another finishing powder. I actually think rumors in the corridors that these two are kind of like dupes for each other. I heard that a very long time ago. I don't know if that's actually the case. But again, this is just a nice finishing powder, kind of blurs everything together, doesn't add too much mattifying or anything like that. But do I want to keep it? That's the thing. I think looking at my other powders. What do I want to do with this one? I think I'm ready to let this one go. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm ready to let this one go because out of all of them, this is probably one of my oldest powders too. Yeah, I'm gonna let this one go. So here's the last of my powders. So we have the Hourglass Ambient lighting palette. This one has dim light, incandescent light, and a radiant light. So that is what it looks like. Again, just add some luminosity, kind of glow from within type of look. I just really just kind of swirl these shades around. They all look relatively the same when you swatch them out. I mean, this one is just a little bit deeper, but yeah. But what do I want to do with this? I'm having a hard time with powders. I didn't think I would have a hard time with powders, but I feel like I am. I think I'm gonna keep this one around. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it around for right now. One that I know I'm gonna get rid of, and this is just because, again, it's been very long in my collection and it's so bulky, but this is the Coty Airspun Loose Face Powder in the original formula. I know now that they have some different formulas too. This is like OG powder with the big powder puff, has a very unique scent to it. From what I remember, because I haven't used it for a really long time, is that it is a nice powder, but it's just so old in my collection now that I need to get rid of it. And I really do wish that they came out with like smaller powders, because this is a behemoth of a powder. So yeah, it just needs to go. It needs to go. So it's gonna go. All right, and then the last three powders. This one is relatively new to my collection. I picked it up in one of my subscription box like add-ons and stuff like that. So this is the Makeup Forever HD Skin Twist in Light. So this one is in the shade Light, and again, kind of similar to the Givenchy one, is that it has all these like different colors to it that you shift, it goes down in there, and then they kind of all mix together. This does have some luminosity to it for sure, so this is not anything that is going to mattify, but I think I am going to keep it around because of the radiance property, and maybe I can use this in place of that Jouer one that I had talked about earlier where it had the radiance in it, and kind of see if I can get the same effect. But I don't think it's radiant enough to be like a highlighter, but it's definitely has some radiance to it. So again, this is more of a finishing powder than a setting powder. And then the last two I have, I've had these around forever. They are the Fenty Pro Filter Mini Instant Retouch Setting Powders. I have one in the shade Butter and one in, some of her other products are Butter, and then Lavender. So these are really nice. They're nice powders. I've just had them forever, and I clearly don't get too much use out of them with them being minis, and I still have them. So I think I am gonna let these two go, especially since this one is more on a yellow base, and we've kind of talked about with the yellow just doesn't work as well with my skin that I'm recognizing. And then this with the lavender base, I already have a lavender powder with the Tarte, so I think I'm going to get rid of, well, let's hold on. I know I'm gonna get rid of the yellow one, so we'll put that one away, but let's compare the lavender. Oh, is this gonna be a mess? Because this one is quite lavender compared to the other one. So this one, I mean, I think I got a lot more than I should have on that original one. Let's see. So this one almost has a lot more of a brightening property. Okay. Okay, so maybe I will keep this one. We'll do a comparison like actually underneath the eyes and see if that does anything. So I changed my mind. I'm gonna keep the Fenty in the lavender, and we'll see how that goes. Who knows, probably next year we'll be here again and I'll be like, yeah, didn't use it. But you never know. All right, so let me clean up and then we'll see which ones I'm keeping versus which ones I'm getting rid of. Okay, so if I counted correctly, I am keeping 18 powders and I'm decluttering 7. So not as, I mean, I'm not really going into any of these declutters with like expectations of what I should declutter. But you know, I think it's all right. That's all right. You let me know down below. Is it all right? I guess I need your validation. So now we're moving into concealers. I actually was able to use most of my concealers throughout the whole year. The only ones I didn't use were these like brightening ones, which I think I'm just gonna call it quits for the brightening. So this actually is the Becca. When Smashbox bought Becca, I had been wanting to try this. This is their brightening. I might keep this one. Okay, this one I will keep, but the other two I will get rid of. So the Becca one I'll keep, but the Flower Beauty one, this one's a little bit too salmony for me, and it instead of actually brightening, I feel like it kind of makes it a little bit more hollow looking. And then I have the Ulta Beauty, before they reformulated or redid their collection, the under eye brightener. This one I used quite a bit of, but I don't need 2 of them. So I'm going to declutter these 2 and then I'm going to keep the Becca one. All right, and then the 2 concealers that I'm using in my December Shop My Stash are the Say Slip Tint Concealer. I have mine in the shade 2. This is new to my collection, so this is the month that I'm going to be testing it out. And then the other one is the Fenty Beauty We're Even Hydrating Longwear Concealer. I do have mine in the shade 120, and this one is kind of on the chopping block because throughout the year, I feel like when I used this before, I didn't absolutely love it. And so this is kind of my attempt to see if I like it again. And if not, then it will be decluttered. So I'll let you know in my January Shop My Stash if I end up keeping this or not. Because I gotta give it one more month just to see. Because there are some concealers that I just I can't remember. I cannot remember what I think about them. 2 I know that I'm going to declutter are actually both from Jouer. This is the Essential High Coverage Liquid Concealer in the shade Creme, and then basically the same thing in a stick form. I think they're both creme. The thing about these is that they are just a little bit too deep and yellow for me. As you can see there. So I like my concealers to have somewhat of a brightening property, so a little bit lighter. Like I don't want it to be starkly different, but just like a little bit lighter. And I like, what do I like? Definitely like medium buildable coverage on things. The formula, I'm trying to think of what my preferences are because I feel like all these kind of like range a little bit in what I like. But I do have a lot of like under eye creases. I actually have like one really big crease because of my hooded eyes. I feel like it adds a crease underneath. And so it's inevitable that these are going to crease on me. So that, I mean, I kind of mind, but not really. It's just how my face is, but definitely don't need something that is not my shade. So these 2 are gonna go. Let's see. I think these 2 are gonna go again, and they're gonna be for different reasons. This one is just because it is, again, a little bit too yellow for me, but this is the Flower Get Real Serum Concealer. I have mine in the shade Ivory. It's a decent formula. Is that too yellow? I feel like it is too yellow, but it definitely has like a very serum-y type feel to it, but that feels really nice. Maybe I'll put that in my maybe pile again. Again, I have so many concealers, it's so hard to remember exactly what everything is. This one I know I'm going to get rid of. This is the full coverage anti-aging waterproof concealer from It Cosmetics. This is under their Bye Bye Under Eye. This is the illumination one. I like the properties of this, except this is way too thick. Way too thick. And so, like I said, I already have fine lines underneath my eyes, so I can't have something that's too thick because it definitely will sink into them. If it's a little bit more of a lighter coverage, it's not as bad, but this one it's a thick gal and it just doesn't work well underneath my eyes. All right, one I know I'm going to keep it. This is the Haus Labs Triclone Concealer in the shade Fair Rosy. I actually did use this in November because, again, I couldn't quite remember what my thoughts were on it. But after using it again, I remember that it's a little bit of a thicker formula, but definitely not as thick and sticky as the Bye Bye Under Eye one. But this one is a slightly thicker, a little bit drier formula in the sense that it's self-setting, which, again, with me having a lot of creases under my eyes, if I can avoid lots of under eye powder, I'm gonna try. And I think that really this one allows me to do that, so I'm gonna keep this one around. Some concealers that I have repurchased again and again, and when I say again and again, I really only mean like once. I've repurchased it once, but I feel like with somebody with a very large collection, that's says something, right? So the first one is the One Size Turn of the Base Butter Silk Concealer. I have mine in the shade Fair 3. This one is just a really nice concealer overall. I don't think it's too heavy. I don't think it's too liquidy. I don't think it's too anything. It's just a nice overall concealer. Same thing with the Kosas. This is their Revealer Concealer. I have mine in the shade 1.5C. I would warn you that all Kosas complexion products do run on the yellow side of stuff. So even though this is a cooler type of shade, I would say it's more of a neutral type of shade. So just be cautious when you are purchasing any sort of complexion products from them. But these two are they are really nice, so I'm going to keep those two. This Tula one is new to my collection. I got it in PR not too long ago. This is the Radiant Skin Brightening Serum Concealer. I said in my last video that this has a really nice kind of medium blendable coverage, and why I say that is because when you put it on, I mean, this is quite light, even for me, who's somebody who's quite fair, but when you put it on, it looks a little intimidating, but when you blend it out, it blends out really nicely, and it doesn't create that like super stark difference between your foundation and your concealer. So this is really nice, and it's nice to kind of blend in with some of the other concealers too, to kind of give more of a brightening moment. I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. This is the Toy Factory serum concealer, the Naya Blend serum concealer, and I think the only reason I'm going to get rid of it is just because the shade is a little bit off. Again, a little bit too yellow for me. This is the little trial size that I added on to one of my subscription boxes because I wanted to see what it was all about. The consistency is really nice, but just the shade is a little off. One I'm going to keep is the Huda Beauty Faux Filter Concealer. I have mine in the shade Royal Icing, or 1.1N. This one is just a really nice kind of overall concealer as well, and I'm almost finished with it, I believe. And I'm almost finished with it, and I would love to be able to finish up a makeup product. I finish up a lot of skincare products, but it's very rare that I finish up makeup products, so I would love to be able to finish that, so I'm going to keep that one around. This one I'm going to get rid of. This is the KVD something Apple lightweight full coverage concealer in light 107. So this one was one of my favorites for a really long time, but I just haven't used it in a while, and it's quite old, and as you can see, it's like separating in there, so I'm gonna get rid of that one. Then we have the Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk Concealer in the shade 3.75. I like this one. That's a little fuzzy. I think the shade is more of like skin matchy than brightening. Yeah, but I like the formula of it, so hopefully I can use this one up and kind of reevaluate shades in the future, get something a little bit lighter. But as of right now, I'm going to keep it because I actually do kind of like, I don't like a super matte under eye. I like a little bit of luminosity to kind of reflect, and that provides it for me. So we're going to keep that one. We have Bare Minerals Bare Pro Concealer. See, that one is a little bit of a thicker, more full coverage type of concealer, but it seems to be running on the yellow side of stuff, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Another concealer I really enjoy, but the shade match, I wish I would have gone just a shade lighter. This is the Natasha Denona High Glam Concealer. I got mine in the shade N1. I would like to see what shade below that is, because I think that would give more of a brightening moment, but this is, it is a really nice formula. This is one of those that I would love to, I like to bring traveling, that can double as like a foundation as well. So you're not bringing a huge, big thing of foundation. You can just bring this little tube, you know, it's definitely travel friendly, and use it as foundation and concealer. So definitely going to be keeping that one around. Then we have the L'Oreal True Match Serum Concealer. Mine is in the shade Light C2. And I really like the wand on this one. It has a nice like flat and pointed wand, so makes things very easy to put on. I just couldn't remember, because I know I liked the feel of it, but the shade of it is slightly dark. I'm gonna put this in my maybe pile and see if they have a lighter shade, because I know that I like the serum-y feeling of it. We're gonna put that in the maybe pile. And then the last concealer I have is from Laura Mercier. This is their Real Flawless Weightless Perfecting Concealer. Did you hear my stomach growl? This one is in the shade 0 and 1. Let's see. See, this one has a little bit more of a peachy tone to it, which I definitely prefer over a yellowy tone. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that one. Final tally. These are the ones I know for sure I'm gonna keep. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here are 3 that are on the chopping block. This one is currently in my Shop My Stash. These 2 will be tested out in the very near future. So what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 that I'm keeping, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that I'm getting rid of. So I'm pretty happy with that. Very happy with that. Now we are finishing up with foundation. So these are some of the foundations that are currently in my Shop My Stash, which obviously I'm going to keep, and then some foundations that I didn't even get around to this year, so probably going to declutter. But let's start with the ones I'm going to keep. So One Size, Easy Blur, and this RMS Beauty Revolve Natural Finish Foundation. These are all currently in my Shop My Stash, so I will be keeping these obviously because they're all new to me, so I don't know what my thoughts are quite yet. These 2 I'm also going to keep. Now, you say they're white, they're blue. Yes, they're mixing colors. So for whatever purpose, if I am just a little bit more fair throughout the year, if I'm a little bit more cooler toned than my foundations actually are, then I can use these mixing tones to kind of customize my shade, make it into what I need it to be. So the white obviously makes it a little bit lighter. The blue cools it down to make it a little bit more cool. So those I will be keeping around, but obviously I don't use them as normal foundations. So these are just kind of like additional ones. But these are ones that I didn't get to this year. The first one being the Tarte Amazonian Clay. This is a 16-hour full coverage. Obviously a very tiny little trial size that I think I picked up in one of my subscription boxes. The shade is in 14 and Ivory. I actually am going to keep this because there are times when, and it's very rarely, there are times that I need like full coverage foundation. So I'm going to keep this one just in case. It'll probably expire by the next year. So if I don't use it next year, then I will definitely get rid of it. But as of this as of right now, I'm going to keep this because I do remember liking this formula too. So we're going to keep that one. This one, this is the Fenty Eavesdrop Blurring Skin Tint, and the only reason I'm getting rid of this is I actually purchased this in a different shade. So the original one that I purchased was in 6. I must have been either a lot more tan at that time or just wasn't really paying attention to realizing how pale I am. So this one I was able to make it work, but again, I'm kind of out of that point of wanting to make things work, so I just opted to get a lighter shade in this one, but this one is something that I really do enjoy. But this one will be decluttered. This is the Sephora Best Skin Ever. I really did not like this, and I think it is more just the shade match that I got. I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure I didn't like this one. I have mine in the shade 10N, and I just felt like it was a little bit too yellow for me. This is supposed to be a dupe for the Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk one, but I couldn't get past the color issues with this for me to even like compare. So I'm just gonna get rid of this one. This one is the KVD Good Apple Skin Perfecting Foundation Balm in the shade Light 12. I liked this at one point and then just kind of stopped using it because I think it was too dark. It might have oxidized, and this is quite old, so I am going to get rid of this one. And also with it being kind of balmy, my face has definitely changed. So when I got this, I feel like I was on the drier side of things, so this made sense for me, but now I'm more on the oilier side of things, so this does not make sense for me. So I will be decluttering that one. And then this one is the Supergoop CC Screen, the 100% mineral CC cream. This one I'm getting rid of because it has expired, like really expired. But I really do like the Supergoop products. You're gonna see one coming up in the future that I really do enjoy, and so I'll be keeping that one around. But this one, I don't need to be keeping expired makeup. All right, so now we're gonna get into some of the products that I have used throughout the year. So let's start with the most recent ones. This one being the Dior Air Flash Spray Foundation. This doesn't even exist anymore. I think it's been discontinued. I have mine in the shade 1N, and this was included in my Shop My Stash in November, and I talked about it in December saying this actually looked really yellow on me. Again, maybe I was poor at shade matching, maybe because it's old, it's oxidized, but it just felt like I was wearing a mask on my skin, just because the shade was just so different. And so because of that, I am going to declutter this one. Again, it's not even, I don't even think you can find this anymore, but I think Sephora collection has a dupe for this one or something similar. I haven't tried that one, so I don't know, but if you have, let me know down below. But I do kind of want to swatch it just a little bit. Yeah, look how yellow that is. Peachy. I don't know. It's of course now it like blends into my skin, but on my face, I swear to you, it was mask. So we're gonna get rid of that one. The other one that actually I changed my thought about. So I was going into this declutter season thinking I was going to declutter this one, and this is the Fenty Beauty Eavesdrop Blur and Smooth Tint Stick. And I thought I was going to declutter it because I was like, I just don't think this works for me. I think the shade is off. But I wanted to give it a second shot. And you know what? I mean, look how much I used in a month. A lot. This actually is a really, really nice product. Oh, please don't fall off. Looks like it's like cracking right there. This is a really nice product. It has some emollients to it, so it does move around on your face, you know, easily, but it's not something that I felt was super greasy or added to my oily combo skin. So I'm glad I gave this one a second shot, because it became one of my favorite foundations in November that I was using. So this one I will be keeping. And then the other foundation I was using in November was the Tula Skincare Radiant Skin Brightening Serum Skin Tint. And I had said in that video that this is actually, I didn't really like it as a foundation. I think this is better suited for just using as like a sun protectant with a little bit of coverage to it. I felt like it just kind of sat on my skin, didn't really mesh well with a lot of the other makeup. So I am still going to keep this because I've only used it for 1 month, so I don't, you know, obviously my opinions change as things change, but I'm going to keep this around just for more reviewing purposes, but I can definitely tell you it's not one of my favorites at this point. One that I'm going to be getting rid of, and it's kind of sad because I thought I would really love this because it is like a, I don't know, like a soft matte. I mean, it says satin foundation. I don't know. I thought I'd really love this, and I really don't. And I think same thing with like the Tula one. It just kind of sat on my skin and it didn't really like mesh well with things. It just sat there and it didn't look very natural. And I can say I don't really love e.l.f.'s color range. They have some like kind of funky colors. I got them in the shade 13 Fair Neutral, and I didn't think it was like a super great color match. So for that reason, and just because it didn't work out for me, I'm going to declutter that one. Moving on to the Charlotte Tilbury Light Wonder. I think this one might be discontinued as well. You might be able to find it in certain shades, but this, I actually really like this one. This is a lightweight coverage. It has a very, has a little bit of luminosity to it, but it's just like a second skin type of foundation. So for that reason, I really do like it. I do have to powder some areas to make it a little bit more matte, but this one I really do enjoy. So obviously I'm going to be keeping that one. Another one that I actually enjoy is the Bobbi Brown Weightless Skin Foundation. This one was a new release this year, I think, maybe more in the summertime of stuff. I have mine in the shade N12 Porcelain, and I ended up really liking this one. Again, most of these I still have to powder it down to make it matte, but this one is really nice. And you'll kind of see, I feel like you'll see a trend that I kind of like a little bit more of the serum-y side of stuff, or soft matte. So another foundation that I'm pretty sure came out this year was the Fenty Beauty Soft Lit Naturally Luminous Long Wearing Foundation. So again, I like things that are natural. I like things that are luminous too, but with my oily skin, I have to be a little bit cautious of that because it can become overly luminous with my own luminosity oils. So this one I do have to powder down, but I do remember really liking that one. So I'm going to keep that. And then we have the Tarte Face Tape. I like this one too. This one is more of a natural finish. This one is in Fairlight Neutral. I did do a little swatching of this thinking that this was a pretty good match for me. But I think it's a better match for me a little bit more in the summertime than it is in the wintertime, especially with it being Fairlight Neutral, because I'm definitely more on the fairer side of things. But I still really enjoy this one. And one that I ended up really liking too was the Too Faced Born This Way Soft Matte Oil Control Foundation. I'm sure you can figure out as to why, because it is soft matte and it has oil control, and I don't feel like I have to powder this one down as much. I do have mine in the shade Snow, which I feel like is a pretty good shade match for me. So we'll definitely be keeping that one. So one that I think I'm going to declutter is the Huda Beauty, what is this? I think it's the Faux Filter foundation, and I have mine in the shade Shortbread, and if I am remembering correctly, it just seemed like it was starting to get very dark on me. So again, I don't know if it oxidized because it's older, or I just had a really shitty shade matching, or maybe I was just tanner at the time, but I just feel like that shade does not match me anymore. So we are going to get rid of that. Although I do love the formula of it and I love the application of it, it just, the shade doesn't match me. And this one's a little bit harder to use like a pigment in because it's not liquid, it's cream. So it's a little bit harder to kind of meld them all together to make it work. So for that reason, I'm going to declutter it. Now, this one, I use this in so many of my Shop My Stashes this year, hoping that I was going to finish it. This is the Revlon Photoshop Candid Glow Moisture Glow Foundation. I have mine in the shade 130. I do think it is a really nice kind of luminous foundation. Again, somebody on the oilier side needs to powder it down. But I just remember just kind of wanting just to finish it. So for that reason, I think I'm going to keep it just so I can finish it. Is that silly? Probably. But it's very satisfying to be able to finish up a foundation, concealer, makeup product. I think I said that earlier. So I think I'm going to keep that around because I have the idea of, I have my monthly Shop My Stash, but I also want to do a monthly project pan too. So there are going to be certain products like this that I'm going to include that are going to stick around in my Shop My Stashes until I finish it or until I get tired of it. Let's see. This one also seems a little bit dark for me. What is this? The Lancome Tinted Ultra Wear Care and Glow. I have mine in the shade 1C. I mean, technically it is expired, but I usually use makeup past expiration. Let's be honest. See, that one's definitely a better shade match. I know it looks a little bit darker, but that definitely has more cooler undertones, as you can see, compared to that one. So I think I'm going to keep that one around. Because to be honest, I feel like it's hard, even though I know it looks like I have tons of foundation, which I do, but it is hard to find something that is a good shade match for you. And I feel like that one, now that I remember it, I'm pretty sure that's a good foundation. It does need to be powdered down, especially because I think it's more of a hydrating type of foundation, if I'm not mistaken, but we're going to keep it around. Another Too Faced product, this is the Born This Way Healthy Glow. This one is their moisturizing skin tint, and I also have it in the shade Snow. This is, I feel like, a misnomer. Like, it doesn't really give you glow, it gives you a soft matte finish, which is why I like it. So I don't know why they called it this, but they did. But it's one that I'm gonna keep around. I did have to shake it up because it was pretty separated when I plucked it out. All right. Moving forward, so we have the Bare Minerals foundation in Fairly Medium, and I used this relatively recently, maybe in like September-ish or October-ish, I can't quite remember. But I do remember saying that this is a beautiful foundation, but you have to work for it because you have to buff, you have to do this, you have to do that. And it's not as easy as putting a cream on and just patting out with a beauty sponge. Like, you really have to want this. I do think the shade is a tinge too dark for me, but I can make it work. So for that reason, I am going to keep it in the cases that I do want a powder foundation. And this one, although it's a powder foundation, and it actually is pretty luminous too. I think they might have like a matte version. This is the original version, but I think they might have a matte version of this, but the original one is pretty luminous. So even though it's powder, be careful of that. Now we have the Kosas Revealer foundation. So I enjoy the concealer. I enjoy the foundation, but this one's pretty expired. This was in 2023 expired. And Kosas products don't have very good, I don't think they have any preservatives in them. So I'm just trying to smell if it smells funky. Doesn't smell funky to me, but as you can tell, so this is the Lancome one, definitely more of a cooler tone to this one because this one is in shade Cool 120, so this is light with pink in it, but as you can tell in comparison, this is more of a neutral side. So I think I know I'm almost done with it. I think I'm gonna put this in like my project pan to finish up. I know that's silly. I know it's expired by a year, but I'm still gonna keep it. All right, moving on to the Revlon Color Stay Longwear Makeup. This is for combination oily skin. They also have one for dry skin. This is a really just nice overall drugstore foundation, something that is relatively affordable. I feel like the color range is pretty nice. I have mine in the shade 110. It does have some SPF in it. Do I feel like it gears more towards the oilier skin? from what I remember, yes, I still feel like I have to powder this down, but it's not like a serum concealer where it is supposed to be hydrating. But I do remember liking this one, so I'm gonna keep that one around. This one I really enjoyed. So this is the Laura Mercier Real Flawless Weightless Perfecting Foundation. I have mine in the shade 1C1 or Cool Vanille. This one is really beautiful shade match. I think the formula is really nice. It is lightweight. It's really beautiful. So I'm going to keep that one as well. Alrighty, so new batch. So this is the Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk Perfect Glow Foundation, Flawless Foundation. I do have mine in the shade 5, and I remember using one of the mini ones of this and really, really liking it and feeling like the shade worked well. So when I was done, I got a bigger one in the same shade. And this definitely is a little bit on the warmer side for me, as you can see, a little bit on the dark side too. So this would be something that I would use those mixing pigments, because this is such a nice foundation. Just the shade is a little bit off, but I don't want to get rid of it. I don't. It's so beautiful. And this is the one foundation that I've gotten the most compliments on. So for that reason, I want to keep it around. But once I'm done with this, I definitely will be looking into getting a different shade of it. But yeah, this is where those mixing pigments come into play, where it's a foundation that you really love, but the color isn't quite right. So that's what I'm going to use that for, and I will be keeping that one. One that I think I might get rid of this one. Yeah, this is the One Size Turn Up the Base BBB cream, the Beauty Blur Balm Cream. I feel like this one was just kind of heavy, if I'm not mistaken. And I do have mine in the same shade as the other one, the Fair Rosy, Fair with Rosy Undertones, but I just felt like this one was really heavy. Let me... Can I even get it out? Okay, I think that goes to show you just, I can't even get it out because it's like crusted over. So I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. One that I'm going to keep is the REM Beauty. I think this is like the Sweetener foundation, or maybe the only foundation they have. I do have mine in shade Fair 6 CN, so cool with neutral leaning undertones. And from what I remember, because I think I used this last year in January, I really did like it. So I'm going to keep it around again. Here we go with another super group. So this is their Protect Tint with SPF 50. I have mine in the shade, I don't know. I can't quite remember what the shade name is. But these shades are they're, I don't want to say universal, but you could get, because I remember this being out of stock, because this was a pretty viral product. I remember being out of stock in the shade that I really wanted, so I got one that was a little bit peachier, and this still worked for me. So I think the shades are kind of very expansive. This one is nice for no makeup. Like, I don't think this plays well with a lot of things on top of it, because if I remember, it kind of got a little bit pilly at some points, but not all the time. So this is, again, one of those things that if you're going to the pool, you want some extra coverage, a little bit extra coverage, but you also want SPF. Like, this is definitely more primarily an SPF than it is a coverage. But it's nice, and because of that, I'm going to keep that. We have NARS Soft Matte Complete Foundation. This one I like, but it is doing some funky things in there. My shade is typically Mont Blanc or Light 2, and this is a really, really nice foundation, but it is doing all sorts of funk. Can we see that? Okay. Because of that reason, I think I'm going to get rid of it, which is sad because I like this foundation. Again, more of the soft matte kind of vibes of things. So, ooh, that's sad. Okay, well, let's see what the color is, because if I want to repurchase it. pretty decent, like, neutral coverage, or not coverage, color. That's sad. Okay. Does anybody else, like, has theirs kind of turned purple? It looks purple. Or is that just like separation off the side? Okay. No, should I get rid of it? Should I keep it? Should I get rid of it? We will. Oh, that's so sad. Now I'm like looking back at my swatches. I'm like, is that like orangey? Salmony? I'm getting distracted. I think I'm going to check the expert. I'm sure this is expired. I'm sure of it. Is it weird that I keep it because I like it? I'm gonna keep it. Fuck it. I'm gonna keep it. This is the L'Oreal True Match foundation. This one's really nice. Again, a really great, affordable drugstore foundation. Kind of overall is really nice. I have mine in the shade N1 Neutral Light. From what I remember, is a pretty decent shade match for me. Moving on to msha Super Serum Silk Foundation. I got mine, this is a little deluxe trial size that I got in one of my subscription boxes, and I can't quite remember the shade. Oh, Fair 3, and I remember this being very yellow on me, so I am going to get rid of that one. Here is the last little bit of everything. So here is that Fenty Beauty Eavesdrop in a shade 2 compared to shade 6. So this one I will keep because the other one I decluttered. We have the Dior Backstage in 0.5N. This is a really nice kind of a lightweight buildable foundation that I really enjoy. So we're going to keep that one. This one, again, I like although it's a concealer, I like it for foundation. This is the NYX Bear With Me Concealer Serum. But like I said, use it as a foundation. Again, I kind of want to keep it just because it's almost done. What shade do I have? I think I have just the shade Light. Yeah, just the shade Light. So I'm going to keep this just to finish it up. That will probably go in that project pan that I'm talking about. Then we have the Urban Decay Stay Naked Hydromaniac Tinted Glow Hydrator. So this one is medium coverage. I have mine in the shade 20 Fair. I feel like this is a good one. Kind of more of a lightweight, buildable coverage. I think I like that one, so we'll keep that one. Then we have the Performer Skin Focused Foundation from About Face. I remember getting that earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken, and enjoying it. It's a very interesting type of packaging, so I'm going to keep that one. And then this is the Charlotte Tilbury Beautiful Skin Foundation. This one, as you can see, is kind of doing nasty things just like the NARS one was doing, but apparently that's not stopping me from keeping the NARS one. But this one is in shade 2 Neutral, but I still feel was a little bit yellow for me. So for that reason, and because I do remember it being on the oilier side of things, so I am going to declutter that one. So let's do a quick recap of everything that I'm keeping versus what I'm decluttering. So if I counted correctly, we have 30 total, including these two. So let's put these back. So these are the ones that I'm decluttering. So if I counted correctly, it's 10. So I'm keeping 30, decluttering 10. So what is that, like 25% of my foundations? Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Could I have been a little bit more cutthroat? Of course I could have. Of course I could have, but I have a really hard time getting rid of things. Okay, so we're gonna do a course correction. I actually am gonna get rid of this one. I had the swatch on and it was doing something funky where it was like getting super dry around the ring of it, like almost crusty in a sense, and then it was very difficult to get off. So I'm gonna say goodbye to this one. So that's gonna make my declutter at 11, and I'm keeping 29. Today's video is just the third installment of my declutter series. So we are going to go through bronzers, we're going to go through highlighters and blushes. All right, so we are going to start with highlighters, and let's actually start with the ones that are currently in my December Shop My Stash. If you're curious to know what some of the other products are, which you'll definitely be seeing some of them, but I'll link my whole video for you so you can kind of get some extra reviews of things. But the first one is going to be the ColourPop Flexitarian Super Shock Cheek Pearlized version. This is like an OG classic highlighter, very pretty, very glowy type of highlighter, and I love this kind of like champagne color. I feel like this just kind of goes with a lot of things, so you'll see I have a lot of that. So that one for sure will be keeping. And then I am using the Rare Beauty highlighter in Enlighten, and this is more of like an icy type of highlighter. Again, very beaming type of highlighter. If you like to be seen from the stars, this is definitely something for you. But if you do not like kind of more of a natural glow, you can use it sparingly, but it's still pretty bright. And I have to say, my tastes actually lie more in the kind of natural glow, but I just wanted to see what the hype was about. And don't get me wrong, this is very pretty. It's just very blinding. Doesn't necessarily match my aesthetics of what I normally like, but I'm gonna keep it around a little bit longer to see if my preferences change, because my preferences have definitely changed. The next two that we'll talk about are somewhat similar. So we have the Auric Glow Lust Radiant Luminizer. I have mine in the shade Morganite. And then we also have the e.l.f. Halo Glow Liquid Filter, and I have mine in the shade Fair. I think this is well, I know this is before they expanded their shade range, so I think there actually is something lighter than this Fair compared to when it originally came out, which I think probably would have been better for me. This one is just a hint, just a hint dark. And because of that, I think I'm going to declutter this one. This is a really nice product, and both these products are multifunctional. So, you know, you can use it as a primer, you can mix it into your foundation to make it glowy. I typically use them as highlighters, hence why they're in my highlighter drawer, but I don't think I need this one. I don't really gravitate towards this one anymore, so I think I'm gonna declutter that one, but I will keep the Auric one just because it's just so gorgeous. This is such a pretty shade. Another e.l.f. product that I think I'm gonna declutter is the Halo Glow Beauty Wand. So they're in the same collection, I guess. This is their highlighter in Rose Quartz. I did get this in a Trend Mood box, and I definitely did not get the box for this. I got it for something else, but this just happened to be in it. It's just a little bit too dark for me. I have fair skin with cool neutral leaning undertones, and this just, I don't know, it just seems a little bit dark and creates a little bit of a cast for me. So I am going to declutter that, especially since it's still relatively new. One that I am going to keep, and I didn't get around to using it this year, but I'm keeping it because it's different than everything else I have in my collection. So you'll see I definitely gear towards more champagne, pinky types of colors. And this is from Cosmic. It was Cosmic Brushes, but now it might be Cosmic Beauty, I think. This is from their Delicious Delights collection, and this is the Frosting Highlighter Trio. So in here, you will see we have Golden Apple, which is a little bit more of a green. We have Cinnamon Swirl, which is a little bit more red, and then Blueberry Muffin, which is kind of a blue purple highlighter. So this is like I'm going out of my comfort zone type of highlighter, because I definitely don't think I would have purchased these in singular ones, but I was so enthralled with the collection that I wanted to make sure that I got this to kind of match with the palette. So this, although I don't use it all the time, it is something I'm going to keep because it is has a place in my collection. Now, what I'm thinking I might need to do is kind of take all of my champagne highlighters and my pink highlighters and kind of compare, because I definitely have a lot of them. So let's go through the ones that I know I'm going to be keeping thus far, and then we'll do kind of a comparison. So the first one is from ColourPop. This is their Monster Super Shock Cheek, the pearlized version. This is, I love this highlighter. It's such like an iridescent multi-chrome type of highlight. So pretty, just like the Cosmic Beauty highlighter set. It's not something I use all the time, but when I use it, it's so pretty, and it just has a wonderful place in my heart and in my collection. So that's definitely something I'm going to keep. This one is the L'Oreal Infallible Highlighter. I did get mine in the shade Champagne Glow, and they have two shades, and the one below this was just a little bit too icy for me, and so I was like, you know what, I want to try more of the champagne one. Obviously you'll see plenty of that, and so I think I'm just, I don't know, it's very beautiful, don't get me wrong, but I'm afraid it's a little bit dark. So what we're going to do is we're going to compare some of these champagne highlighters and see which one is going to be the best. So we'll put that off to the side. The next one is the Fenty Beauty. This is the Demi Glow Light Diffusing Highlighter in Pretty Pearls. This one for sure I'm going to be keeping. I know it's a champagne highlighter, shocking, but it's so beautiful. It is so, so, so beautiful. So I know I'm going to be keeping this one for sure. And then this one is, this one's been in my collection for a very long time. This is the Laura Mercier Translucent Loose Setting Powder in Light Catcher in Celestial Light. So they have their original Laura Mercier powder, and then they came out with this like light reflecting one for an all-over setting powder, but this is way too glowy to be an all-over setting powder, so I've been using it as a highlighter for quite some time, and it is really, really beautiful as a highlighter. I mean, look at that. Could you imagine that all over your face? No. So I use it as a highlighter, and it's like never gonna end. It's so much product in here. So I'm going to keep that one, but I guess we'll kind of put the champagne stuff together so we can compare, right? Didn't I just say that? But look how pretty that is. And then another champagne highlight. I don't believe this is available anymore, but this is a Nomad in Stockholm, their illuminated highlighting powder in Midnight Sun. Really, really pretty highlighting powder. Again, champagne color. The only issue I have with this is that the packaging is just so bulky for such a little bit of powder. But we will put it in our champagne color, and we will figure it out from there. The next one is from Tarte. This is their Shape Tape Glow Wand, and I can't remember, but I feel like they marketed this as like an under eye illuminator. But I use it as a highlighter, and I've had it for quite some time, and it's gotten to the point where it's like a little bit goopy. Like the stopper just ain't stopping anymore. But I love this as a highlighter. I think it's so beautiful, and again, kind of reminds me of the Auric one, and I feel like I'm almost finished with this one, so I think I'm thinking I'm gonna put this in my finished up makeup products that I'm toying around with, an idea for a video where I pick some products, like a full face of products, that my goal is to actually finish them all up throughout the year. So similar to a Shop My Stash, but these aren't going to change until they get finished up, or I decide that I just don't like them anymore. So I have a feeling that one is probably going to be in it. So for sure going to be keeping that one. This one is like one of my favorite highlighters. Kind of an unexpected company to have a favorite highlighter, but this is from Give Beauty, which is Gwen Stefani's company, and this is the Check My Glow Multi-Dimensional Illuminating Highlighter in Platinum Cowgirl. And why I say this is one of my favorite ones is because this really has that glow from within. It's not too blinding. It just looks natural. It just looks fresh. It is everything that I want in a highlighter at this point. So for sure I will be keeping this one, and what I do is I just kind of swirl it all around and just look at that luminosity. It just, like, so beautiful. So we'll for sure be keeping that. I don't even need to compare that to other champagne highlighters because I know I'm keeping it. One that I will compare though is from REM Beauty. This is the Miss Mercury highlighter topper. So that is what it looks like. Again, really beautiful, but how many champagne highlighters do I need? In comparisons to the one that I have already, is it any more special than anything else? I don't know. So we are gonna compare that. We'll put that over there. Then we have Iconic London. This is their Lit and Luminous Baked Highlighter. This is a relatively new highlighter in my collection. This is also very blinding. I think they said that this is a universal shade. I don't agree with that. I feel like this fits maybe fair, light, medium, and that's about it. So I really do wish they would have come out with a darker shade for deeper skin tones, but this does work for me, so I will be keeping this one. I probably won't swatch it just because it is new and I'm not ready to declutter it yet. I'm gonna swatch the ones that are kind of all the same in my opinion, like texture wise, color wise, and see if we can whittle it down from there. Then we have the Jouer powder highlighter in citrine. So this supposedly is like one of their best products or something like that. I remember this being a very like iconic type of color, and so I bought it, but I just don't think it's the right shade match for me. So I mean, it's just it's a little bit deep. It's a little bit too deep golden. I mean, can you tell the difference? This one's a little bit more on a cooler side. This is a little bit more on a warmer side. So with that reason, I think I'm going to declutter it. And then we're starting to get into some of the pinks. So I had an affinity for pink highlighters for a very long time. And how I organize my makeup these days to know what I've used and what I haven't used throughout the year, I barely used any pink highlighter. So that goes to show me that maybe I don't need so many anymore. So again, just like with the champagne highlighters, we are going to kind of compare some of them and get rid of some that we don't need. So this is the Maybelline Master Chrome Metallic Highlighter, and it's in the shade Rose Gold. I've had this around forever. Again, might be a little bit deep for my skin tone at this point. I think when I first started getting into makeup, you know, it takes a little while to kind of figure out what your skin tone is. It's just what undertones work for you. So I don't know if that undertone is going to work for me anymore, but we shall see. Then we have the Bobbi Brown little highlighter, a little mini one. This is the highlighting powder in Pink Glow. So beautiful. I actually picked this up on Amazon because I don't think I could find a mini like at Sephora or other places. I found it on Amazon. It was brand new, so I was like, heck yeah, I want to try that. So I am going to keep that one because it is relatively new. All right, we have a lot of Charlotte Tilbury. I've noticed that I have tons of Charlotte Tilbury highlighters. I don't know how I got this far, but brace yourself with all these names. So this one is the Hollywood Glow Glide Face Architect Highlighter in Moonlit Glow. This one is really pretty. I most likely will keep this one, but again, we will swatch it in comparison to some of the other champagne highlighters. Then we have the Charlotte Tilbury Pillow Talk Multi Glow Beautifying All Over Glow Highlighter. And this one is in the light version, so you kind of have little snippets of a few different highlighters. So we got some pinks, we got some golds, we got some ices. I'll probably put that in the pink one. That seems more pinky to me. Then we have the mega one, the Charlotte Tilbury Hollywood Superstar Glow Highlighter, the ultimate face and body highlighter for soft focus glow. So that is what that one looks like. And I fear, because I see this as more rose goldish, I fear that this is a little bit too dark for me. So we're gonna swatch it out and we're gonna see. I mean, look how big that compact is too. Jeez Louise. All right, let's put that over there. Then we have the Melt. This is the Digital Dust Highlights. This one definitely is discontinued, this shade, this Illuminacion. This came in with their like kind of was it the Muertos, the Vida and Muerte palettes. I don't know if this came out with that, but I picked it up later along with those palettes that they got re-released, and this might have gotten re-released too. But it's a very beautiful embossed palette, and it kind of has this like pinky orange shift to it, but it's just not one that I use very often. So if at all, I didn't even use it this year. So I think I'm going to declutter it for that reason. Then we have another pinky one. This is the Wet n Wild Mega Glow Highlighting Powder in Blossom Glow. So this is definitely more of like an icy pink highlighter that we will compare. And I hate Wet n Wild's packaging, but you get what you pay for. Then we have Ofra and Samantha March highlighter in Dream Chaser. So kind of another icy pink highlighter. I really don't like this packaging either. I think it's bulky. And then we have a Beauty Light wand from Charlotte Tilbury, and this one is in the shade Spotlight. Let's see what this one looks like. I can't even remember. Make sure it's open. Ooh, okay. That one's really pretty. Okay, we're gonna keep that one. We're gonna keep that one because I don't have very little liquid highlights, so we will keep that one for sure. In the last few highlights we have are from Nabla. This is their Skin Glazing Glass Finish Skin Glow Powder in the shade Privilege. I think I'm going to declutter this one because I didn't use it at all this year, and to be honest, I kind of forgot about it. So that gives me the idea that I don't need it. Then we have the Sigma in Little Mermaid collection, their highlight in Seashell. Very cute packaging, kind of an icy pink purple moment. So I know I'm going to keep this one because it's still new to my collection, so I'm not ready to let it go. So we will keep that one for sure. Then we have the Onside Norns Mesmerizer in Veil of Future. This one is a really pretty like marbled gold lavender that kind of comes out as champagne-y, so we will swatch that all together. And then lastly is a little face palette from Natasha Denona, the Golden Highlighter Trio. So we have lots of different shades, and yes, these are very deep for me, but I like using them as like eyeshadows, things like that. So I'm not ready to give this one up quite yet. So let's start with the champagne-y ones. Let's put those, get some of the stuff out of the way. So let's start with this one because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be keeping this one. Let me get the little fuzzies off my fingers. Really pretty. So just kind of that typical champagne-y color. Like the texture is really nice. There's nothing to complain about. It's a great formula. It's a great shade. So let's just compare it. So this one is the REM one. See, this one has a little bit more gold to it. Kind of like more antique-y gold. Then we have the L'Oreal one. Gosh, so many fuzzies. So I don't know if you could tell. So this one definitely has like the least amount of warmth to it. I mean, it's still kind of warm, but this one looks more antique-y gold, where this one looks more straight up gold. And we have the Nomad one. See, that one's a little bit more subtle compared to the other ones. Okay, then I know we already swatched this one, but we'll swatch it again in comparison. So this one I feel like has a little bit more dispersed radiance to it. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how it's coming across to me. All right, and then the very last one is the Norns from Odin's Eye. Let's see. So that one has a little bit more like shimmer glitter to it, like barely, but it's there. All right, so which ones do I want to keep? I'm going to keep the Charlotte Tilbury one. This one was REM Beauty. I might get rid of that one. That's a little bit darker than what I anticipated. And then this one was the L'Oreal one, so I think I'll keep that one. And what was this one? Oh, the Nomad. I think I might be able to get rid of that one. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of that one. And then I will keep the Laura Mercier one. So I'm gonna get rid of the REM Beauty. And then what do I think about this one? I think I might get rid of it. Wow, okay. So swatching it out really does help. Go figure. All right, so now let's kind of do the same thing with the pinks and see if we can get rid of some. So here's the Charlotte Tilbury one. Formula is really nice on this though. Really nice formula. So again, a little bit more on the rose goldy side. So we'll put them in order this time, so I'm not guessing. So we'll do Wet and Wild. Still a very nice formula too, at fraction of the cost. So that one's a little bit more of an icy pink. I'm gonna have to tape that down. Then we have the other Charlotte Tilbury one, and what I'll do is I just kind of swirl it around. That's what I would do regardless. So again, that one's a little bit more pinky rose gold as well. Then we have the Master Chrome Rose Gold, also a nice formula. So that one's more peachy. And then the last one is the Ofra Dream Chaser with Samantha March. Ooh. Okay. I'm glad I did that because I thought I was going to declutter this one, but I think I'm going to keep that one for sure. So I'm going to keep the Ofra one. I think I'm going to keep the Wet and Wild one and the other smaller Charlotte Tilbury one. So these two. I just hate this packaging. There we go. And then I'm going to declutter the big Charlotte Tilbury one and then the Maybelline Master Chrome. I just don't think I need those two shades. So that's exciting. So let's do a final tally. All right, after counting twice and getting two different answers, I think I've landed on 19 total highlighters that I'm going to be keeping, which still seems like a lot of highlighter in my opinion, especially since for somebody who doesn't use highlight very intensely. And yeah, so highlighter I feel like is the one thing that is like the least used in my collection in the sense of how much product I actually use. So 19 is still a lot, but I'm looking at my declutter pile and I'm still pretty happy about that. So let's get to that one. And I'm decluttering 10 of them. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy to have 29 highlighters now going to 19. Pretty good. And some of these are still in great condition, so they will be passed along to others to get some use out of. So very excited about that. Now let's move on to my bronzers. On to my bronzers. So let's start with the ones that are currently in my shop my stash. That's the easiest to start with because we know we're keeping them. And these two of them are just new to my collection in general. So this is the Makeup by Mario Soft Sculpt Bronzing and Shaping Serum. I have mine in the shade Fair. I have been liking this so far. It is very, very light coverage though. but I knew going into that it was going to be light coverage. So I kind of use this almost as a base for my powder bronzer and stuff like that, to see if that would help kind of adhere it to the skin even more, and also using this on just very light makeup days to add a subtle warmth to the skin. And with my skin tone being kind of cool neutral, you'll see that I gravitate more towards cool neutral type of bronzers, because if it has any warmth or yellowness to it, it just makes my skin look yucky. I just don't like it. So this one I will for sure be keeping. This is the Say Dew Bronze bronzer in Salt. So this is, I don't believe it's the lightest shade, but it is the one with the coolest undertone. So this is a cute like little doe foot, and I was originally kind of scared that this was going to be way too dark, but it blends out like a dream. It's so nice. So I've used it a handful of times so far, with it being in my Shop My Stash. And the dew bronze part, I will tell you, like, it's not dewy. So with me having combo oily skin, I can't really handle much dew because I create my own natural dew. So that I was a little bit worried about that being the name of it, but it's not dewy at all. It kind of dries down and stuff like that. So this one I've been enjoying. And then we have the L'Oreal Infallible 24-Hour Fresh Wear Bronzer. I have mine in the shade Light. So this is the powder bronzer I'm using for this month. Really, really nice bronzer. It's, you will see that I like things that, most of the time I like things that are buildable, so I can, you know, add the coverage that I want. And this is definitely one of those that is buildable. Buildable, blendable. You'll hear those words constantly, I'm sure. So nice. I just hate the packaging of this. I really do. I wish they would just make it a slimmer packaging. You know, not everything has to have a mirror in it, so that's my only qualm. If it's the packaging, that's not too bad. So those I will be keeping for sure. Now, these are the ones that I didn't get to this year. Well, not technically. So I used this Charlotte Tilbury Film Star Bronze and Glow. This is their mini one. I used this while I traveled. So it is a bronzer and highlighter. Had a moment. Little duo, and I absolutely love this. You can definitely tell that I love the bronzer a little bit more than I like the highlighter, but also we just talked about I don't use highlight that often. I still use it. I just am very light with the highlighter, let's just say that, compared to the bronzer. So although this never was in a Shop My Stash, it definitely got used throughout this year when I traveled, and I will definitely be keeping it because look at that pan right there. How exciting would that be? That whole thing was pan. So I will definitely be keeping that one. Another one that I didn't use this year, but I love it, so I don't really know why. I think probably just because I got so many new bronzers that you know, it's one of those things that I already know that I love this. So when I do my Shop My Stashes, I kind of do a mixture of products that I'm like, I'm not too sure about. Do I still like these? Is this gonna work for me? So I just never got around to this one, but I do enjoy it. And it is the Tarte Park Avenue Princess. And it's just such a beautiful shade. It's a beautiful building and blendable. It's not too pigmented off the bat. It just is really gorgeous. It is their Amazonian Clay Matte Waterproof Bronzer, and the shade I think is Park Avenue Princess. So love this, and I need to use it. Another one I didn't get around to using, but I still enjoy, is the Laura Geller Baked in Bronze and Brighten and Fair, and this is definitely very old package. This, honestly, I probably should get rid of this, but it's so pretty. And I've definitely been gravitating more towards bronzer blush kind of combos lately, so this is definitely perfect for that. I feel like this is kind of like the OG one for that, and it's just a baked bronzer with some, you know, different colors in there that when they all mix together, it's really nice. Now this, I can't quite remember. Yeah, it definitely is more on the neutral side of stuff. I mean, look, it's definitely can be built up. It has a little bit of luminosity to it. It's just a really nice, it's a really nice product. I think Laura Geller products, they're kind of, it's like a sleepy brand in general, but they have some good products. All right, and then some liquid products that I haven't gotten to. So these e.l.f. Camo Liquid Bronzer Contours, I have mine in the shades Fair and Fair Light. I just didn't get around to using these this year. I recently picked them up, but as you can see, I accumulated a lot of new bronzers at the end of the year, so I just didn't have time for this, but I'm going to for sure be keeping these. If they're anything like the blushes, then they're going to be highly pigmented. So I will be keeping these for sure and be trying them out in the near future. Now, one that I will declutter. This is a classic. This is the classic, excuse me, Charlotte Tilbury contour wand, and mine is in the shade Fair Medium. And I remember when this kind of like blew up wherever it blew up. I'm not on TikTok, so I think it blew up on TikTok. They've had this around for a while, and then it got really popular, and then I couldn't find it. And so then I think I bought it off of Poshmark. It was new. I bought this one and I think 2 other beauty wands for the price of like 1 or 2 maybe. And they were all unused. So I was like, that's a screaming deal. And this one was really nice up until it wasn't. It's to a point, it's just nasty at this point. I'm not even going to show you. It's just kind of nasty. I feel like the color has kind of changed a little bit, but when it's brand new, it's pretty. It's kind of like gel-like formula, almost gel liquidy, and it looks very intimidating because it's very brown when it comes out, but it blends out super nicely. So although this is a great product, it is past its prime, this particular one, so I'm going to declutter that one. So these are the bronzers that I have used in my kind of drugstore category. So the first I know I'm going to be keeping because I absolutely love this bronzer. I love the undertone of it. I love the effect that it creates. This is the Flower Beauty Heat Wave Luminous Bronzer. So again, as you can see, definitely more of a cooler tone type of bronzer, baked bronzer. You mix it all together. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bronzer for somebody who is cool, neutral leaning undertone like myself. Cannot recommend this bronzer enough. It is so beautiful. So that one for sure will be keeping. One that I will be getting rid of is the L'Oreal True Match Lumi Bronze It. So this is the Sun Kissed bronzer for face and body, and I have mine in the shade Light. Now, I think the quality of this is actually really nice. It's just the undertone of it. It's too yellow for me. It's too golden. So for that reason, I'm going to get rid of it. But if this color could work for you, I think it's a really nice bronzer. I don't know if they have a fair shade though. I might look that up. This little guy is from Essence. This is the Baby Got Bronze, and in reality, it actually is a contour stick. This is not a bronzer. This is a brown, gray, taupey shade that works perfect for contouring. The only issue I have with it, and it's not really even an issue, is that it highly smells like a fruity, like synthetic fruit. So if you're sensitive to smells, you may not want to get this, but they do have this in this color. So they call this one bronze, and then I forget what they call the other one, but it is more of an actual like bronzy type of shade. But this one is really nice for contouring. I love how teeny tiny it is. I love the price of it. It's like $3. So this one I will for sure be keeping. Regarding the emollients of it, the ability for it to like kind of move around, it's a little bit stiff. So you kind of have to warm it up. You know, I would suggest kind of like warming it up on your hand first, and then I usually apply it straight to my skin. But you kind of have to get that first layer of hardness off first, before, I'm sure there's a joke in there, before you can kind of like get to the product of it. But I really do enjoy this, especially for the price point. Another one I'm going to get rid of, and I've had this forever. This is the Super BB Insta Ready by Physicians Formula. Now, when I first got this, again, I was kind of didn't really understand my undertones quite well, or my shade. I've come to I always thought I was light, and I've come to the point to realize that I'm fair, and there's nothing wrong with either. I just had to accept that. So when I first got this, I actually used this as like an all over setting powder, and I loved it. I felt like it did such a good job of just blending everything while giving a little bit of color and all that kind of stuff. And then I didn't use it for a while, and then I picked it back up and I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be a great setting powder. No, this is a bronzer. This is a bronzer powder on me now. and it no longer has that beautiful effect anymore. I just don't know if that's because my tastes have changed, or the powder has changed, or I was in a delusional state beforehand. Who knows? But I don't even think this is available anymore. I think it's discontinued. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to be decluttering it. Another one that I'm going to declutter, and I talked about this in my last Shop My Stash, is this Milani Silky Matte Bronzing Powder, and mine is in the shade Sunlight. So initially, kind of the same story with the Physicians Formula. I got this thinking, oh, this is going to be wonderful. This is a great shade on me. And I thought it was for a really long time until I recently used it. And I just realized it's too yellow. It's too yellow on me, and I didn't like that look. Formula is great. Formula is really great. So if this is something that you can work with, this shade, I think that would be wonderful. It's a great bronzer. It's just a shade match for me, and I don't know if they have anything that would match me better. So for that, I'm going to declutter. Then we have the other Milani one, which I can't remember. Did this come out this year or last year? It was a big, I felt like it was a big deal. It was a big launch for them. And this is the Cheek Kiss Cream Bronzer in Hey Honey. And I remember this one being advertised a little bit more on the cooler tone side of things. And to be fair, I can't even remember what it looks like. See, that looks too yellow for me. So for that reason, I'm going to declutter it. The formula seems nice. It kind of almost seems like a cream to powder formula almost, but that undertone just is not going to work for me. So I'm going to declutter this one. And then lastly is my ColourPop Coconut Beach Pressed Powder Bronzer. So I have the original packaging when it came out with the coconut, oh gosh, what is that? The infamous ColourPop Going Coconuts, that's what it's called. So that collection, I got that in, and this actually has become a full-time product in their line now. You just can't get it with this packaging anymore. And this is what it looks like. I've had this around for a very long time. It's been a fine product. I don't have love for it like I do the Flower Beauty one, but I also didn't detest it like some of the other ones. It's just kind of in the middle of things. And with that, I think I'm going to say goodbye to it. It's time to say goodbye. I don't really I don't really think about this one anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I have some bronzers in my collection that I still think about, and this one I don't think about. So we are going to get rid of it. And I feel like I just wiped out my whole drugstore bronzer collection. So does that mean I need to go get more? You let me know, what is your favorite drugstore bronzer in the comments. I'm super curious, but let's get to the high-end ones. Welcome to my higher end bronzers. As we can see, we have some big Charlotte Tilbury ones. Now, this is the Charlotte Tilbury Beautiful Skin Sun Kissed Glow Bronzer. I have mine in the shade Fair. Now, similar story to everything else. That when I got this, I loved this. I think the formula is really great. Again, it's kind of a cream to powder type of formula. But as I've kind of been honing in a little bit more of what my color story, like what colors work best on me, I feel like this one is on the red side. Now we're gonna swatch it to remember. Yeah, I just feel like it's kind of on this like red yellow side for me, and that's just not me anymore. It's not me. So we're gonna say goodbye to this. We're gonna say goodbye. That hurts my heart because I know how much I paid for this. But it doesn't work for me anymore, and I can't have things that are gonna not work for me. Oh look, another drugstore. I forgot I had this one. This is the NYX Buttermelt Bronzer, and this one is in the shade Buttercup. So this is a light neutral color. These were all of the rage when they came out. This is the only buttermelt product I've tried. I have tried to find a blush that I feel like would work for me, but I just haven't found one yet. So I haven't picked up a blush. So this is the only one. Now, in all of my preferences, I'm like, hey, I like something super buildable and not super pigmented right off the bat. This is the exception. This is super pigmented right off the bat. So you dip your brush in there, you put it on your face, you better be ready to blend. Unless you kind of tap, you know, you got to do the process of tapping off, or maybe putting it on your hand first to kind of ease the product onto your face. But this is really beautiful. It is kind of shimmery, a little bit rosy tone. So it's like, I don't like red like this, but I like that rosy tone where it's, is it blush? Is it bronzer? We don't know. I mean, you can kind of see that shimmer to it. Really, really, really pretty. So for that reason, this is going to stay. So my other Charlotte Tilbury palette, this actually is a face palette, and you'll see some of these face palettes, I put them in places that I like the product most. So you'll see when I open it up, it has a bronzer in it, and that's how I like to use this product. But this is the Glowgasm face palette. It has, well, let's just open it up. A highlighter, a multi-glow, a pop blush, and a bronze. So I mostly use this for the bronzer, although that's only one of three. All these products are really nice. They take a little bit of building though, compared to some of the other Charlotte Tilbury products, which is it's interesting, but they also kind of have like a I don't know, like a jelly type of formula. It's really interesting type of formula. I don't know if it's the same as the other ones, but it just feels different. So I love this for the bronzer, so I keep it in my bronzer drawer. But this one I'm going to be keeping at this time. All right, and then some of my cream bronzers. This is the Too Faced Melting Bronzer and Sculpting Stick in Chocolate Mousse, and this is their lightest shade. This is beautiful. I absolutely love this. It's so nice. It's a beautiful color. It's a beautiful smell. It smells like a chocolate orange. Ugh, this is so nice. I recommended this in my recent Sephora savings event recommendations video, and I stand by it. It's a really nice product. I applied it straight to my skin. It does look a little bit daunting when you first put it on, but it blends out like a dream. It's so nice, and the smell is fantastic. My other stick formula is Rare Beauty. This one is in Bright Side. Now, this one I picked up, I originally had the Power, I think it was in Power Boost, and then they kind of extended their shade range a little bit, and so I picked this one up instead because it just leaned a little bit more neutral for me. It's still on the warm, kind of reddy side, but I still like it. I still like this one, so I'm gonna keep it. It has a really nice emollients to it. It blends out very nicely, so I'm gonna keep this one. I don't know if I'll keep it around next year, but I'm not ready to let it go. We'll just say that. I'm not ready to let it go yet. Another cream bronzer is relatively new to my collection. This is from Glossier. This is their Cloud Paint Seamless Cheek Color in the shade Sail, which I believe is their lightest shade. This is so pretty. This is a very natural, neutral type of bronzer. It blends out nicely. It's not super pigmented, but it can be built up a little bit. Like this one, I'm still playing around with it, but I don't feel like this one can be built up a lot. These two look the same initially, but I think this one can be built up a little bit more. So for that reason, I really do like it. And I think it's like the only product I have from Glossier. So I'm gonna keep that around. Then we have House Labs and Gucci, which kind of funny. Didn't Lady Gaga play in the like Gucci film? Funny how that ended up. So this is the House Labs Power Sculpt Velvet Bronzer. I have mine in the shade Light Level 1. This is a really nice bronzer. Really, really, really pretty. I think like the velvety name of it actually is a really great name for it. Really nice. Can be built up. Just pretty. Just pretty. Now this one I kind of go back and forth with. So this is the Gucci Eclat Soleil Bronzing Powder. I have mine in the shade 2. Now where I went wrong is when I was looking online, because that's shade 2. When I was looking online, shade 1 looked like it was barely there. Like there was a huge difference between 1 and 2. And so I was like, okay, I want 2 because I want it to actually show up. And then it just seems very, very dark. has little like micro shimmers into it as well. And when I originally got it, I was like, you know what, it's gonna be, it was kind of patchy, it felt like, but as you can see, it is more, I mean, it's a bronzer. All these are bronzers, so they're gonna have some bronzing quality to it. I don't feel like it's ever gonna be super neutral, but this one neutralizes itself. It has a little bit of shimmer to it. And when I used it, I got lost in my own story. So when I originally used it, I thought it was super patchy, and I was like, oh my gosh, I just wasted so much money on a shade that doesn't work. It's patchy. I wasn't happy, but I kept it around. And then I used it again this past year, and I do remember, I'm like, oh, I actually think I kind of like this. So for that reason, I'm going to keep it around. We're keeping it around one more year. Now we have the last batch of bronzers. So the first one is the Give Beauty Pick It Up Cream Contour and Powder Bronzer in Heatin' Up, which I believe is the lightest shade. And so it's a really nice powder cream bronzer. This was one of my favorites a while ago, or when it first came out. I think some other bronzers have come out that I enjoy just as much, if not a little bit more, but this is still a really nice bronzer, so I'm going to keep it. Then we have the Jouer. This is a Menage a Trois Butter Bronzer Blush and Highlighter, but as you will see, it is very bronzy, so I keep it in my bronzing arena. And it does have more of somewhat of a rosy tone, of a shimmer to it, but it's definitely still a bronzer. I have had this for a little bit, and I enjoy using it. This is definitely more, I feel like, of a summertime type of bronzer, because it is more, I don't want to say more pigmented, but just more glowy, more goldeny. I mean, you could see that's more of a summertime look for me. So for that reason, I'm going to keep it, but probably only use it during the summertime. Kind of similar effect. This is the Ilia Sunshift Cream Bronzer in Eclipse. This kind of reminds me of that one, but this one is more of a cream bronzer. This is still relatively new to my collection, so I'm going to keep it around and see and kind of play around more with it. But it does give me the same kind of similar vibes as that Jouer one, so probably something I'll use a little bit more towards the summertime. One that I'm going to sadly declutter, and why I say sadly is because this one was one of my favorites for a really long time. This is the Kosas the Sun Show in Waves. This is their bronzer, and it's a really beautiful kind of luminous, glowy bronzer, but it has gone bad. The smell is nasty. It smells like rancid, like French fries and stuff like that. And because of that, I just don't feel comfortable using it anymore. I really wish Kosas, you'll see in my blush, they make little mini blushes. I wish they would make a mini bronzer, because I would definitely buy it. It was a beautiful, beautiful bronzer, but with it going bad so quickly, I just, no, can't handle that. We have a little itty bitty bronzer. So this is Iconic London, their Precision Duo Contour Pot in the shade Light. This doesn't exist anymore, which is unfortunate. I think it was a really nice product, especially like a great travel companion. So the idea was that you have a powder up top, which look at that little pan, and then you have a contour in the bottom. I have finished the cream, I should say. I finished the cream like forever ago, but I've kept it around because I really, really, really like this bronzer. It kind of reminds me of the Charlotte Tilbury bronzer in the little duo I showed you earlier. It's just a really beautiful color. And because this doesn't exist anymore, I know that at this point it's probably getting to the end of its life. So I'm thinking I might actually include it in that kind of like finish up makeup basket that I have. So this will be sticking around. Same as this other Iconic London one. This is the Sun-Kissed Sheer Bronze. I know I'm almost finished with this. And this reminds me a lot of these two as well. It's a very light formula. I mean, it says in the name, it's sheer, but it can build up just a hint, just a scotch of building up. But because of how much you need for it to actually show up, I'm like almost done with this. So I think I'm going to put that in my little finish up basket too, because again, it's so satisfying finishing up makeup products. And then we have the RMS Beauty. This is the Beach Walk Betty, their Redimension Hydra Bronzer. You will definitely see a few more of their blushes in the blush part of things because they have such a lovely formula. This is kind of very similar to the Jouer one, but I like this undertone a little bit better. This is kind of that like rosy blush, or I'm sorry, rosy bronzer type of look, and so for that reason I'm gonna keep it. It's really pretty. I love the formula of it. And then the last two, starting with the Natasha Denona Contour Sculpting Powder. So this is just a really nice basic matte cool tone type of bronzer. I feel like this matches my skin really well and kind of goes with my undertones and stuff like that. The formula is not anything like spectacular of like, oh my gosh, this is a smoothing type of formula or anything like that. It's just a nice bronzer, and I just enjoy the undertones of it. So for that reason, I'm going to keep it. And then the very last one is from Say. This is the Sun Melt Natural Cream Bronzer in Fair Bronze. This is a beautiful, beautiful cream bronzer. I love the undertones of this. As you can see, I got some dippage in it. It's just really, really, really beautiful. So I'm going to be keeping that one. So let's do a quick overview of everything that I'm keeping versus things that I am getting rid of. All right, so I'm going to keep 25 bronzing products. I'm just considering this a bronzer. I know it's a face palette, but it's a bronzer in my opinion. So what did I say, 25? And let's see what I decluttered. And I will be decluttering 8 bronzers. So, I mean, the ratio isn't too great, but you know, I think that might change a little bit next year once I kind of get more formulations on some of these like glowy summertime bronzers. That might change, but for right now, I'm happy with this. So let's move on to blushes. Now we're getting into the blushes. This definitely is going to be the biggest portion of everything, so hopefully you're still with me. Let's get started with the ones that I'm currently using in my Shop My Stash. The first one being this Ravi Beauty Endless Diffusion Everyday Baked Blush in the shade Oasis. You're going to see a few more of the Ravi Beauty ones. I did purchase all 3 of them when they came out. And this one is definitely the most, excuse me, berriest of them all. And I think this is the most pigmented of them all. I was talking in my December Shop My Stash about how baked products are usually buildable. You know, they're not super pigmented right off the bat. No, this is very pigmented. I dipped my brush in it, put it on my face, and was like, oh shit, how do I fix this? But it did blend out really nicely. I did have to kind of mix it in with some setting powder too to kind of like make sure it wasn't super pigmented. So just know that this is a pigmented one, but it's very beautiful. And for that, and it's new to my collection and it's in my Shop My Stash, so we're gonna keep it. Then we have the Patrick Ta. I hate this packaging. Patrick Ta, this is the double take cream and powder blush in Not Too Much. So this is, you'll notice a theme with my blushes that I'm getting a lot more into these kind of like neutral type of blushes. You know, it's not necessarily super pink, it's not peachy, just kind of more neutral. So this one has the cream, which already has a fiber in it, and then the powder with it. So this is also in my Shop My Stash, as well as this one. This is the Lawless Pinch My Cheeks Soft Blur Cream Blush in Angel. Again, kind of that like neutral pinky type of moment. I don't really have too much to say about these quite yet, just because I'm still testing them out. I'm still trying to figure out what I like about them and to give you notes and reviews. This one is from Huda Beauty. This is the blush filter. This one is the shade Coco Loco. I believe this is the darkest one, and I have this one and another one coming up that are both more on the darker side of things, but when I looked at the product photos, this looked more berry when it got dispersed out and blended and everything, so that's why I wanted to get it. This too is also very pigmented. I put it on my face. I think I put 1 dot and I, you know, buffed it out and everything, and I was like, oh shit, I have to fix this. But when blended out, I mean, you just have to take a little bit more time with it. This looked really beautiful. So I'm excited to kind of continue to use this and see how it goes. But this, I feel like this one's gonna last you a lifetime with how little you need of it. Here is one of the other Ravi Beauty ones. And I should have said these, the next few products are products that I did not get to this year, which is quite a lot. And yeah, quite a lot. So hopefully I can whittle this down because blushes, I have a lot of blushes. We'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Another Ravi Beauty one. This one is in Daydream, kind of more of a corally type of color. I am kind of moving away from like the peaches and stuff like that. So I am going to keep this one just because it's new, but you'll probably see some more peach ones coming up that I'm not going to keep. Like this one, the Dior. This is the Dior Backstage Rosy Glow. This one is in Coral, and I originally got it thinking it was going to be this color, kind of more of an orangey type of color, but when you open it up, it truly is kind of coral-ish, and I don't really think that this is a great formula. I felt like it took a lot of building up. It just, I don't know, just wasn't, I didn't like it. I just didn't like it, and for how expensive these are, you definitely should like it. So this one's gonna be a declutter, my first declutter. That brings us to the second Dior. So this one was the ultimate viral product. This is the Rosy Glow in pink, and it is that more lavender type of light pink. This one I think I am going to keep, and the only reason I say that is because of its virality, and you know, to see if I can like find any dupes of this or anything like that. I don't know. I feel like I should just give it, I feel like I haven't used this one as much as the other one, or I don't have as strong as feelings as this one as I did the other one. So I think I'm gonna keep this one? Question mark? So we'll put it over here for now. I might eye it and decide I don't want it. This one is the Hourglass. This is an ambient strobe lighting blush in Incandescent Electra. And this one was kind of a unique one in the sense that it is marbles, you know, a kind of a little shimmery moment right here. So what do I'm getting away from peach ones, but that one's really pretty. So I think I'm gonna keep that one. Blush, you're gonna notice, is probably gonna be the hardest for me. I think I was talking about these earlier. These are the little mini blushes from Kosas. They came in a trio. You'll see the third one coming up later. But this one is in Butterflies. So kind of this very vibrant pink one. And then this one is in Blissed. So more of a muted peach one. Again, these are relatively new to me, so I am gonna keep them. You're gonna hear that a lot. Excuse me, a lot of these blushes being relatively new to me because somehow I just got blush blind and just bought tons of new blushes. Yeah. This one is the RMS Beauty. This one is in French Rose. Just really pretty, kind of like shimmery rose color. I love the formula. You'll see another one of these coming up in a different shade as well. Then we have two Persona ones. Again, you'll see another one coming up. This one is in Bubble. So this is kind of that like very bubbly pink moment that was very trendy. Was it this year, last year? Something like that. Maybe last year. And I look at it now and I'm just like, it's not as appealing to me, but I'm not ready to let it go yet. Just because I feel like blush in particular has its moments of like, we want really pink cheeks, and then we want like, now I kind of want more like sunburnt cheeks, and then, you know, sometimes you want peachy cheeks. So we're gonna hold off on letting that one go right now. But then we also have one in Georgia. Again, more on the peachy side of stuff, but this is just a really nice formula in general. And although the packaging is nothing to write home about, I do enjoy that it's very thin. It's very minimal. It's thin compared to you know, compared to this. Now, granted, I know there's a difference in how much you get. So this one has 7 grams and this one has 5 grams. But this, I mean, for this only having 2 more grams, the size difference is just amazing. So I much rather prefer something super small like that. Then we get into some Armani ones, and I think I got these potentially last year or the year before in a set. So I don't know if they sell them individually or not, but I have 50 and 51, very creatively named. So we kind of have more of this like pinky orange one. To be honest, reminds me a lot of NARS Orgasm, which I never really liked. And then we have more of this pink one. I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. Yeah, I just don't like the orange pink together for some reason. It just doesn't, it's not appealing to me. So this is their Luminous Silk Glow Blush in the shade 50. And is this also a glow blush? Yeah, glow blush in 51. So I will keep, am I gonna keep that one? Let's see. It's kind of has like a little bit more of a watermelon-y. Yeah, that's pretty. Okay, I'll keep that one, but I'll get rid of the other one. Then we have the Bare Minerals Bronzer. So again, kind of this trend that I've been going on. This is their Gen Nude Bronzer, so a blush bronzer in the shade of Kiss of Pink. They do have a few other shades as well, but this one I felt like was gonna work best for me. Let's see, I haven't swatched this one in a really long time. I don't know why they call it Kiss of Pink. That, oof, I feel like has no pink to it. I don't know if I like that. That feels more orangey to me. And again, I know it's supposed to be like a bronzer, so it's supposed to be a bronzer blush, but I don't think I like that as a bronzer or a blush. So I think I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, that's a little surprising. I didn't think that was gonna happen. All right, now we're moving on to Charlotte Tilbury. We've seen a lot of Charlotte Tilbury in this video so far. This is their Cheek to Chic Swish and Glow Blusher in Pillow Talk. And this was, I think, one of the first Charlotte Tilbury products that I've ever had. Let me get those fuzzies out of the way. Really pretty blush. I like this, how it has some shimmer to it. You can kind of customize the shade a little bit. I usually just kind of swirl it around. So this is something that I'm going to keep. Moving forward with the cream and liquid blushes that I did not get to this year. First one being a Declutter. This is from Youthforia. This I picked up, or I got in a subscription box or something like that, because I definitely would not have picked this up myself. But I was curious to see how it worked on me. This is their BYO blush oil and chemical reaction. So it's one of those pH ones that you put it on and it changes to a shade of pink. I don't like these products, so I'm going to get rid of that. Another one that I'm going to get rid of is this Iconic London, and this is the sheer blush in Rose Riot. So kind of this is the companion to the sheer bronzer. And with this one, I probably don't have that much left of it, but this one didn't excite me the same way the bronzer did. So because of that reason, and it's been around for a while, I'm going to declutter it. And then I have 2 new Vanish sticks from Hourglass. So I have one in Devoted and one in Adore. Let me open them up. These I recently picked up in a, what did I pick these up in? One of my subscription boxes. I think it was FabFitFun. I added these on to it because they looked really interesting. And again, I was in a blush craze. So they kind of have that like triangular shape. I don't like how this one's not really staying on though. Just that like, Anyways, this one is in Devoted. So it's kind of like a dusty rose. And then this one is in Adore. So it's kind of this like berry color. And I've really been gravitating towards these berry colors, as you'll see. Just, you know, with it being winter time and with me being fair, I feel like berries just look really nice on fair skin during this time of year. So clearly I haven't used these, so I'm going to keep them. One that I think I'm going to declutter is this Dominique Cosmetics Cream Blush in Warm Peach. So a few reasons to that. It's not that this wasn't a bad formula or anything. You can definitely see lots of fibers in there. I just don't gravitate towards this color anymore, and Dominique Cosmetics just doesn't pique my interest. So I think I got this in a subscription box or something like that, because I definitely don't think I would have picked this up on my own. But because of that, I'm going to declutter it. Let's see. So this is that other blush filter, liquid blush from Huda Beauty, and this one is in Latte. So this one has a little bit more warmth to it, but not as deep as a tone as the Coco Loco one. So I'm excited to see what that one looks like all over my skin. New one is from Giorgio Armani. This is their Luminous Silk Cheek Tint in Delicate Mauve. So I haven't used this one yet, but this is definitely, I feel like, a color that's pretty up my alley these days. So I'm excited to try that, because I have a lot from the Luminous Silk line. I have the foundation, I have the concealer, and then this. I felt like I had more, but no, I just have that. I guess I have those other blushes too. Well, those are glow blushes. Never mind. One I am going to get rid of, and it's a little bit sad. It's from this Illamasqua one. And this one kind of just got lost in my collection, and, you know, because it's so little, it just kind of fell down to the bottom. But this is their Color Veil Gel Blusher in Frisson. And why I'm getting rid of it is just because it's getting old and kind of crusty. I did use this last month, like for one particular look, and the color is really beautiful, but the texture of it is just not there anymore. Like when I first opened this up, it had a very unique texture, kind of like cooling gel texture, but because of that, I just don't think it lasts very long. So as you can see, it kind of getting a little dry and crusty, so I am going to get rid of that. Now, before I started this video, I was trying to compare these two. This one in comparison with the other Beauty Light ones from Charlotte Tilbury. So this one in particular is Pinkgasm. And I think, yeah, that one's kind of that orangey one that I don't necessarily like. That orangey pink shift. So I think I can get rid of that one, but let me, and we'll see it in the future. I'm not going to compare it right now, but yeah, I just don't really love this kind of, do I? I don't know. It's a beautiful effect. Like I like the glowiness to it, but I don't know if I like that kind of like orangey pink moment. Kind of similar to the NARS Orgasm, similar to that Giorgio Armani one that I got rid of. We'll put this on the side. We'll put this on a maybe, which probably in itself should tell me something if I'm not a 100% yes on it. So I was saying, before I started filming this part of it, I wanted to compare the Tarte Blush Tape in the shade Pink to Pillow Talk, the Charlotte Tilbury Pillow Talk one, because I feel like they're pretty similar, but I could not find a video or anything really quick that put the pink one versus Pillow Talk one. So when I looked online to see what the swatching of this one was, it was really beautiful. It was really beautiful, but it reminded me a lot of Pillow Talk, which I have coming up. And so I'm like, well, this is brand new. Like, do I really want to open it? And I think I do because the swatches look so beautiful, and that even if it does look like Pillow Talk might be coming on its last leg. I don't really know. So this could be a good replacement for it. I don't know. I have really no good reason to keep this around, but I think I'm going to keep it around. So now starting with my blushes, my more drugstore blushes that I haven't gotten around to this year. What do we want to start with? Let's start with the Essence Mosaic Blush. I don't even think you can get this anymore. This is it is a really pretty kind of glowy blush. You put them all together, it creates kind of this very pretty pink with some shimmer into it. But I don't know, I kind of forgot about this, and I need any reason to declutter anything. So we're gonna get rid of that one. This is the ColourPop Night Bloom Pressed Powder Blush. I do not believe that they have this anymore in their permanent line. This came out with one of their collections, but it is this really pretty kind of purpley lavendery type of blush. For the longest time, I kind of used this one in place of this one, the Dior blush, before I even got it. Yes, there is a tone difference of everything, but I felt like it kind of created a very similar vibe. And this is really the only purpley kind of blush that I have. And to be fair, they kind of, when you swatch them out, they kind of look the same. And to be fair, I think this one performs better than this one, but I think I'm going to keep them. I know I'm going to keep this one. Do I want to keep this one? Yes, I'm going to keep this one. We're going to keep it a little bit longer and see if I change my mind on it. This one I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of. Again, kind of has that like peachy orange pink texture mixture that I'm not really loving. This is the Nobla Glass Skin Finish Glow Powder in Truth. Again, kind of forgot about it. Didn't really like it. Well, it's not that I didn't like it. I just forgot about it. I just kind of forgot about it, and just with that, with so much that I have in my collection, if I forgot about it, then I don't need it. One that I know I'm going to get rid of is the Ofra Blush in Bellini. Not that it has anything bad with the formula, but it's kind of bulky and not really loving this kind of like peachy tone anymore. So we are going to get rid of that one. One that I know I'm going to keep is this Flower Beauty Flower Pots in Sweet Pea. Again, just kind of really love this like neutral mauve tone of it. And love a good drugstore blush. Now Milani, this is classic. This is their Luminoso. And I kind of have been going back and forth of what I want to do with it, because it is a pretty peach. I'm not huge into peachy anymore, but I think I've gotten rid of a good amount of peachy, and I know there's going to be some more in the future that I'm going to be getting rid of, so I think I'm going to keep this one. And it's just a classic Luminoso. Then we move on to ColourPop. These are both Super Shocks. The orange one is an all laced up. It's their pearlized, and then this one is Lil Vibe, their Super Shock matte blush. Now, again, when vibrant pinks were all of the rage, I was trying to pick some up that duped the Dior before I had the Dior, and this one is nice, but as we can tell, it's kind of dried out, which I've noticed from some other ColourPop like Super Shocks. Not all of them, but some of them, and you'll see another one coming up too, and it just kind of has that like hard pan on it, but it's a very nice vibrant pink color. But if you have tons of blushes in your collection, I would recommend, if you get the Super Shocks, that the Super Shock be the only one that you use for a while till you use it up. They're pretty easy to use up, or you wait until you've used up some other ones, just because it's a little bit unique as to when they dry out. And now I'm kind of thinking about it, the ones that have dried out have all been mattes. There's mattes, and then there's one satin coming up, so I wonder if that has something to do with it, if like the glitter parts change the formula at all. But this one is gonna go just because it's a little bit dried out. This one is the all laced up. Again, this one is a pearlized one, and it feels phenomenal. Super orange, not something that I wear very often, but this would definitely be more of like a summertime color for me. So I think I'm gonna keep that one. Definitely keeping more orangey than I initially thought I was going to. That's interesting. Then we have Milani, their Rose Powder Blush in Tea Rose. I have another shade that I think I like a little bit better, but we'll test this or swatch this one. Yeah, this one's kind of buzz. I say I'm not into these peaches, but that's really pretty. Maybe I'll keep that one. Okay, I'm gonna keep it. All right, so for most of these I have not used them yet. The only one that I have used in this bunch, and I put it in that area just because I didn't have any room anywhere else, is the Hourglass Ambient Lighting Edit Palette. This is the it's the fair shades or the lightest shades, but I customized to put it in this particular packaging, which I think normally when you buy this packaging, it is the medium shade that would be coming in this. But if you go to hourglass.com, and you can customize it. You just can't customize it at like Sephora or any other retailers. You have to go through Hourglass to customize it. But this one comes with a few finishing powders, 2 blushes, a bronzer, and a highlighter. And I just kind of put it in my blush one because that's where it fit. These are actually really nice. I do enjoy these, and I hate that I enjoy these because it costs so much. And I'm still debating if it's worth the price tag. I definitely got mine on a discount. I always go through like Honey or Rakuten to see what sort of discount codes there are. And this one had popped up with like a pretty decent discount code. So I went ahead and purchased it. Would I have purchased it if because with the customization, it cost extra. So this was $90 with it being customized. And I don't know if it's worth it, but I like it. So take that as you will. If you can get it on a discount, I would. But anyways, this is gonna stay. These 2 little guys, I don't even know where I got these from. Obviously they came in some sort of like subscription box or free gift with purchase or something like that. And I always thought I was going to use them, but I never did. So these will actually go to, I have a whole bunch of stuff that I've been sending to you for me, which I haven't talked about in this video or the video before, but I do have a video down below explaining what You For Me is. It's basically a reselling website for beauty products to make it a circular type of world. And with beauty products, they have to be new. They can't be swatched, hence why I'm not sending my used makeup to them. But they also accept like little sample sizes, because they will make little bags to give out, or they will donate those products to be used in various ways. And so this will probably be sent, I will definitely send these in, but this will be not resold. It will be included in like a donation. So, you know, nice a little way of testing out these. Another thing that I'm going to send to You For Me, is because it's untouched, is from Luter Beauty. This is their Moon Prism Blush. And I laugh because I think I originally had gotten this in a subscription box, and I said, you know, I don't think I'm going to use all these shades. Like, I'm really trying to cut down on face palettes or palettes that have multiple shades in them, because I know I'm not going to use all these shades. And so I decluttered it. I think I sent it in to You For Me. And then my delusional self, probably half a year later, was like, oh, it's on, you can purchase it on one of the subscription boxes for like really cheap. So I'm going to test it out, not realizing that I'd already decluttered it before. So I got it, I opened it up, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty, but I'm not going to use all these shades. And so I don't want to keep something that I'm not going to use all of these. So Gravity, although I like kind of that blush bronzer moment, that is too warm for me. I would probably use Spacey. But Twilight, again, kind of that peachy moment. Pink Moon seems a little bit too light. Soleil looks really pretty, but maybe not an undertone I like. And same with Stargaze. Like, I'm not going to keep this to only use a few of the shades. So I, again, am going to declutter this and send this to You For Me, and hopefully recoup all my money that I paid from it. I definitely didn't pay full price for it. I think I paid like $12, and I think full price is maybe closer to $40. So hopefully I'll get my money back on it, but yeah, just not for me. And I'm gonna have to remind myself not to do this again. Some other products that I didn't get around to using, I should say spoiler, if you are getting the Cosmic Beauty Sinister mystery palette, you might want to skip ahead a few minutes, maybe a minute or two, because one of them is a blush butter cream blush. So they just came out with blushes in that mystery box, and then I think their next release, the 'Tis the Season palette, also came out with blushes. So they came out with 3. I opted to only keep one of the three because the other two just were not my shade. So this one seemed the most like that I was going to use. It is supposed to be, they said it's a smooth and creamy formula developed to blend and melt right in, leaving a non-greasy but glowy finish. It's exactly what I want for my blushes. I want a non-greasy but glowy finish. So I haven't used this on my cheeks yet. I'm very curious to know how it goes. So yes, we'll be keeping that. These three are all drugstores. This is the Profusion Blush Hour Soft Matte Liquid Blush in the shade Rose. It's not rosy at all. It's orange. It's peach. I think I remember using this and liking the formula, but it's not something I remember, and so like I think about often. So for that reason, I'm going to declutter it. And then these two are the Pixi On The Glow blushes. They are tinted moisturizing sticks, and I have mine in the shade. The pinky one is Fleur, and the orange one is Juicy. Me just being oily combo, these just don't work for me. At a point in time, I really did like them, but they get a little bit greasy, so they're just not for me anymore. Moving forward with my, these are my higher end blushes that I have used for the year. First one being from Armas. This is their Redimension Hydro Powder in Hanky Panky. So like I said, I had my French Rose one, which was very pink, and this one is very berry. It is so pretty. Oh, it's not as berry like on the skin, but oh, I love that shade. So, and the texture of it is amazing, and I'm very highly considering getting the highlighter. I know we just went through my highlighters, but I made a purchase, and I should have picked up the highlighter. But I was in the mode, I was like, I know I'm going to start decluttering stuff, and I know I needed to declutter highlighters, so I didn't pick it up, but I'm very curious because this formula is beautiful. Here is that Beauty Wand in Pillow Talk. Let's do a little quick swatchy of this. Why does that look more like nude than pink? You know, it's Pillow Talk, right? It's pink. So I'm like comparing Pillow Talk to, what was this, Pinkgasm? And I said that was a maybe. And this is definitely more pink than Pillow Talk is. Is this meant to be it's a highlighter? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. What I'm going to do, because what is this? A high blush. All right, I'm gonna make an executive decision after I get all these fuzzies off my finger. I think I'm actually gonna keep Pinkgasm as a blush, and I'm going to declutter Pillow Talk as a highlighter, because that highlighter is gonna be too deep for me. All right, there we go. Well, that was news to me. Moving forward with the Jouer Blush and Bloom Uplift Cheek and Lip Duo. So it has two different shades. One of them is Amuse Me, which is this color, just kind of a dusty rose. And then we have Uplift Me, which is kind of another muted pink, more peachy, nudish kind of look. This I actually got in PR, and I really did like it. I was a little bit surprised that I'd like this. So I was pleasantly surprised. So we will keep that one. Okay, two I know for sure that I'm gonna get rid of. That is, both of these are from Sephora collection. So this is the shade Flirt It Up in Matte. And it is this really kind of pretty watermelon-y color. But I have the hardest time like getting this to be pigmented. There's some like hard pan issues, which maybe that has something to do with it, but I just don't like to work that hard for makeup. So when I really have to put effort into it, it just is a no-go for me. So the other one is another matte color in the shade So Shy. Really pretty color, but just hard to get it like enough pigment in it. So for that reason, I'm going to declutter those two. Here is that other Kosas blush. This one is in Euphoria, kind of like a mauve-y type of baked blush that I will keep. Here's that other Ravi Beauty one in Paradise. Again, more of a mauve nude shade that I will keep. Let's see. I think this is another one that I'm going to declutter. This is the Melt Creamy Blush Light in Honey Thief. And just not my shade anymore, and it's just nasty. The cream, yeah, it's like a mixture of hard pan and creaminess. It's weird. So I'm gonna get rid of that one. Two that I know I'm going to keep are recent purchases for me. They just released this year. Singe Beauty, they're evocative silk blushes. So this one is in the shade Timid Tomato. So again, kind of that like blushy bronzer, sunburnt type of look. Really nice formula, but very pigmented, so be cautious. And then this one is in Riveting Rhubarb. So kind of more of a pinky type of moment. They do have two other blushes in their line. Something Persimmon, which is an orange glowy blush, and then Something Raisin, which is more of a like darker berry deep brown type of shade. But these two are the ones that spoke to me the most, so that's why I purchased those. And I'm so excited that they just released a pre-order for their first eyeshadow palette, which I picked up on pre-order, so I'm like super excited to get that. All right, moving forward, let's do Natasha Denona. This is the Berry Pop Cheek Trio. So this is 2 blushes and a highlighter. Again, face palettes, I just kind of keep in areas that I think I'm gonna get the most use out of, which is the blushes. These have a very interesting texture to them. I swatched this at the beginning of January when it got released, and they almost have like a balmy type of finish to it, but not in a greasy way or anything like that, like just a very interesting way. So really beautiful colors, super pigmented though, like for being a little bit balmy, super pigmented, so just be aware of that, but really, really pretty colors. And then another one that I swatched that I think, did it come out this year or last year? Things all melt together for me now. This is the My Mini Dream Glow Blush. So this comes in the Dream Collection, my Dream Collection. And again, kind of this like highlighty blush trio. I usually just mix them all together and it comes out with a beautiful shade. Really do like this. Again, love a mini size of stuff. As you can see, I have lots of blushes, lots of everything. So if it comes in a mini size, I definitely want to try to pick it up. And then this one is relatively new to me as well. I picked this up in a subscription box, like it was an option in one of the subscription boxes. This is the Danessa Myricks Yummy Skin Rose and Brunch, and it has Upsolite in it. So although it's a creamy formula, Upsolite I believe is supposed to be ingredient that creates a mattifying moment. This is very pigmented, so be cautious of that. I'm still gathering my thoughts on this. I'm not ready to let it go yet, but I still kind of want to use it a little bit more to see what I think about it. So for that reason, I'm going to keep it around. And we are getting smaller and smaller. We still have another batch to go through, so don't worry. We got some more blushes. Next one is the MAC Blush Please. This is their Glow Play blush. This is another kind of like creamy blush that when I initially got it, I wasn't really sure if I liked it or not, but after I played with it more, I really do like it. It's just a really nice formula. It has a very interesting kind of creamy texture to it, and it's definitely in a color as of recently that I really do enjoy, so I'm going to be keeping that one. Then we have the Clinique, I never know, Cheek Pop Blush Pop in Nude Pop. Again, so kind of this somewhat, I was gonna say creamy, I guess it's not creamy, it is powder, but really pretty powder blush with a little bit of glow to it. So I'm gonna keep that one. Then we have Pat McGrath Labs. This is their Skin Fetish Divine Blush in Flirtatious. I have remembered to look down here and not read that whole long thing. I always read that whole long thing, so I can never remember the name of it. But a really pretty blush, kind of in that just mauvey nude that I very much enjoy. So I'm going to keep that one. And I don't really have much from Pat McGrath anymore. So I think that's it. So I want to keep it just to have something from the brand too. And then did this not happen again with the bronzers? Haus Labs and Gucci. Something's going on here. But this is the Haus Labs Color Fuse Blush in Hibiscus Haze. And I want to say this is the reformulation of it, which I really enjoy. It's a very pretty kind of like watermelon-y color, brighter pink. So I will keep that one. And then we have the Gucci, which is just the prettiest packaging. This is their Blush Debutée in Radiant Pink or 3. So it looks like you can use it for your cheeks and your eyes. It's a luminous matte powder. Again, really pretty kind of poppy pink color. This is the last of it, folks. Okay. So these are all the kind of drugstore blushes that I have used this year. So first we will start off with the ColourPop Prenup Super Shock Cheek in Satin. So like I said, those matte ones, they got dry. So I don't know what the dealio is, but this color is so pretty. I would definitely pick this one up again. For sure. Like if I could get through a few more of these blushes, I would definitely pick this one up. It's so pretty. I love the color of it. I love the satinness of it. Like it's not too shimmery, but it's not matte. It's just so beautiful. And I truly do recommend it. But I am going to declutter this one. As you can see, it got some hard pan, and they're kind of hard to work with when that happens. So I'm going to declutter that one, sadly. Very sadly. All right, one that I know I'm not going to declutter is the CoverGirl Classic Color in Soft Mink. Again, kind of that shimmery, neutral kind of color that I've really been enjoying. So I'm going to keep that one. Here's another Persona one. This one just kind of fell in this area. It should have been in the higher end ones, but this is their Super Blush in Caramel. Kind of the same thing. Nude, mauve-y, a little bit of glowiness to it. So I'm going to keep that. One that I think I'm going to get rid of, although this is so beautiful. I love the color of this, but I think I have this in the Hourglass. I think it's going to be roughly the same kind of vibe. This is from Undone Beauty, and this is their Lip to Cheek palette in 330 Berry. I've had this forever, so it's time that I need to get rid of it. It's time. But it's such a pretty, just berry type of color. I've never used it on my lips before, but on my cheeks it's beautiful. But it's time to let this one go. So she's gone, unfortunately. Here's another ColourPop one. This came in their like New Year's Eve collection a few years ago. This is the Brute Flute Super Shock Cheek Pearlized. So again, something in that pearlized or luminescent ones that keep their texture a little bit longer. But this is kind of like a red gold color. This is really pretty. It can be a little bit intimidating, especially people who have like fair skin tones. But oh, I just hit pan too. But it's so pretty. So that one I will for sure be keeping, because apparently I've just been in this like berry neutral type of moment and I can't get enough of them. Here are two camo liquid blushes from e.l.f. One is in Suave Mauve and the other one is in Berry Well. Again, these are two very pigmented blushes. I think they are supposed to be dupes for like the Rare Beauty ones. The Rare Beauty ones are also very pigmented. I don't have any of mine anymore. I don't know, wasn't in love with the colors at the time. So these are really nice. I'm going to keep these because I've only been able to use them about once, like for 1 month. And then the last of them. So we have the Ofra by Samantha March. This is the Blush Duo in Chiclet. This one I question about if I want to keep. So you have the matte side, you have a shimmer side, or I usually mix them together to create more of a shimmery matte. But let's see. See, that is pretty. That's exactly like right up my alley of what I've been digging these days. So why wouldn't I keep that? Because the packaging is huge. I really wish this packaging wasn't so big, but we're gonna keep it. Well, it lasts another year. It has survived another declutter. And then we have the nude peaches. So Milani Romantic Rose, the rose powder blush. I know we kept the other peachy one. This one hopefully is a little bit more of a nude shade. Yeah, a little bit more of a nude shade of what I've been liking these days. So I'm gonna keep that. Watch, my preferences are probably gonna change next year, and I'm gonna want like uber peach or pink or whatever. Then we have the e.l.f. This one is, I don't know what the title of it is, but the name of the shade is Always Cheeky. And this is, actually it's a really nice formula, but again, I've kept a lot of peach ones, so I don't need that peach one. And then lastly, we have another Pixie one. This is their Vitamin C Glowy Powder in Peach Dew. And that is what that looks like. And I feel like I have that in Luminoso, and I think this one was the all laced up ColourPop one, and I'm never gonna go through such a huge glowy blush, so I'm gonna get rid of that one. All right, so let's take a look at everything that we've kept. All right, so this is everything that I kept. I kind of reorganized it in the way that I normally do. I kept 47 blushes. So how I organize it is these 2 tubs are the ones that I've used throughout the year. This is going to be like drugstore powder, drugstore slash not sold at Ulta, I guess, or not sold at Sephora. And then we have kind of more the drugstore liquid creams. And then we have the high-end powders, and then the high-end creams, and then our last palette. And then everything that I will use throughout the year kind of gets transitioned back here, so I know what I've been using. So 47 blushes kept, and then 24 blushes decluttered, including these 2 like little trial size ones, but I'm counting it. So pretty good. We're at 47 to 24, not too shabby. So let's put this in the box that I'm kind of keeping all of my declutter stuff in and see where we're at. Okay, so here is the huge tub that is comprised of all of my declutters thus far, minus my skincare declutter. That was a lot of stuff that filled up 2 of these tubs, but this is just all of my makeup stuff so far. As you can see, I mean, can you see? It's quite filled. So I'm excited. We are moving on to all things lip. So we're talking lipsticks, lip glosses, lip care, lip liners, all that kind of stuff we are going to be going through today. We're probably going to be swatching a lot because some of the differences of these tones are so slight to the eye that you have to see it on in a swatch. So yeah, we're just gonna get started. I have them kind of already separated. If I did my due diligence throughout the year, I had separated them previously. So we kind of have like our nude glosses, and we have our nude, that one I know for sure is not the right one, our nude lip sticks. Then we have all of our reds, and then we have all of our lip care and lip liners. So let's start with, where shall we start? Let's start with the nudes. Let's go the nudes. Nude glosses. Here we go. So let's start with the ones that I know I'm going to be keeping right off the bat just because they're new. And that is first the Fenty Beauty Gloss Bomb Stick. This is a high shine gloss stick, and I have mine in the shade Blazed Donut. I just picked this up a few months ago. I've used it a few times. It's really beautiful kind of glossy stick. So that one I will for sure be keeping. Another one that I just picked up, I probably could get rid of that box now. Another one I just picked up in my Sephora haul is the NARS, what is it? I don't know. NARS Gloss in Nympho. And this is just kind of like a cool brown. So I will be keeping that one. What is this? Ooh, this is Nabla's Beyond Jelly Sheer Supple Lipstick. This one is in Nocturna. So this one is definitely probably not in the right container, but we'll switch that up. This one's like a very sheer kind of berry purpley color, so I haven't used this on my lips quite yet. I'm a little nervous because in the swatches online it definitely looked a little bit more berry, but on my skin tone it's looking more purple, which I don't know if that's gonna work for me, but we're gonna try it out. We're gonna see how it goes. I do love the Beyond Jelly formula. You'll see a few more in here that I'll most likely keep, so that's why I picked it up, because I already knew the formula was really great, but this was like a new color for me. Let's see, what is this one? Fenty Beauty. This one is the Gloss Bomb in Fussy, and to be honest, this is probably really old. I've had this, gosh, probably since it came out, but it is really pretty. Doesn't smell bad, so maybe we'll keep that one. We'll keep that one. Okay. We're not doing so well decluttering. This one is in the wrong basket, but this is from Lawless. This is Wedding Day. Really pretty, just neutral nude lipstick, bullet lipstick. So we'll put that so we can put that in the correct one. What is this one? The NYX. This is Milky Gloss in Milk and Honey. Let's see. I really liked these because they smelt like what the scent was, or the flavor. So this is just, that is a fuzzy on my, nope, that's just a hair on my hand. Okay. Oh, I do like how milky this is. But it's kind of light. We will, I think I have another one of these. Do I not? Thought I did. Maybe it's in one of the other baskets. Maybe I didn't do a very good job of cleaning stuff up, but okay. So we're gonna put this in the maybe pile. This is the By Mario Moisture Glow Plumping Lip Serum in Mauve Glow. So when these all came out, they were such the rage, but I feel like I never really got along with them. They're kind of goopy. I mean, can we see that? So I think I'm gonna get rid of that one. So finally, we have one declutter. Yay. Now we have ColourPop So Glassy Lip Gloss. This is in Solana. Let's see, kind of reminds me of this one that we just swatched, the NYX one. They look oddly similar. We are going to, I don't know, that is really pretty though. We are going to keep that one. I really wish this Milk and Honey one, I swear I have another one around here somewhere that's darker that I think I'd prefer. So we are going to still keep the NYX Milk and Honey one in the maybe. And what do we think about this So Glassy one? We're gonna keep that one too. Then we have a Summer Fridays Lip Butter Balm. This is in the wrong one. I actually, since we're talking about it, this one I'm almost done with. This is about to go into my empties. I absolutely love it. This is the shade, I was about to say shade vegan. No, it's not vegan. It's, well, it is vegan, but what is the, oh, Vanilla Beige. That's what it is. So I am going to keep this one because this one was my go-to lip, or my Percy lip for the longest time, and I really do enjoy it. So I am going to keep that one. Let's see, this is from Jouer, their Long Wear Lip Topper in Skinny Dip. I think I got this in PR. It's very shimmery. Do I want that gold type of shimmer? Let's see. Wow, no, I don't think I want that gold. That looks like a highlighter. Yeah, I think I can pass that one along. We will pass that one along. And then we have this Tarte Quench Lip Rescue Balm. This one is in nude. I've actually used up one of these completely before, and I really did love it. So I repurchased it, and as you can see, I haven't really gotten around to it yet, but I still think I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, still think I'm going to keep it. I love the packaging of these two, so yeah, I'm gonna keep that one. I'm not having a like super successful declutter, but that's okay, I guess. This one is the Patrick Ta Major Glow Lip Shine. So it looks very similar to the Jouer one. This one is in She's Expensive. So let's swatch them next to each other and see what it's like. Yeah, that one just is definitely more of a clear with a little bit of sparkle compared to that one is a lot of sparkle. I'll keep the Patrick Ta one. What is this? The Milani Keep It Full Lip Plumper. Just have a shade name in Champagne. Ooh, that's really pretty. Very opaque though, or more opaque than what I anticipated. But do I need to keep that over any of the other ones? You know what? I actually think I'm gonna get rid of that. This is my squirrel brain. I'm looking at the fussy one from Fenty, and do I want to get rid of it? Just very pink. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the fussy one from Fenty, and then I think I'm gonna keep this Milani one. What are we moving on to? Keys Soul Care. This is their Inspiration Tinted Lip Balm. That's pretty, but I think I have some other things in my other piles that are similar to that. So I'm gonna get rid of that one. Then we have KVD She Defined. Doesn't really sound grammatically correct. Let's see. This is actually one that came in like a little mini trio set. That seems a little peachy, like too peachy for me. So I'm going to get rid of that one. All right, we're starting to make some moves. So this is the Milani Fruit Fetish Honey Fig. I actually am going to keep this one because I had just finished up one of the, another Fruit Fetish in cocoa or cacao, and I love the feel of this on your lips. It is nice and like balmy but hydrating. It's not too glossy. It doesn't, you know, like your lips don't stick together. You don't get any weird lines or anything. So I'm definitely going to be keeping this one. Then we have the Tarte Maracuja Juicy Lip Plump in Peachy Beige. Let's see. How much are we over these like clicky bombs? Okay, yeah, that is too peachy beige for me, so I'm going to get rid of that one. This one is the Milk Odyssey Lip Oil Gloss in a Work Trip. I don't even think I've used this one yet. I know I've swatched it, but I haven't used it. That's pretty. Okay, we're gonna keep that one. Coming down to my Natasha Denona My Dream Lip Gloss. I feel like, can we see in the tube that it's like a little separated? Let's smell it first. It still smells fine. See, that's really pretty. Okay, I'm gonna keep that one. So my goal is, and I've shared it in a few of my videos, is that I just like have some of these products that I feel are so pretty and I don't give them enough attention. Even if I do my Shop My Stash, I don't give them enough attention. So I'm kind of creating like a little mini Shop My Stash or project pan. I haven't really figured out what it is, but the goal is to finish everything up. So I have put a pile of products together, a whole face of products of items that are almost finished. And I never really include lip products in my Shop My Stashes, is because I just feel like I change them up all the time. And lips, to be fair, are kind of the last thing I think about when it comes to finishing up my face. So I will probably have to decide what items I'm going to put in that so I can finish them up. I can show them even more attention than I normally would in a Shop My Stash. So that's just a very long-winded way of saying that I need to use my stuff. All right, so this is the Catrice Marblelicious Liquid Lip Balm. I think these are supposed to be kind of like dupes of the Givenchy lip balms. So we have that, really pretty. Okay, and then I also have it in this like pink red combo, which is called Swirl It Twirl It. Ooh, that's really pretty. Okay, so we're gonna keep both of those. And then we have Zoeva Thrive With Me Powerful Lip Plump, a plumping lip gloss. Is this a hearty or a minty? Smells minty. And it's just very clear lip gloss. I think I can let that one go. Okay. All right. So let's, how do we want to do this? We'll put these back, the ones that I'm keeping. We're gonna have to do a better job of organizing these in a little bit though. All right, let me go wash my hands. Now we're gonna move on to the nude bullet lipsticks. So first we have from Queen Musea, we have their matte cream lipsticks. I will tell you, matte is not necessarily my favorite formula, but I have a feeling it's gonna be all the rage in 2025, just kind of with brands releasing more matte formulas towards the end of this year. I actually did receive both these and a few other things in PR from them, so thank you so much to Queen Musea for sending that. I don't think I've swatched them yet though. So we have, the first one is Becky Sharp. A little bit more of a pinky one. And can I say I love the packaging of this? This is very unique packaging. And then the second one is ADA. That one's more of a bricky orange red. I don't think that's gonna work for me, so I am gonna pass that one along. But how do I feel about this pinky one? Let's swatch it out. Okay, that's a really pretty pink. So we'll keep that one. Because I swatched it, I don't need the box anymore. So this is another lip velvet. I just got this in a subscription box. I will link that playlist, or not playlist, I'll link that video up in the corner for you. This is the Anastasia lip velvet. I got mine in peachy nude. I have swatched this one before, and I don't know if I love this shade. It's very warm on me, but because I've already swatched it, I can't necessarily resell it at this point. So I am going to try it on my lips to see if it works, but this is very matte. But from what I've heard it be described as, it's a very comfortable matte. Just kind of a blurry, comfortable matte formula. So we'll see. I'm gonna keep this one since we swatched it. All right, moving on to Natasha Denona. This is the I Need a Nude in Avril. Really pretty. Looks like I mixed it with something. Let's see if I can get that. Okay, that's better. So kind of this just like darker mauve-y tone. We'll keep that one. Here's another one of those lip jellies from Nabla. This is Lunar. A little bit more of a brownie shade. I just love how they're very transformative in a sense of, or maybe versatile is a little bit better of a term, because you can just do one swipe and it's just a little bit of color, then you can build it up. It has this glossiness to it, so it's just a really pretty formula. One that I think I'm gonna get rid of is because I've had this forever and I don't use it, is the Pillow Talk. I think this is the Happy Kiss formula from Charlotte Tilbury. I'm done with that. Haven't reached for it in forever. We have a few Ravi Beauties around here somewhere. This one is in Lily. So this is Ali Galine's beauty brand, which she has come up with some really great things. You'll have seen some of it in my previous videos, my blush declutter. I have all the new blushes that she came out with. So that one is Lily. This one is Dahlia. Really, really pretty. And then you will see another one, I think, in my red formulas. This one I'm going to get rid of. This is Lipstick Queen, their Truth or Bare. This used to be a really beautiful nude formula that I loved, but I've had it for so long. I mean, is it bad? Yeah, it smells kind of funky, so we'll get rid of that one. Then we have MAC. And this is their, I think it's the Luster Glass. Yeah, Luster Glass lipstick in Thanks It's MAC. This one is so pretty. Yeah, I really like that one, so I will keep that. Then we have, this is one of my all-time favorites and probably gets used the most. This is the Gucci Rouge de Beauté Brilliant in Sally Soft Honey. I love this so much. It's kind of like a glossy formula. This one gets used a lot, as you can you see? Yeah. For somebody who has a lot of lipsticks and that has some dippage in it, it gets used quite a bit. Then we have L'Oreal New Confident, or 171. This is in their Nude Intense line. Let's see, definitely more of a pinky shade. Does seems more pinky than I normally would go for. Let's compare this one against, I see another one in here. This is the Ferris Nude, their L'Oreal Color Rich in 800. Let's see which one I prefer better. I think I prefer this one just a little bit better. Yeah, so I will keep the 800 and I will get rid of the other one. This one I feel like I decluttered last year and then I brought it back and didn't use it at all. So this is a Maybelline Color Jolt Intense Lip Paint in Stripped Down. And it's one of these like little squeezy tubes. It's pretty, but it looks similar to some other stuff that I've already kept. So we're going to declutter it once more. Hopefully it stays decluttered. Moving forward with, this is the Sephora Collection Lip Stories. This one is in We. I don't know if they sell this one anymore. I know that they still sell the Lip Stories, but I don't know if they sell this one. But what is on it? Did we see this kind of like... Okay, it goes away, but it's weird. All right, look how beautiful that is. So we're gonna keep that one. This is also one that I've used a lot of. Ooh, this one for sure gonna be keeping. This probably will go in that little basket that I'm talking about, things that I want to finish up, because I have used quite a bit of this and it's one of my favorites. This is Bobbi Brown, their Crushed Lip Color in Blush. As you can see, it has been used quite a bit. It's just a really pretty My Lips But Better type of formula. So that for sure will be kept. This one is from Rabone, and it is their Love Bomb Soul Kiss. This is definitely a little bit out of my comfort zone. Very kind of cool tone-ish brown, but sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of something out of your comfort zone. Depending on your look, you might be looking for more of a cooler tone compared to, as you can see, these kind of lean a little bit more warmer tone neutral. So we will keep that one. Goodness gracious, ColourPop Glowing Lip. This one is in Cockatoo. Let's see, that one is pretty, but I haven't reached for this one in a really long time. I still think I'm gonna keep it though. Then we have Angel Cream. The shade is called Angel. This is cream lipstick by Huda Beauty. Another pretty one. They're all starting to look the same though, right? Is that just me? I'm gonna keep it. Then we have Give Beauty. This is Gwen Stefani's makeup brand. The Anaheim Shine version, and Screen My Phone Calls. This one's a little bit pinkier. That's like kind of like really pink. I think, what do I think? I'm kind of like comparing it to the Cockatoo one and this. I think I can get rid of this one. Okay, it's a little bit too pink for me. And then we have Pillow Talk by Charlotte Tilbury. One of their, I don't know what iteration of Pillow Talk this is, you know, because they have different formulas. So the shade is called Pillow Talk, but there's different formulas of it. I still think Pillow Talk is really pretty. So I'm gonna keep this one, especially since it's so thin, and I think it's nice if you are in the beauty community online that you have some of those classic ones. So I'm gonna keep that one. This one is another MAC one. This is Syrup, their Luster lipstick. Got some bloomage on it, if we can see that. But this one is, it is kind of like pinky, more pinky than I normally would, but I do remember really loving this. So I think, am I gonna keep it? I am gonna keep it. Then we have a Clinique Black Honey. Another classic shade. I'm gonna keep that one. We have a Lawless Forget the Filler in Nudie. I really enjoy this one. I'm not gonna swatch it. It is kind of a minty plumping one. I know I really like that one, so I'm gonna keep it. And then 100 Degrees by Kosas. This is their, I don't know, do they have different lip formulas? I'm not too sure. That one is a little bit warm brown. I don't know if I like that one. Might get rid of that one. All right, so let's pack these back up. Now we're gonna move forward with my like red berry shades. So first starting with Natasha Denona. This I think is Berry Pop. Yeah, this came in her Berry Pop collection. Kind of like a bricky red compared to a berry red in my opinion. I don't know if I absolutely love this shade. So I'm gonna kind of compare it to other things and see. We're gonna see. All right, moving forward, this is, I got fuzzies from cleaning off my hand. This is Fenty Beauty Candy Venom, their Mademoiselle collection, which I feel like came out forever ago. And this definitely is an old formula, but it's a really pretty, like vibrant pink color, something that I don't have in my collection. So that might be another maybe. Am I ever gonna wear that? We're gonna put it in the maybe pile. Then we have Jouer Liberté. This one I actually really do enjoy, and I have used it multiple times. Kind of, again, more of a balmy formula, but I really love that color. I did get that in PR. Then we have another Give Beauty one. This one I know I'll be keeping. This is one of my favorite reds. Kind of more of a blue tone red. And with me being like fair and cool leaning undertones, the blue reds typically work best for me. This is Anaheim Shine, an original recipe, so we will be keeping that for sure. This one I picked up in one of my Sephora collections. I feel like Sephora hauls, not in the most recent one, but the one before it, and clearly I haven't gotten to it. But this is this Charlotte Tilbury Cinematic Red. Oh my gosh, so many fuzzies. Cinematic Red. That is what it looks like. So this one is definitely more of a like matte red. Still kind of has that like bricky tone, but not as bricky as that one. So we will go ahead and we'll keep that one and we'll take it out of its box. This is a Maybelline Superstay Vinyl Ink. Let's shake it up really quick. Ooh, okay. So this one definitely I like because it just has a different texture to things. So it definitely has more of that vinyl type of look. Sometimes your look requires something a little different. This is from Cargo in Sedona. I keep going back and forth with this one too because this one is definitely more of an orangey red. And you know, I keep thinking, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna use this. I'm not gonna use this. So we're gonna get rid of that one. RMS, we have, this one is in Monica. We have a few different shades from RMS. And there is this how it goes? Yeah, it's like one of those clicky ones. So just be really careful because I don't think it goes back down. That's also really bricky too. I don't like bricky colors. Yeah, I don't think I like that. And I don't think I got much use out of it either, which is a shame. So let's go to the other RMS one. This one is in Ruby Moon. And that one is more of an orangey red. And I don't like that either. Yeah, that one looks very similar to that Cargo one. That's a shame because I remember specifically pining after these because, you know, I feel like RMS Beauty is one of those like Instagram, I don't know, I get a lot of ads for RMS. And so when, what is her name? Rosemary something. That's RMS is named after her. She's a makeup artist. And she was trying these lipsticks on and they just looked so beautiful on her. And I was like, oh yes, that's like the perfect red. But then when I got them, clearly the colors weren't that great and I didn't return them. So that's a shame, but I am going to get rid of that one. Moving on to another Sephora Stories. This is Popsicle Lips. That one is really pretty. I've liked that one for a very long time. So I probably, let me smell it. Still smells fine. Okay. So we'll keep that one. This one is NARS Air Matte Lip Color in Dragon Girl. I'm pretty sure I got this in a subscription box as well. Oh, here we go. More of a matte blue red. What do you think about that one? I think it's pretty. We'll keep it. Bite Beauty. Oh my gosh. Haven't heard from them in a while. It's because they don't exist anymore. This is their Outburst Longwear Lip Stain and Sangria Slush. I always thought this color was really pretty, but again, it's an old formula, so we're gonna get rid of that one. What is this? Florence Glow Yeah Tinted Lip Oil. Oh, that needs to go in my other oils. This one is just one that I keep around because sometimes you want a black lip. It's very few and far between, but sometimes you want a black lip. So this is the NYX Lingerie Matte Liquid Lipstick. Let me see. Still smells fine. Smells kind of sweet. So we're gonna keep it around for that, you know, one time for Halloween that you want a black lip. This is the NYX Slick Click Fat Oil. What shade are you? In Double Tap. I'm really glad that these cookie lipsticks are not popular anymore, or at least hopefully getting out of popularity. Okay, so that's kind of a glossy red. Okay, I could get down with that. And we have another Nabla jelly. This one is one of my favorite. This is the red sapphire. So it's the red version of it. So pretty. So we're gonna keep that one. Then we have Hourglass. Oh my gosh, teeny tiny writing. Hourglass, something, something or another. I don't know what shade it is. Sorry, you can't even see where I'm trying to read right here on this tag. Oh, and Secretly. Okay. Ooh, that's like a really pretty blue red. Okay, we'll keep that one. Here's another KVD one. This one is in Roll Breaker. That one is really pretty too. How many reds does one person need? Asking for a friend. This one is the Revlon Cherries and Snow. This is like their classic from the 1930s color. It's definitely more pinky. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep that one, and I'm gonna get rid of Sangria Slush because it reminds me of it, so I'm gonna get rid of that. This needs to go in my other pile. This is El Cinco de Mayo matte lipstick from Huda Beauty, one of their little mini lipsticks. That is pretty, but as you can tell, we've kept a lot of reds, so I'm going to pass that one along. Then we have a retro matte liquid color from MAC in Feels So Grand. That is quite red. That's really pretty. It's still pretty, so I'm gonna keep it. And then my last Ravi Beauty one. This one is in Rose. Rose, yeah. Again, kind of a balmy build up type of color. So I'm gonna keep that one too because that's relatively new. So my only maybe is the Natasha Denona one, which I think I'm gonna get rid of that one. That hurts, but because the formula is really great, and I kept another one. That color, I don't know, I wish it was more berry tone. That just seems kind of like a muted brown berry in a sense. So, all right, that is all the red lipsticks I'm gonna keep. Let me put them back. All right, moving on to glosses, or kind of like lip treatments, and then lip liners. All right, so let's oop, already dropping stuff. Let's get this a little bit more organized. This one's a hodgepodge of stuff. Apparently I just kind of throw shit everywhere. And you can see some of the lasting power of some of these reds, so there you go. Here was my other Nabla one. This one's in Luz. Another really pretty color that I absolutely love, and I will be keeping. We're just gonna put it in the correct box for right now. Another kind of balmy one that's new to me. This is from Fighting Ferdinand. This is their Delicious Balm in the black, in the mixed berry scent. So they do have a few different scents in the mixed berries, and again, kind of that balmy color. So where do I want to put this? put it probably in my berry drawer. All right, is that, oh, here's another gloss that is misplaced. This is from NYX. This is their Fat Oil Lip Drip in the shade Live in the Cream. Okay. Again, kind of like a cooler tone brown. That will go in the glosses. Now we have tons of just lip treatments. One that I'm going to keep, and I'm hopefully very close to finishing up. This is the Fenty Skin, what is it? The Puddin'? What is it called? Plush Puddin' Intensive Recovery Lip Mask. So this is what I keep on my vanity and then use when I'm getting ready and stuff. Has a kind of a unique component that you twist up from the bottom and you can pull up here. The component isn't necessarily my favorite. Like, I mean, it's kind of a cool concept, but I like something that you can just put directly onto your lips, which, I mean, I guess you could put this on your lips, but I feel like it would be very messy because of how big it is. It's just not as targeted as some other lip products. So I'm definitely going to be keeping this one. Another one that I had in my kind of everyday drawer, but it got sunk down a little bit, so I haven't been using it as much, is this is the Naturium Phytoglow Lip Balm in Latte. Now this is a really, it's a nice formula, but it's kind of, it gets a little hard. Like it's just not as flowy. I don't know if that's a good word. It's too viscous. Let's get scientific. The viscosity is very high. I wish the viscosity was a little bit lower, because as you can see, I'm like trying to push it through and it's she-thick. Well, just she-thick formula. I still really like it, so I'm gonna keep it. And as you can tell, like I've used about half of it, but it's a thick formula and it's a little bit difficult to get out. We already talked about keeping this one until it's almost finished. Well, it is almost finished, but I think I have like 1 or 2 more uses left, so we are gonna keep that one until it's gone. Then we have Lauren's, what is it called? Lauren's Lip Oil in Strawberry. This one I think survived my last declutter. It is really pretty. A fruit lip oil, but let me just smell it. Does it smell like strawberries? I think I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. I don't have too many lip oils. I usually do more lip glosses or balms, so I'm going to keep that one. This one is from Pharmacy. This is their lip smoothie in honey vanilla. This has vitamin C and peptides. It's a lip balm. I just recently picked this up in my Sephora haul, so I am going to keep that one. This is from Kopari. I received this one in PR, but I have purchased one before in the past. This one is nice. This is their Tripeptide Lip Cloud Lip Oil. I would say it's not necessarily an oil. It's more of a balm. So yeah, swipe on softness with our 2-in-1 lip oil, formulated to be both a treatment and a gloss. The light as air minty formula is packed with peptides, ceramides, and hyaluronic acid to leave lips visibly plump, hydrated, and soft as a cloud. But like I said, it is more balmy than it is glossy. I'm gonna keep that one too. What is this one? Florence by Mills Glow Yacht Tinted Lip Oil. In Tinted is just the shade. I think I'm gonna let this one go. I have no, I have no interest in trying this brand, so I'm gonna let that one go. This one I'm for sure gonna let go because I really don't like it. I did receive this in PR. This is from Remedy. This is their all-in-one lip treatment, and it has ceramides, squalane, peptides, petroleum, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like it just gets messy. The component gets messy. It kind of has a smell to it, and I think it's just like because it goops up over the side, so it's like you put it on your lips and it just like stays there. Like you could definitely clean it off each time, but I still don't feel like the formula is super great. This one is definitely more balmy, but it doesn't feel hydrating. It just kind of sits on top of the lips, and it doesn't really, I don't feel like I get any of those really good properties that it says that I'm supposed to get. So this one's gonna go. I don't like that one whatsoever. What is this one? Manna Kadar Lip Bliss Moisturizing Lip Mask. I feel like this one survived Declutters as well, and I don't know if it should. I think I'm gonna get rid of that one because, again, I have no interest in trying this brand. I think it came in a subscription box, but I don't have any ties to it. This is the Tula Skincare Rose Glow and Get It Hydrating Peptide Lip Treatment. This I got in PR as well. I'm going to keep this one just because I am curious to know how this works. We have another Kopari Lip Glossy Clear. I think I might have received this one in PR, but as we've determined, I've kept a lot of glosses already, and I like it a little bit with color in it, so I don't necessarily think I need a clear one, so I'm gonna let that one go. Then we have, what is this, Apto Skincare Orange Blossom Lip Balm with Coconut Oil. Orange Blossom Lip Balm with coconut oil. Let's smell it. I don't smell anything. I think we're gonna get rid of that one too. A lot of these I've like kept around for a really long time, and it's time to get rid of them. We have JLo Beauty Beso Balm Ultra Hydrating Lip Mask in Sweet Shine. I have no interest in trying JLo Beauty. I've decluttered most of her stuff. Vitamin E Bag Balm Lip Moisturizer. I actually really do like Bag Balm, so I am going to keep that one. And then we have Evio Skin Hemp and Peppermint Lip Serum and Speak Up. Does that mean it's like has a shade to it? I don't know. Can't tell if this has been, I don't think it's been used. We are going to get rid of that one. Some other ones on the side that I haven't talked about yet. First one being from ColourPop and their Stranger Things collection. This is their waffle lip mask in a fluffy waffle flavor. It actually really does smell like waffles. Let me look how cute that little packaging is. Very, very cute. I also have a cat named Waffle, so it has sentiment to me. So I'm going to keep that one. I also have another one from Ole Henriksen. This is our Pout Preserve Peptide Lip Treatment in the shade Cocoa Creme. I'm going to keep that one. And then this one is new to me as well. This is from Edium. This is their lip softening balm, and I do have mine in the shade Boba Bounce. So it does have like quite a bit of shade to it, which this one was definitely going out of my comfort zone. This very brownie flavor or color. I almost smelled it. I'm like, does it have a brownie flavor? So this one I will keep probably in my glosses since it's such a tint. Oh, I was looking for this one. So this is the Lawless Balm Stick in Whisper. I knew I had one. I couldn't figure out where it was. Okay, so then we got that shade. I'm gonna keep that. Hence why I have to go through this every so often, because I can't find the things that I know I have. Then we have Thrive Cosmetics. This is their Sheer Strength Lip in Melissa. Looks kind of like I don't want to keep it. So I'm gonna get rid of that. And then it looks like we have a little mini one from Jouer, the Lip Enhancer Conditioning Lip Treatment. That's super cute, and I'm gonna keep it in with all my little travel things. So I am gonna keep that one. Now we get into lip liners. And if I wouldn't be a video if I didn't shake the camera. If I don't use lip gloss or lipsticks or anything as often as my collection would show you that I do, I use lip liner even less. So I need to decide, do I want to keep all these shades? So let's go through kind of the red shades first. All right, so the one that I typically use the most when I am doing a red lip is the Melt Perfectionist Lip Ultra Precision Pencil in Thrill. So this is a really nice, like, resharpenable pencil. Now, I wouldn't say it's like, I think my hand is really dry too. It's not super glidey, meaning it's not really creamy, but it also keeps a pretty sharp line. So I do enjoy that one. Then we have the Natasha Denona Berry Pop. So it came in that collection. Again, kind of more of that brownie color that I don't know if I absolutely love. And it's definitely a lot creamier than that Melt one. I think I can get rid of the Berry Pop one. Then we have a ColourPop lippy pencil in Frenchie. If I'm not mistaken, this one's a little bit, yeah, a little bit of a brighter red, almost orangey red. I don't know if I kept any like orangey tones, so I think I can get rid of that one. Then we have Thrive Cosmetics. This is their lip filler lip liner in Felicia. Oh, that one's pretty. So that one's more of a blue red. Okay, I'll keep that one. Then we have, yeah, this one's Bichette or Bichette. It's probably Bichette. I say Bichette from ColourPop. Okay, I think this is another like kind of darker. Yeah, that one's a little bit more of like a berry tone. So I'm gonna keep that one. Let's go into our nudes and pinks. So we have the Rare Beauty Kind Words Matte Lip Liner in Worthy. This one's a really nice kind of overall color. On the thing, it looks a little bit more pinky, but it definitely comes off a little bit more browny. I think we're gonna keep that one. Then we have another ColourPop Oh Snap. As we can tell, that one has been, this one's been very well loved. Another kind of brownie color. Oh wow, they look very similar. Wow. Can we see that? They look so similar. I didn't know that. Is that a dupe? Look how, this one's very well loved. So we're gonna keep this around because maybe I can finish it. That'd be really cool. Then we have an I Need a Nude lip crayon from Natasha. This one is in Natasha. Another, gosh, they all look the same. Do they not look the same? Interesting. I'm just gathering my thoughts. All right, then we have Cool BFF from ColourPop, another one that I've used a lot of. So that one has a slightly cooler tone. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep that one. And then what is this? Sephora collection in, this is their Rouge Gel Lip Liner in the Nudist. Ooh, that one's really pretty. Ooh, I like that one a lot. Okay, I'm gonna keep that one. Then we have another Natasha one. This one is in Ilona. As you can tell, that one's been sharpened, so it's obviously gotten some use out of it. Goodness gracious, these are all the same. This one is actually a little bit more brown than what I anticipated. Interesting, because in comparison, this one is a little bit more warm and brown compared to these three, but I feel like I've used this one the most. Okay, so we're gonna, why do I need to keep these? I don't, but I like them. I like them, but I don't use them. That's the problem. I'm definitely keeping this one. This one is gorgeous. I know we're keeping the red ones. It's really just a matter of the brown ones. Which is interesting because this Oh Snap one, I really thought was a little bit more pink than what it was. But it feels very dry too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this Oh Snap one. It's just kind of dry. It's kind of dry. Cool BFF will keep because it's a cooler tone. But it's, I'm going through these again. So this is the Rare Beauty one in Worthy. This is the Ilona one from Natasha. And this is the Natasha from Natasha. I'm gonna be a silly goose. Now I'm just gonna keep them all. We got rid of 1 out of 4. That's not too bad, right? And then clearly we have a Charlotte Tilbury Lip Cheat in Pillow Talk. I haven't used it yet, but let's open it up. Let's open it up and swatch it. Because none of these are like pinky. You know what I mean? Like I kind of hope to have a little bit of a pinky one. Okay, so there we go. This one's a little bit of a pinky shade. So we will keep that one. All right, so we got rid of how many lip liners? 1, 2, 3. 3, I think. Still not a lot. I guess I didn't have too many to start with, so we'll just say that. All right, so let's put our glosses back, or our balms. So we have all of our stuff that we're keeping. I'm just kind of going through and seeing if they're in the correct box. Kind of keeping my balms together. Put that there. Keeping my glosses, like kind of my colored glosses together. Although this is a balm, but I feel like I would use this more for colors. So I'm gonna put that over there. All right, so we have our little box of all of our balms and like peptides and lip masks and stuff like that. In the very bottom, we have our lip liners. And then in this one, we have all of our kind of like nude type of bullet lipsticks. And then over here, we have all of our berries and our reds. And then here we kind of have our nude glosses. I probably could... What do I want to do? I probably could combine my... No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say combine my my glosses and my nude lipsticks, but I kind of like having them a little bit separated so I could see. So that's everything that I'm keeping, and this is everything that I'm getting rid of. So all of these like new ones that I didn't swatch and that are still in boxes and stuff like this, like especially some of these balms, I'm gonna send to You For Me to be resold, like this one as well. And then the other stuff is going to be handed off to family, friends, all that jazz. So not too shabby. Let's kind of go through and we'll count how many. $32 items in total, so not bad. I don't think that's bad. Again, I'm not going into these declutters thinking that I'm going to declutter half of my collection. I just want to declutter the things that no longer serve me well, or just the colors just don't work for me, kind of clearing out some of the stuff that's just a little bit older. It just doesn't fit my preferences anymore. So we are finally down to our eyeshadows, which to be fair, this is like the funnest part of it all, because this, you get to see all of the different colors, you get to see different textures, all those great things. So let's jump in. All right, so let's start with the easiest picks, and that's just because it's currently in my December Shop My Stash, which I can link that video for you as well to see what other products I'm using this month. But the first one is going to be the Natasha Denona My Dream Palette. I have quite a large Natasha Denona collection. I don't know if I'm going to keep all of them, but this one I am definitely going to keep. Kind of a nice warm mixture of pinks, not really pinks, more like peaches, some browns, some purples. We have a little duochrome in the corner here, so this one will definitely be staying. What are the other ones? Another one in my Shop My Stash is the Makeup by Mario. What is this one called? The Ethereal Eyes Moonlit Palette. These typically are limited edition, so I know the first one is no longer available on their website. At least I don't think it's available on Sephora and stuff like that. But this one I believe is still out, and I'm going to link all of my eyeshadows down below, the ones that I can link. So if you do choose to, you know, pick one of these up and I influenced you to purchase it, I'd love it if you could click my link. I do earn a small commission through it. It's at no charge to you, but it just helps this channel out. So this one is actually my first Makeup by Mario palette, and I have been loving it. The quality is really amazing. These shimmers are really just toppers, at least the shimmers that I've tried. I've yet to try this one. This one looks a little bit more like a satin shimmer, but these shimmers right here are literally just topper shades, and that is my daily go-to aesthetic for work, you know, having a little bit of a neutral crease and then a little bit of a shimmer on top. So this palette really has it all for me. So definitely will be keeping. And then we're going to dive into, that goes with that, we're going to dive into some of the shadows that my single shadows that I currently have in my Shop My Stash. So these are all from Auric. These are the Smoke Reflex. So we have the one in Defiance, which is kind of the bronzy one, and these all have little shimmer toppers on the top. We have Temper, which is the rose gold one. I've been really loving this one lately. Just a pretty all over eyeshadow, and these are really great for traveling. Like if you are a one and done type of person, these are really great for traveling. And then we have the Ego, which is more of the kind of grayish one. So those are all going to be staying. And then, well, those are all in my Shop My Stashes, which are going to be staying. And since we're talking about Auric, let's dive into the other shades that I have. These came out for their holiday collection a few years ago. We have Entice and Disrupt. Entice is the green one. Haven't got as much use out of this one, but it's still really pretty, and I'm going to keep it. And then this is the shimmer on top, and then the other one is like a red one. Again, really pretty, great quality. And then here is the shimmer on top. These are like slightly kind of duochrome-y. These Christmas shade ones are holiday releases, a little bit duochrome-y with the shimmer. So I guess since we're talking about single shadows, let's just kind of stick in that realm. So yeah, I think we can get them through. Okay, so we have these Dose of Colors, and I'll start with this one that is open because this one was a unsung hero to me last year. It is in the shade Slinky. These are their Block Party eyeshadows, and if you're a member of Ipsy or BoxyCharm, they usually have these at a really great discount through them. You might even be able to get the discount on Dose of Colors, maybe because they're like discontinuing them. I can't remember, but this is a really lovely like gunmetal silver type of shade. Enjoy that one. I did pick this one up from BoxyCharm. This is Jackpot. Clearly I haven't used it yet, but let's see. Ooh, okay, so kind of like an olive green. Definitely going to be keeping this one. Let's see, what other shades do we got? We're just gonna pick them up. So we have ColourPop. I have tons of these ColourPop Super Shock shadows. This one is in So Quiche. Kind of this duochrome shift to it, kind of like purple taupe. We'll be keeping that one. Most of these single shadows I'm probably going to keep if I had to guess, but we'll go through them. Then we have the ColourPop Coconut Super Shock. This is very vibrant blue metallic, which we will be keeping. We have the Rooftop Cocktails. This is their Ultra Glitter. Again, I love these kind of just like topper shades for a neutral crease. It adds a little bit of fun to everything. We have, this one is in Sequin, another ultra shimmer, kind of a coppery color. I picked these up when ColourPop was having like a super sale. So I think they're normally like $6, very relatively inexpensive, but every so often they will do sales on them where they're like 50% off. So there's $3. And not only can you get them on ColourPop, but you can also get them at Ulta and Target. I didn't even say the shade of this one. This one's Empire. This is a pearlized version. So they kind of have different versions of them. This one is in Moonwalk. This is their Ultra Metallic. We have Ripple, which is this really pretty like purple blue color. I need to show these a lot more love because these shadows don't last very long. If my blush and bronzer declutter told you anything, these can dry out really quickly. I have noticed though that it is more the matte versions that dry out quicker than any other versions. So that's why these still seem to be in relatively good condition. But again, they're not going to last forever. So I probably shouldn't have this many, but I do, and we're just gonna roll with it. Looks like a new one I haven't even used. This one is in Ritz, and this one's a pretty classic or pretty popular color if I'm not mistaken. Let's open this up because it does look like it got a little bit broken. We'll just pat that back in there. Since we're here, we'll do a little swatchy swatch of it. Oh, gorgeous. All right, so we're gonna be keeping that one. What other ColourPop ones do we have in here? We have About Kinney, an ultra glitter one. Kind of more of a, why do I have hair? I think those are just like little, nope, is that hair? I don't know, like plastic hairs. This one is more of like a bronzy, coppery type of shade. Any more ColourPop? I know we have a duochrome. I haven't even used this one yet. This is the Chrome in the shade Bliss. Let's swatch that one out. So I don't know if you can see it on camera, but it has this like little shifty purple to gold. Ooh, okay. Can we see the shift? I can see it in person. I don't know if it's translating on the camera, but that's pretty. Okay. Some other multi-chromes that I've kept. I did do a video on these. So I've done a previous video on these multi-chromes. So we have the LA Girl shade shifters, the eyeshadows, the duochrome eyeshadows. We have the liquid shadows, and then we have a Profusion one. I decluttered a lot of the Profusion ones last year. I just felt like they were kind of, what's the word? They weren't good. They a little streaky. That's the word I'm looking for. A little bit streaky, except this one, this kind of light one in Zen, just because it's a lighter color, it just pops a little bit more. But these other ones are actually really nice. I just don't get a lot of use out of them. I really should, as I break them, I really should get some more use out of these. So I'm gonna try. We're gonna try. So I am gonna save those. All right, one I know I'm going to declutter. This is the Eye Dazzle by, I think the brand is called Eye Dazzle, and the shade is Leona. So here is our first declutter of this video. And then we have some melts. These are their gel liners. I don't know if I've tried this one yet. This kind of coppery shade. I don't think I'm not gonna keep that one. This one is in Prissy. This is their Metal Bond Gel Liner. So I think I'm going to pass on that one. One that I need to show more love. This is the Tom Ford Cream Color for Eyes. This one is in Platinum. A really, really beautiful color. As you can see, I've gotten quite a good use out of that. So we will keep that one. We have another Melt Ultra Matte Gel Liner. This one is Onyx. This one I'm going to keep. This is a really nice matte liner for like dramatic wings. We have the Ultra Matte Gel Liner in Fortune. So kind of, ooh, that's really dry. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that one. That's unfortunate. Let me check the black one now. Why is there all these like little plasticky hairs, fibers? Okay, the black one still seems to be in good condition. So we'll keep the black one, but we'll get rid of the green one. One that I know we'll be keeping is Moon Dust. This is Urban Decay's Moon Dust in Space Cowboy. This is their single one, which probably is a dupe for, I'm looking at the ColourPop once again. No, that one's a Green Shift. I feel like there is a ColourPop dupe for this. Was this the Ritz one? No, so quiche. What did I just had it? This one, Ritz. So this one is Ritz. Let's put them side by side to see what they look like, because they seem kind of similar. They are very similar. So kind of has that like a little bit of a peachy base to it with some just shimmer. So, and this is like a $24 single eyeshadow. Most of the time on Ulta, like during their 21 days of beauty, you can get this 50% off. But you may want to consider this one, Ritz, from ColourPop, because as you can see, it's practically the same thing. So if you want a little bit of a dupey for you. This last one from ColourPop is Scandal. This is their Jelly Mud Shadow. This does not have any jelly left in it. It's very dried out, but still usable. And you could put like, I know there's some, what is it, the ink lot or something like that you can put it in and make it more jelly. But I actually don't prefer the jelly part of it because I have somewhat oily eyes, not somewhat, I have very oily eyes, so it creases pretty easily. So this actually works really well that it's dried out. I mean, you're still getting pigment from it, so I still enjoy it, so we're gonna keep it around. All right, and then we have some liquid eyeshadows. We have Chromium Liquid Eyeshadow from Natasha Denona. This one is in Scarab. I'm going to keep. Then we have this one from e.l.f. This is in Dirty Martini. Let's see what that looks like again. Kind of this like brown olive color. Really, really pretty. And then we have this green color, which is called Aurora. Okay, that one seems a little bit dry, so we're gonna get rid of that one, but we'll keep Dirty Martini. All right, so we kept a lot more than we got rid of, but you know, that's okay. I don't have any set expectations of how many I'm going to be getting rid of, and I also figure I'm going to get rid of more palettes than single shadows, which usually take up a little bit more room. So now we're going to move forward with kind of my eye sticks and whatever else is around here. Sometimes this is a catch-all for some other products. So first we have the Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brightener in Stella. And I said that last year I was going to use this as an inner corner highlight. And how many times did I use this as an inner corner highlight? Which is 0. So I still have the ambitions that I want to do that, use it for that. So I'm gonna keep it. And then these two I know I'm gonna keep, and I actually think they're discontinued now. These are the Sigma eyeshadow base primers. I have one in Persuade, which is a little bit more of a pinky flesh tone for me type of shade. And then we have Earthen, which is slightly cool tone like brown. So I am going to keep these. I think these work really nicely, but I feel like they're discontinued because I cannot find them to link. Whenever I do link them through Sigma, it's always out of stock, and these shades like don't exist anymore. This one I'm going to get rid of. This is the Laura Mercier Caviar Stick. I got this on one of my subscription boxes. This one is in the shade Bed of Roses. It's a little bit more of a pinky shimmer shade. I don't really like that, so I am gonna get rid of that one. And stuff like that is new, I am gonna send to you from me. They resell it for me and I can earn a small return of investment on it. So new products definitely don't go to waste. All of my other used products, if they're still usable, they will be dispersed elsewhere, but my new products I will resell. Then we have this Anastasia Beverly Hills Brow Definer in, it's their triangular brow definer in medium brown. Let's see. I have my go-to brow, my brow products, and that is the Kosas Air Brow. That's kind of my favorite that I like. And so I don't know how much I'm gonna want to try something new, so I think I'm gonna get rid of that one. All right, now we have the Nabla Cupid's Arrow. This is their full color stylo in Arrow with number 4, which is black. And to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like, it is the same as this one. This is their nude one, so it's kind of like a chunkier little crayon, if you will. But do I need to keep a black one? I don't think so, because if I was going to use it in the way that I think I'm going to use it, because this is pretty chunky to do eyeliner in my opinion. This is something you can use as eyeliner, lip liner, kind of all over the face. That's how they describe it. But the black one I would use as like a base for darker colors, and I would probably just use my Melt gel liner as that. I feel like you'd get the same concept. So I think I'm gonna get rid of the black one. But what do I want to do with this nude one? Because I feel like I haven't really used it either. And the Sigma ones, I like this shade a little bit better than this one. So is this gonna be a nice lip liner? I don't know. That might actually be a really nice lip liner. So I might, you can't even see it. That actually might be a really nice lip liner. So I think I'm going to maybe put that in that box. That might be what I do. All right, we have some more products. This one is the About Face Matte Fluid Eye Paint in the shade Swell Before Rain. No, Smell Before Rain. Okay. Let's see. That one is a little bit like, that's an interesting color, because I'm seeing gray, I'm seeing green, and I'm seeing brown from it. And I don't know if I like that on me. It kind of looks a little bruisey, does it not? So I think I'm gonna get rid of that one. We have some other products that are, again, just kind of random products. The Essence Make Me Brow, the Eyebrow Gel Mascara. This is probably expired. I know I was using it for a while until my Kosas Air Brow came back in, thinking it was going to be a good dupe, and it's not like an exact dupe. It's all right, especially for the price, but not something I'm going to keep. Then we have this YC Collection Eye Primer. Not going to keep that. And then we have this Jouer Cream Eyeshadow Crayon in the shade Baroque. So let's test that out. That is really pretty, but I feel like, what do I feel? Ooh, now I'm looking at, sorry, I'm squirrel moments. I'm looking at the e.l.f. one and it just looks a little bit patchy. So I think I'll get rid of that other e.l.f. in Dirty Martini. But what do I think about this one? I feel like this shade I have in Tom Ford. Yeah, which I like a little bit better. So I'm gonna keep the Tom Ford one and I will declutter the Jouer one, as well as, there we go, this e.l.f. one right here. All right, I just had myself a little breakfast break because my stomach was growling. I don't know if you could hear it in the video, but I had to take care of that. So resuming with our declutter, I am going to declutter this Marc Jacobs. This is their iconic Terrific palette. This was a limited edition palette. Just this really pretty kind of red leaning color story. It was really nice. I don't really gravitate towards these colors anymore. So it's just not for me. So I am going to declutter this one. Another one I know I'm going to declutter, and this is the Just My Luck from ColourPop. This is one of their monochromatic palettes, and this is a really pretty green palette, and I do still love this color story. It's just not performing as well as it used to. The shadows are a little bit dry, and I kept it around probably a little bit longer than I should have because I absolutely love this color, Mary Jane. And I feel like I'm having deja vu because I talked about this last year, trying to find a shade that is just like Mary Jane. And I think I concluded that this Scandal shade is pretty close to it. This jelly much one that doesn't have any jelly in it. So I am going to declutter this one. And that kind of kicks off our other ColourPop little mini palettes. So we have the Orchid You Not. This is kind of the purple palette. This is really pretty. Not one that I get a whole lot of use out of because but it does have a lot of pretty colors that I don't really have in other palettes. So for that reason, I'm going to, what am I going to do? Am I going to keep this? Okay, that still feels very buttery. Okay, for some reason I thought that was going to be dry as hell, but that is very buttery and still performs. Let's try this shimmer. Yeah, okay, so these are still performing pretty well. So I'm gonna keep this one. And then we have an OG classic. This is the Going Coconuts one. This is just their neutral, a little warm leaning palette. So beautiful. Just really great color story. So I will be keeping that one. The one thing I don't like about this packaging though is, can we see it's a little bit warping? So it's probably leading to some of these shadows drying out. We have Strawberry Shake. This is more of a hot pink peach palette. I think I can get rid of this one. Again, I just don't gravitate towards colors like this on my eyes, so I'm okay. I'm okay getting rid of this one. Moving forward with the Baby Got Peach. Obviously a very peach leaning palette. Again, I think I'm okay decluttering this one. The one shade that I really like this palette for is this Ready or Yacht shade, but it's not worth keeping for a whole palette. So I'm gonna declutter that one too. Then we have our Child palette. This is their Star Wars and Mandalorian collaboration that came out, gosh, like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago now. This is still a really pretty palette, and I'm not quite ready to let it go. Again, I'm such a sucker for packaging too, so I think the packaging is great. The color story is really great. This one seems to be pulling up a little bit, so let's press her back down. While we're at it, we'll have a little swatchy swatch. It seems like it's still swatching really nicely, so I'm gonna keep this. Another OG palette that I absolutely love. This is from That's Taupe. Oops. And this is more of their taupe, cool leaning color story, a little bit rosy too, so I'm definitely going to be keeping this one. This is one of my favorite ColourPop ones, probably more than Going Coconuts too. And then we have the Grandeur palette. This came in trio. It's like Grandeur, Baroque, and I forget what the other one was called. I did declutter the other two. Did I have all three of them? I know I at least had the Baroque one, which was kind of a like blue steel gray type of color story. and I didn't really vibe with it. But this one's a little bit more of their like warmer color story, and I still think it's really pretty. I could do without a pressed glitter, but you know, I think the colors are still really pretty. I really love the packaging of it. So I'm going to keep that one. Now we'll get into some of our Melt Cosmetics. We have plenty of other Melt Cosmetics to go through, but as you can see, these are kind of like more of my mini palettes that I keep up here, and then we'll get towards the bigger palettes in a little bit. But this is Melt and the Frankenstein palette. This just came out this holiday season. I should say Halloween holiday season. I did do a swatching video of this, so if you're curious to know, I'm actually going to leave my playlist for you because there's going to be a lot of swatching videos, and so if I can remember, I'll tell you which ones that I swatched before, and you can refer to that playlist to check it out. So I'll also leave it down below too. So the editing, Catherine, make sure you put it down below too. But this is so pretty. I love kind of the unexpected greens in here with the more of the neutral tones and stuff like this. And when I swatched this out, this had really great, this is like the great melt quality compared to some of their other palettes, which I always say that sometimes I've noticed in their previous palettes is that either the shimmers really are great performers and the mattes not so much, or vice versa. But I felt like with this one, both performed really well. There was some fallout with the shimmers on this one, but it's kind of to be expected. But this is a really great one, and I loved the packaging of this. And then the other one in that collection was the Creature from the Black Lagoon. This is a little quad, and this is what it looks like. Again, this one performed really well, so I will be keeping that. Another kind of unsung hero for me, this is the YSL Couture Mini Clutch, and I believe the shade or the color story, it's in 100, which I believe is Store Dolls, if I'm not mistaken. And again, it's just a neutral palette. It is, but I've traveled with this one so many times. This is just it's good quality. What I will say is the quality is a little bit interesting. I feel like it performs better when you use your fingers to apply it compared to a brush, especially these actually I would say probably all three of these. You can still use a brush, but I notice it just, how the formula is, it just works better when you use your finger. It's kind of like a really soft formula. So when you use your fingers, it just performs better. So that would be my only, I guess, PSA about it, is that it works better with your fingers. But this is a really pretty color story. It is neutral, but it works really well, and I love the packaging. Moving on to Odin's Eye. This is their one of their mini eyeshadow palettes in Erd. This is their green palette. Super pretty, but I have only used it like once or twice, and to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of these two shadows in the middle. I mean, they're shimmer shadows, but they're kind of like chunky shimmers. And then this one is what I really like about this palette, is this deep green one. Oh, that's really pretty. Here's that other one. Just more of a chunky glitter. Oh, that green is gorgeous. All right, I have a few other palettes that have kind of greens like this, so we'll put this in the maybe pile. I know I just said don't keep a palette just for one shade, but I might be keeping a palette for just one shade. Actually, give me 1 second. I know it was this Empire. I feel like this isn't as dark green. No, this is more tealy. Ooh, that's dry. Oh no. Oh no, these are dry. Okay. That one's gonna be decluttered. Now I have to go through all of them again. Oh, that's such a shame. Okay, now let me quickly go through these. I thought they were a-okay, but clearly they weren't. That Empire one is dry. This one feels dry. mean, it still kind of performs, but it seems a little dry. Okay, so maybe we'll put that in the maybe pile. This blue one, dry. I mean, you can still use them, but they're, this is so disappointing. All right, Ritz we know works because we already swatched that one. What is this one? Rooftop Cocktails. Oh, I'm so bummed. That one's dry. I mean, it's not as dry as the other ones. Okay, we'll keep that one because that one's not as dry as the other ones, but it's getting on the dry side. What's this one? Abbott Kenny. Dry. Get rid of that one. So quiche. Okay, this one, good. You'll feel a clear difference because it like is soft and almost putty-like. And then the other ones were had a very dry texture to them. So we'll keep that one. What's this one? Moonwalk. Dry. Oh. And then this one was Sequin. Not dry. But I don't know if I like that copper color now that I think about it. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of that one just because of the color, not because it's bad or anything. All right, so maybe I'm glad that I swatched that one because then it made me go in and swatch the other ones. Let me really quickly, swatch these. I know these aren't ColourPop, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, those are still in working condition. Okay. Ugh, so sad. All right, so we're adding 5 more to the declutter pile because they're dry. Now I'm just like sad. But we had to move on. All right, moving forward. So we have this Viseart Petite Pro Trois. Viseart has some good quality shadows, but I was just sharing, I just filmed my last beauty haul of the year. If it's live, I will link it for you. If not, I'll just tell you what I said. Is that I bought another Viseart palette, this Serenus palette, and I say Viseart is very consistent. They have very consistent quality, but they're kind of boring in a sense. And I say that because of the shimmers specifically. The shimmers are just kind of I mean, they're good shimmers, but they don't really have different textures to them. They don't really have super foiled or metallic. I mean, because look at this one. I know there's a shade difference, but this one from Odenstein just looks more impactful, just really opaque. And then this is a shimmer from this palette from Viseart, and it's nice. It's a great quality. It's just not as impactful as some other brands. So good quality, a little boring though. And a lot of things kind of look the same. So when it comes down to this one, I like their smaller palettes, but I don't think I need this one. I can let go of this palette. All right, we're letting go. We're letting go of a palette. And then here are some of my other Viseart ones. So let's see how I feel about it. So this is the Minx et Entendu. So this one is a little bit more of a warm peachy palette. Because I got rid of the Baby Got Peach one from ColourPop, this one has a very similar kind of peach color that I like. So, and I want to have some sort of warm peaches because I have a feeling that's probably going to come back around. I feel like right now we're kind of in our cool toned era. So when I think of trends, I don't want to, because that's kind of what I'm gravitating towards too, more neutral cool tones, but that doesn't mean I want to get rid of all of my warm tones because I know it's going to come back around and my preferences are going to change. So I think I'm going to keep this one for right now. That may change next year, who knows. We have the Soleil La Plage, and this one is a really pretty, just fun day at the beach. I mean, that's what La Plage means in French, is the beach. And this this definitely represents that, but I don't really get along with yellow eyeshadows. It just doesn't work for my coloring. So although this is a fun palette and I feel like the quality is really great, I don't think it works. The color store works for me. So we'll get rid of that one. And then we are coming to the cashmere one. Let's see. And so this one is a little bit broken. Really pretty kind of neutral tone with some purples in there. Like, I would say not vibrant, just kind of middle of the road. I don't know. This doesn't excite me. This doesn't excite me whatsoever. So I think that is an indication that I should get rid of it. Wow. Okay. Was not expecting to be getting rid of some Viseart palettes. Huh. And I guess while we're talking about it, this is the Viseart palette that I got. Like I said, this is the Sarah News Entendu one. Interesting. So maybe that tells me I shouldn't be picking up Viseart anymore because they're kind of boring. Great quality, but just kind of boring. But did I just pick another one up? Yes, I did. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of more neutral cool eating, so I picked it up. Hopefully this isn't in my declutter next year. Who knows? All right, so we'll put that there for now. This is kind of like a little unexpected quad that I really enjoyed from BH Cosmetics. This is their Iceland one. And again, I've brought this traveling with me before. I think it's really nice. I don't know if I've ever even swatched that one. I guess we'll swatch it now. Doesn't perform super well. Yeah, but these other ones I really like. So again, kind of more of a travel companion palette, very neutral eye looks, and you can jazz it up a little bit with the shimmer. Let me see if the shimmer still works. Okay, yeah, that still works really well. So we're gonna keep this one because I like having these little quads to travel with. All right, and this little guy, I don't know why I always keep him in this box, but this is from I probably keep it in this box so I don't lose it because look how teeny tiny it is. This is actually from Sigil Inspired. This is a Russian brand. I don't even know if they make anything anymore. When I first started getting into makeup, they kind of came out with these animal palettes every so often, and I really enjoyed this one. And this is the snake one, and I cannot tell you what any of this means, but I really liked because they had these different sizes, and at that time I was getting a lot of eyeshadow and didn't know where to put it, so I was like, I'd like a small one because I knew what the color story. Let me show you the color story. This is the color story. I'm never gonna go through a full palette of this color story, so I was like, you know what, let's just do a small one. And it's so, I mean, I have small hands and it fits in my hand. It's so cute. But now that I think about it, let me swatch this shade, because this one I was thinking would be a good one for this, the Erd one, but it still doesn't quite have that same impact. This one has more of this like forest green, and this one has more tealy. What about this one? Ooh, that one's more duochromy. Okay, so these are definitely special shades that I don't use on the everyday basis, but still really pretty shades that I'm going to keep. I was looking in the box that I kept everything with, and now I realize why I kept it in the box. So they included this other one that I don't really know why they included it. Maybe one of the shades was not the right shade, so they added this one in. The 102, but it's Sigil Inspired by Tammy Tenuka. That is what the brand is. So this is the shade 102, which is not in there. Let me maybe swatch that one and see. Still not quite, you can't see that. Still not quite the same effect that I'm going for. Okay, but we'll keep this little guy, and I guess we will keep it in its little packaging too. So now I know why I kept this little packaging. All right, so let's go through some of my mini Natasha Denona palettes. Say it with me. Love these for travel. And typically they're the same great Natasha Denona quality. So the top one is the My Mini Dream palette. I think I have a swatching video of this one too. And kind of this like neutral, cooler leaning tones to it. I will tell you, with the mini ones, you have to be aware that some of these shades are existing shades in the big palettes, and then sometimes they are new shades that are supposed to complement the palette. And everyone's a little bit different. So when you decide to, you know, purchase one of these, if you have a large Natasha Denona collection, you may want to compare the shade names to the other palettes you may have. So My Mini Dream, we have Mini Glam, both I'm going to be keeping. We have the Mini Love palette. I haven't gotten a lot of use out of this one in a long time. And again, I don't super love these shades anymore. Oh gosh, it still looks so creamy still. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this Mini Love one. That was unexpected. Then we have the Mini Gold palette. So they did, you'll see it in a little while. I'm looking at my other palettes I gotta go through. So they just came out with the Golden palette, which was supposed to be like a remake of the Gold palette. Now with the Gold palette, they had a mixture of like neutrals and greens and stuff like that. Just like a really interesting color story. I never had that palette, but I've seen it multiple times in other people's collections, and it's a really beautiful palette. And then they reworked it this year, and now it's strictly a neutral palette. There are no greens in it whatsoever. So I actually picked this up on, I don't know if it was Natasha Denona's website or Beautylish or somewhere, because this one was sold out or just discontinued. And so I got my hands on it because I really liked kind of the gold and green mixture of things. So I think I'm going to keep this one around. Although I haven't gotten a lot of use out of it, I think it's wearable greens and nudes compared to that sigil inspired one, which is very impactful greens. And then we have the Mini Retro palette. So that is what this one looks like. And it's very interesting because the retro palette, like the MIDI version of this, looks nothing like this. They did come out with a retro Glam one, I think. Again, you'll see it coming up, but it doesn't look like the actual retro palette. What do I want to do with this one though? I think I want to keep this one still. We'll keep this one. All right. Then we have some Huda Beauty. I don't have any of the large Huda Beauty palettes. I had one and it was okay, but I decluttered it a while ago. The only ones I have left are these 9-pan ones, and according to Huda Beauty herself, she did release her last large palette, I think it was the Icy Nude. Just none of those color stories really spoke to me, so I never really picked them up. And then the quality is okay. It's, you know, it's not my favorite quality, but it's still okay. So this one is the chocolate brown one, and again, got this because of the beautiful tortoise packaging. More of this like warm nude peachy type of vibe. So again, makes me feel okay getting rid of that Baby Got Peach one. Let's see, we're just kind of spot testing these now. That still performs pretty well. Okay. What about this one? Yeah, that's still good. So I think I'm gonna I'll keep this one. And then we have another one. This is the Wild Jaguar. Jaguar. Jaguar or Jaguar, however you pronounce it. Again, beautiful packaging, kind of this lenticular type of packaging, and then you open it up and it is more of a cooler tone type of look. So with our spot testing, how is this performing? Not super well. not super well at all. Let's try that one. It's like okay. Okay, I think I can get rid of this one. The performance of it isn't super great, so I'm gonna get rid of it. So we had to take a pause to clean off my arms, so disregard this like very red splotchiness because some of those shadows really hung on there, especially those dry ColourPop ones. Anywho, moving forward, we have some Charlotte Tilbury. This is their Easy Eye palette for the Charlotte Darling look. So we have kind of this warm toned brown rosy shades. I think I've used this once and it was okay. I don't remember anything being super wonderful about it. So with that being said, I can declutter it. We have another Charlotte Tilbury one. This is the Queen of Glow, a luxury palette. So this is one of her little quads. And again, kind of more of this like copper warm tone type of things. She loves to stick to her warm tones, in my opinion. But the quality of the shadows aren't super thrilling. The color stories don't really intrigue me, so I think I'm going to get rid of this one too, which means I don't think I have any Charlotte Tilbury eyeshadow palettes anymore. There is one that I want to get. It's almost exactly like this, the Eyes to Mesmerize in Oyster, I think. I do want to kind of look into that. So you can't see it on camera, but I do have some bigger palettes this way. So let's start with my Shroud Cosmetics ones, and these are in collaboration with Batty Bean. She's a really nice creator on YouTube that I like to watch, and she did a collaboration with Shroud Cosmetics, 2 collaborations. This one is the It's Freaking Bats, and it was the first one, and then Halloween was the second one. Now Shroud Cosmetics, don't really know what's going on with them. They've kind of like fallen off the face of the earth. Haven't made anything new, aren't shipping palettes apparently. I don't really know what's happening with them. So the reason I'm going to keep these isn't because of Shroud, it's because of Batty Bean, and I like the color story, and I love Halloween themed palettes, and I love them so much that I did a ranking of them, which I can link up for you if you're curious to know which Halloween palette ranked #1. But this is definitely one of them that I included in that video. Just super cute color story. I don't know how to say that this isn't an everyday color story for me. This isn't neutral by any means, but I just love these like pops of color. And that the one that I was talking about in just my look palette, that Mary Jane, this one is also a really good alternative for it. So something I'm going to keep because I just love the color story. I do have hard times making looks with these palettes, just because I don't feel like me personally can get a full look with it, with how I like to do my eyeshadows, but I still really enjoy the palettes and the quality is really great. So this is the Halloween one, their second palette, and definitely more of a kind of traditional color story. This Black Flame shade, oh, so cool. It's like black base with like orange and red duochrome, and then Ghoulish is like a transparent base with like green shift to it. Really, really pretty. So those 2 will be staying. Something I mentioned in my my last beauty haul is that I accidentally got sent this from Kaleidos. I had ordered a few other things and this got sent to me too. And I think they sent me somebody else's package on accident, and I let them know about it because I wanted good karma in my life. And they told me to keep the palette. So this is what is the palette called? The Twilight Rush. Oh, they actually put the names of it now. I know some people were really upset that they didn't put the names of them on the back, but they do now. So this is what this looks like. And it is a very gray, purple leaning palette. And this is too cool tone for me and something I don't think I'm ever going to use. So I am going to get rid of that one. In all fairness, I did not order that one. That one just came to me. So yeah. a Kaleidos palette that I know that I will keep, and I treasure this with fond memories, and I really wish Kaleidos would come back to this type of color story and this funness that they have. But this is a Kaleidos Flower Punk, and why I say I have such fond memories is because this was the first like super colorful palette that I purchased before everything was very nude. And I remember seeing this come up like on Trendmood, or you know, one of those like makeup sites that tells you the new beauty products that are coming out, and they featured this one, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so pretty. And even my husband was like, that is really cool, I really hope that you get that. So any encouragement of makeup buying by my husband, I'm definitely going to be keeping. And the color story is still really pretty. I really do love it. It's just a mixture of grungy pastels. The artwork is super beautiful. It's really cool. This the top of it comes off, and I just wish Kaleidos would get back to this fun type of releases. Let's do a quick shimmer check. Still performs pretty well. It doesn't seem to be as opaque as it used, like I remember it being, but still good. So we will keep that one around. Here is another Kaleidos palette. This is their Futurism 3 Astro Pink. These they no longer make. Like, they used to have a whole Astro collection of really cool palettes. This is the only one that I actually ended up picking up, and I don't think I need this anymore. That blue is really pretty. It's kind of like a blue purple, but I don't think I need this. I don't. So I am going to declutter that one. One palette that is relatively new to me is the Odin's Eye and Lauren May Beauty palette. This is the Sea Talk palette. So this is their like collaborator palettes. They had 3 of them. And this was what Lauren's color story was. So beautiful. This is so pretty. I think she did a great job of mixing, you know, fun colors with like neutral colors, and just kind of making a really fun palette. So I'm definitely going to be keeping this. And as you can tell, this incandescent shell got good use out of it. It is a little chunky monkey, but the color of it is like a blue, pink with blue and purple shifts in it. So pretty. So pretty. So we'll keep that. Another new to me palette, this is a Galactic Visitor. This is Singed Beauty's first palette. I do have a swatching video on this one if you're curious, but let's show you what the color story looks like. I mean, packaging, 100%. Love this packaging. And then you pop it open, and again, it's kind of this mixture of neutral, warm leaning tones to cool leaning tones. I can definitely see a lot of fun looks out of this, so we'll be keeping this one for sure, because I haven't even got to use it in a Shop My Stash or on my eyes yet. So of course we're going to keep it. And we have a few Nomad palettes. So this is the Nomad and Royal Europe palette. Again, they have really great packaging too. And Nomad is like a travel-based brand. So usually they have some sort of theming around travel. So this one was all European. What is it called? Royal Europe. So like a lot of the castles and things like that. Really fun color story. Again, a little bit difficult to use this as a full color story for me personally, because all of the tones are kind of like mid-tone. So they don't really range too much from light to dark, but really pretty. I love the embossings, and they do have a whole row of duochromes at the bottom. And I said it in my past videos about Nomad. Their shimmer formulas are quite interesting. They're almost like self-adhesive. I noticed they just have like a little bit of a tack to them, which makes me really enjoy them. Then we have another one from Nomad. This is the Ghost Town USA. This was also featured in my Halloween palettes. And it's just a really pretty cool tone with warm tone mixtures. Just really nice. So this one will be staying. Then getting into my Glam White Halloween themed palettes. So starting off with the original Scooby-Doo ones that they did. They have 2 collections of this. So this one was the original one that they came out with for Halloween. And then I think another Scooby-Doo one they came out with. It wasn't necessarily like Halloween themed. It just was like Scooby-Doo themed. But the first one is the retro raggy one, and very kind of fun green, blue, purple type of mixture. You know, more of these like, it kind of reminds me of like a Halloween laboratory kind of setting. I don't know why it makes me think of that, but it does. So there was that one. And then we have the Creeps and Crawls, which is more of this kind of like witchy type of vibe. So both have really great quality. Again, haven't gotten a whole lot of use out of these though, because of just the color stories in general. I'm not walking around with blue and purple eyes all the time. Sometimes I wish I was, but I just don't have that much time in the morning to kind of be creative. Hence why I always go to like a neutral leaning crease and like a sparkle, because that's all I can muster in the morning. But I am going to keep these because I do enjoy the color stories. So you might notice that some of these palettes I may not get the most use out of, but I love the color stories and it brings me joy. So that's why I keep them. Then we have Friday the 13th. This is the Camp Crystal Lake palette. This is when they came out with like a barrage of Halloween based palettes, like Ghostface and Freddy Krueger and Halloween and all that kind of stuff. But I kept the packaging of this one because it's like a VHS tape. And the palette is really great too. So Glamlight likes their lenticular packaging, and this is what the palette looks like on the inside. Really love it, great quality. So I will definitely be keeping it. So I have finally finished one tub, but don't worry, we have one more tub to go through, but I do want to put all this back so I actually have room. So let's do that together. All right, so that concludes this box. We've definitely made some room. Now let's get on to the other box. All right, so this box is my big hitter. This is more of like my really large palettes. And as you can see, things used to kind of fit really nicely in here and now they don't. So let's go through these and hopefully we can get rid of some. So let's start off with my melt palettes. So I told you there'd be more melts, and I have quite a few of them, and I need to probably get rid of some of them because I just don't think the quality is there anymore. Like I said earlier, sometimes the shimmers are better than the mattes or vice versa, but I have noticed that the shimmers in some of these palettes have not been performing very well. Like the base of them that kind of made them, I don't know, adhesive, that made them cohesive, like doesn't exist anymore, and now it's just like glitter particles, and it wasn't like that before. So I kind of want to do some swatch testing of these and see if the shimmers are still up to par. So first one is their brunette palette. This actually purchased from you for me. So I usually do a lot of sending in items to be resold, but I actually did make a purchase and this is one of them. And so shocking, it's a neutral palette. But this one is really pretty. I just haven't gotten a lot of use out of it. So, but I probably should. And I might give this another shot, but first let's do some swatch testing. So that still seems to be in working order, does it? Are these just like poor shimmers to begin with? No. Okay. So it just needs a little bit of building up, but let's try that one. These just aren't very impactful. Maybe I don't want this palette. Okay, because I haven't given this a fair shot, I'm gonna keep this palette for this this go around. Maybe next year it might be Declutter, but I do want to try to get some use out of it. And I think the color story is pretty. It's neutral, but it's pretty. The shimmers don't seem to be working the best, but again, maybe the mattes, maybe this is one of those palettes that the mattes are just better. Yeah, see, that's a good matte. So I just gotta listen to my own recommendations, my own advice about things. All right, so we are gonna keep that one. Then we have both Gemini palettes. These are actually their, this Gemini palette is the re-released one because when they came out with the Gemini 2, they made the packaging kind of similar. So here is the Gemini 1, kind of this warm and green tone color story. It is very pretty, but let's do a quick test of things. That seems like it's gonna, oh yeah. See, there's that like kind of chunky seems like a bad word, but like adhesive, stick to your ribs type of formula. So that one still seems to be in good order. I've also heard and seen some melt palettes like be moldy from some people. So I do want to do like a quick review of that too and make sure none of these palettes have gone bad, but so far I'm going to keep that one as well. Then we have the Gemini 2 palette, which this one is a little bit more on the rosy type of side with some peaches and some other greens, and that is an example of it going moldy. Okay, you see that? That's moldy. And I got these at the exact same time. So that's gross. Let me do another. I'm gonna have to really inspect these. I don't see anything wrong with this one, but that one is gross. So we're going to get rid of that. How sad. How sad. I didn't think it would happen. I mean, I knew it existed, but I didn't think it would happen to me. And it did. All right, so we really have to go through these. So this one is Smoke Sessions. This actually was my first melt palette. Kind of this fun green with some gold. Looking it over, not seeing anything. Let's swatch this mean green one because maybe that will be, oh, yep, that's gonna be in place of that Erd palette. Let me get that Erd palette and we'll swatch them side by side. So I fished out the Erd palette. Now let's swatch these two. So mean green, and then this one is luxury. Let's see. No, it's not the same. Okay. Erd stays. I thought I was getting it out, but this one has a little bit more black base to it with like a green, almost green gold sparkles, and then this one is more teal emerald based. This one, what am I gonna do with this one? Let me check the mattes. The mattes seem to be okay. I mean, again, this is an example where the matte isn't super great in my opinion, but it still seems to be in working order, so we're gonna keep it. All right, moving forward, these two are the Vita and Milk palette from the did the collection have a name? Like Eternal Love, something like that. But basically they came in a collection, and you have the Vita side, you have the Morta side. These were very sought after palettes to the point that people were reselling them for hundreds and hundreds of dollars, even used, busted, crusty palettes, because they were so pretty and they were just such a collection. And so they actually re-released these probably about 2 years ago, and I was able to get my hands on it because I was not about to pay $300 for these palettes. But I do love the artwork in them. I love the essence of them. I just don't use them that often or at all. So this is the Vita side. So again, definitely more of this like a more Eterno. I think that's what the collection was called. Definitely more of the light side, the bright side, Vita meaning life. And this is supposed to celebrate like Mexican heritage, so Dia de los Muertos. So all of the colors and the naming imbibes all of that. So this is definitely a matte heavy palette. So let's swatch some of the mattes. I remember these mattes being like not that great. That seems pretty good though. Was I just, ooh, those are some dry shimmers. They still seem to work, but they are dry. Let's try, this one's not as dry. Not as dry, but flaky. All right, so again, these make me happy to look at them. I may not use them at all, but they make me happy, so I'm gonna keep them. And I love to keep the packaging with them too. So that's the Vida. Now let's look at the Muerte, which Muerte means death in Spanish. And that's what the packaging looks like. And if you didn't see before, I know I didn't explicitly say it. I put them together, but they make up a sugar skull. Really cute. Alright, and then this is what this color palette looks like. Again, not a color story that I use at all, but it's still so pretty, and I just love the essence of everything. So doing a quick look over, I don't think I see any molds, but let's do a quick shimmer test. So again, the shimmers aren't super great. Maybe you just have to get that first layer off because it seems like it's working better now. And then let's pick a matte. Yeah, I remember when I first got these palettes and I had originally swatched them, and I swatched this one in particular, and I actually wrote Mel. I was like, hey, I don't know if I got like an old palette or something, but these are they're not performing very well. So they were very kind enough to send me a replacement palette, and from what I remember, because it was a few years ago that I got these, they seem to be performing a little bit better, but still not the best performance. The quality of these I feel like has improved, but it's not the best. So I'm gonna keep that one because of the collection part of it, and I do like it. This is one, their Halloween Town. This came in another collection, so they have the Halloween Town and they have Christmas Town. So this is in collaboration with Nightmare Before Christmas. This one is good melt quality. This is very good melt quality. Really do enjoy this. Again, a color story that I'm not using all the time, but it still makes me very happy. So I will be keeping it. Let's do a quick shimmer test. That seems to be working. And a quick matte test. Still seem to be working. So I am gonna keep this one. This was also featured in my Halloween palette ranking. Now we move forward to Mary Jane. Mary Jane palette actually might have been my first melt palette. I was thinking it was Smoke Sessions. Maybe it was Mary Jane. So this had been in a pile of products that I thought I was going to get rid of because of the shimmer. The shimmers didn't seem to be performing as well, so it kind of just got put off to the side for a really long time. But I want to do a shimmer test. I want to double check because this color story is beautiful. It's a really beautiful palette. It's neutrals. It's neutrals and shimmers. What can I say? So let's swatch it out. See, this is the one I was telling you about. This Mary Jane shade is literally just, oh, look at that, like breaking apart. Are the other ones like that too? Yeah, they're just breaking apart. Okay, I gotta get rid of this palette. Oh, that was so pretty. It's just, yeah. All right. Bye, Mary Jane. We had good times. We have a fresh arm waiting for some more swatches. So keeping this moving forward. So our next batch of products, this first one is from Unearthly Cosmetics. This came in one of the mystery boxes. I can link that. I don't need to link it. It'll only be in my makeup swatching video that I've already linked, so I don't need to link it again. But this one is my only palette from Unearthly, and it's a very vibrant palette, but from what I remember, it was great quality. And because it's my only palette from this brand, this is a brand that I want to try out more of, but because it's my only palette and it's fun, it's good quality, I am going to keep it, even though I might not get a lot of use out of it. Speaking of not getting a lot of use out of, but probably going to keep, this is the BH Cosmetics Sweet Shop palette. So I have the pistachio and bubblegum. These came in 2 other shades as well. There was I think like a cherry one, and then I forget what the other one was. These don't exist anymore, and actually pretty highly sought after. I don't know if they still are, but you might be able to get them on the resale market. But look at that. It's all blues. It's all blues. Because it's all blues, and this is really one of the only blue palettes I have. Blue is not my favorite color to wear on my eyes, but I do think it is pretty. This is another one of those palettes that just brings me a lot of joy. But let's do quick swatching. Okay, so that still feels really nice. Still performs really well. Let's look at the mattes. Okay, so it still seems to be in working order, even though I don't use it. And it's a color story that I know probably won't get a lot of use out of, but I still like it. It still brings me joy, so I'm gonna keep it. And then we have the pistachio one, which is the green version. Ooh, I see another green in here. Let's see. The green that I've been trying to dupe, but I don't think it's the same. The other one had a little bit more gold in it, but still working really well. Let's look at one of the light mattes. Performs really well. So may not get a lot of use out of it, but I'm gonna keep it. Do you have any palettes in your collection that you just love to look at? You know, you're probably not gonna use them except on a very rare occasion, but they just bring you so much joy that you keep. Let me know down below. I wanna make sure I'm not the only one here. Moving forward with my Sigma collection. So I do have a few from Sigma. The first one being the Little Mermaid. This will be in that swatch video as well. So I did pick up a few things from the Little Mermaid collection. One of them obviously being the eyeshadow palette. Really pretty. This, from what I remember, it swatched pretty well. The color story is really nice. I like how it imbibes the movie, the beautiful like purple tones and blue tones, and then we have some of these like fiery neutral tones. So really pretty. I keep it in the box because I haven't used this on my eyes yet. Yes, I've had it for quite some time and have not used it on my eyes, and that needs to change. So hence why I need to go through these palettes to get to declutter some of them so I can show some others some love. My next one is the Sigma Enchanted palette. That's what this one looks like. Again, a really pretty color story. I would say Sigma does not have my favorite quality of eyeshadows. They still perform pretty well, but it's not my favorite. But I still like this color story enough to keep it. So we'll keep that. Then we have the Ambiance palette, which is pretty much all warm tones. So again, when warm tones decide to come back around, I'll be ready for it. Then we have the Alice in Wonderland palette, another kind of fun Disney collab that I'm going to keep. There is one Sigma palette that I kind of want to get. It's the Cool Neutral palettes. Not only does the color story, I like the color story. Again, it's not necessarily cool tone, but it is more neutral tone with some cool leaning shades in it. But the packaging looks really great too. So, you know, I like me a good package. Insert joke here. All right. So here's another BH Cosmetics. This is the Los Angeles palette, and this was a pastel palette, and you know what? This just doesn't perform very well, so I'm gonna be getting rid of this one. Another BH Cosmetics palette. This is the Passion in Paris one. This one is a very pretty kind of, I don't know, like just midnight type of, I don't know, color story. I really like it. I just don't know if it performs the same anymore. So let's do our quick swatches. That seemed to be doing well. Let's do Moulin Rouge. That one still is performing. Okay, so it's still really great quality. I still love this color story. Just like very Paris-y at midnight is kind of what I was getting at. So I'm gonna keep that one. Then we have a few Oden's Eye palettes. So the first one is the Soul Mane 2 palette. And that is what it looks like. So kind of this blue, orangey type of palette. It is really pretty, but is this something I'm going to reach for? I don't feel like I'm going to anymore. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of these, oh, that performs really well. That one, wow, okay. What do I think of this one? This one's, I'm gonna put this in a maybe pile. And that hopefully means that I will use it in the near future. And if I don't use it, then that means I need to get rid of it. This one is Oden's Eye and Angelica. So Singe Beauty is her brand. Before that, she was doing a lot of collabs, Oden's Eye being one of them. This one's a really fun color story, kind of this like murky green, yellow with some pinks in it. This one still brings me joy, so I think I'm gonna hold on to this one. This one still brings me some happiness. Then we're going on to Anastasia Beverly Hills. I have 2 palettes. This is the first palette I got. This was the Nouveau palette. Just that warm, peachy type of tone. Let's do a swatch. Ooh, okay. Shimmers still be performing, so that's good. I think I'm gonna continue to keep this one. The quality's still great. I still love the color story. This one is the one that's on the chopping block. So this one I got in a Trend Mood box, and this is the Fall Romance palette. I love the packaging of it. Is really cool. Kind of this like faux pony hair, but it's velvet. And then you open it up, and I thought the color story was really pretty, but this performed terribly. Like everything just seemed to be so dry. Yeah, it's just like dry, and the shimmers were terrible. So I'm gonna get rid of this one. I really wish this one would have worked out because I thought the color story was really pretty, but just did not perform well. Now this is my only, let's face it, right? This is my only palette from Lunar Beauty. This is the Moonshine palette, and this definitely spoke to me when it first came out. Super beautiful color story. Again, kind of this like murky green, grungy yellows with shimmers and these like pops of like cool tones in there. So nice. So I'm definitely going to be keeping this one. So now we're going to go through my little bit larger ColourPop sized palettes. So we have the Gather Round Sisters from Hocus Pocus. This was their first collaboration with Hocus Pocus. I think they have 2 other ones, but I didn't get the other ones. I liked this one and I stuck with it, and I will continue to stick with it. It's such a beautiful color story. We have Garden Variety. Love this packaging, this like succulent packaging. I live in Southern Arizona, so anything like cacti, succulents, anything like that, I love. It is a really pretty color story as well. It's still kind of leaning on this like peachy side with some purples and this like little green. Does this green still perform? Kind of. Yeah, it does. But do I need to keep this one? This one actually, I'm looking at it, although it's pretty, I don't think I need to keep this one anymore. Which is a surprise. I, again, didn't think that I would be doing that, but yeah, okay, I'm gonna get rid of that one. Next up, we have the At Foresight. This is a Raw Beauty Kristi collab. I don't know what's going on with Raw Beauty Kristi. I've kind of stopped watching her channel. There was a little bit of controversy surrounding her and some other things, so I just kind of stopped watching. But this is a really pretty color story. Now, let me pull out this other one. I think the Lunar Beauty Moonshroom one, hold on, I gotta do this 2 hands. and this one are very, very similar. If I can try to get them in focus, and they're very similar in a sense. I think the quality of this one is better, but I also love the color story of this one. This one has a few more colors that this one does not. So it's by no means are they actually dupes for each other, but they definitely have similar vibes. Even the theming of like mushrooms and stuff like that is very similar. But let's do a swatch test of this. It still performs really well. Let's do the dark one. Still really performs well. And although I may not totally agree with Raw Beauty Christie and whatever is going on with her, I already own the palette and I still think it's really pretty. It's definitely not available anymore, so I'm not out there promoting it because it's not available. But I think I'm gonna keep that palette. Moving forward with our Wild Nothing palette, again, kind of that beautiful cacti look. This one is a very nice wearable peach palette. You're not going to get super different looks with this. It's just one of those palettes that they all kind of look the same with a little bit of a different texture. But I still really enjoy this one. So I'm gonna keep this one more year. It might change next year, but I'm gonna keep it one more year. Then we have our Not a Box of Chocolates. This is the very neutral leaning palette from them, and I loved the embossings of everything, so it kind of looked like it actually was a box of chocolates. And I'm looking at this, and although it is pretty, I'm just not in love with it. Just not in love with it. So I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. Then we have our Side by Side Nude palette by Nabla. So I know they recently just came out with like the baby Side by Side one. I don't know if it's the same shades. It's like a 9-pan palette, so I don't know if it's existing shades or different shades. This one still brings me joy. Like, this is still a neutral palette that I enjoy. Again, let's do a quick check on things. Seems to be in order. Yeah, those all seem to perform really well. Let's get a matte in there. That one seems a little dry, but still seems to work. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this one. And then your eyes are not fooling you. If you watched my last year's declutter, I'm pretty sure I decluttered this and then decided to keep it, thinking what Tati was gonna do with things. I thought she was gonna come out with like a different volume, but this is like the OG Tati Beauty Volume 1 when we were thinking there was gonna be multiple volumes of things. So this was a very unique concept. Color story, not unique, but the concept was. So what she did is that she had 3 colors, but in different formulas. So we had the matte formula, a sequin, a metallic, and a glitter. And that was it just seemed really neat. And at the time, you know, Tati was like #1. So I wanted whatever she was selling, and so I picked it up. I thought it was really great, and then I just stopped using it and I stopped watching Tati. She's kind of gotten a little bit like not my vibe anymore, so I'm going to declutter this. It seems like she kind of has something up her sleeve that she might be coming out with more things, but I'm kind of over it at this point, so I am gonna declutter this one for sure. All right, before we get into this huge stack of Natasha Denona, I have a One Beauty Bay palette. This is their Wilderness palette. Again, this no longer exists, but this one was a really fun kind of just earthy type of palette. You know, we have the blues, the greens, kind of the oranges for foliage, and reds, and just like a somewhat of a rainbow palette, somewhat not. It's definitely missing colors from the rainbow, but just was a really, really nice color story. But now I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't think I need this anymore. It's pretty. I mean, that green, the shimmers still performs. It's not, I don't need it anymore. So we're gonna let it go. I didn't expect that one either. I'm kind of just letting them decide for me when I open it. Not going with any pretenses of anything. All right, so moving on to my very large Natasha Denona stack. I don't have all of them, but I have quite a few of them. Starting off with the Hyper Natural Face Palette. So this came out not this year, but was it last year? Was it this year? Again, time is just a social construct and doesn't really mean anything anymore. I don't remember when this came out. I know it's in my swatching video, so you can definitely see more about it. And this is a face palette. So you have your bronzers, your blush, and then you have your just shimmer shades. So this was hypothetically meant for that person who, you know, likes one thing to do their whole face. You know, so you have your bronzers, your blushes. Ideally, these could be used as like eyeshadow bases and creases and stuff like that. And then you have your shimmers. It is a nice palette, but the bronzers, it's just like, okay, you know, like it's not that great. The blushes are just okay, not that great. These shimmers are nice. They are. But they're just like, just okay. Everything's just okay. And because it's just okay, I think I'm okay letting go of it. So we're gonna say goodbye to that one. Next up, we have the I Need a Warm palette. This will also be in that swatching video. Again, kind of not necessarily like super warm, some warm leaning colors, but more, I'd say more on the neutral side. This performs really well. You're not going to get a whole bunch of different looks from this, but it is really pretty. It is a really pretty neutral palette, and I am going to keep it. We have the Yucca palette, which I think has some of the most versatility, or not, yeah, versatility, range. Maybe range is a better word for it. Has more range compared to some of these other neutral palettes she's been coming out with, just because it has more colors. It's not this monochromatic color story. It has some greens, it has some grungies, it has some you know, lime greens. It has all these different shades that you can actually create different looks with it. So I'm definitely going to be keeping this one. Let's do a quick shimmer test. Oh, that's one of those cream to powders. Sorry. I'm like, where's the shimmer? It's a cream to powder one. Okay, that's why there's no shimmer in it, but it still seems to perform well. We have the bronze palette. Haven't had too much time with this one. And again, I don't think you're going to get a whole bunch of different looks with it, but I still think it's pretty, and I still am not ready to get rid of this one. So we're going to keep that one. Here's that golden palette I was talking about. So there was the original gold, and then they reformulated it to golden. And again, really pretty neutral palette. Not gonna get a whole bunch of looks out of it, but I'm still gonna keep it. Then we have the retro palettes. So if we remember what the mini looked like, and it had some like greens and some light pinks in it, kind of peachy pinks. No, this is retro. This is what they came up with. I don't really think that they go well together. I love this palette, but it doesn't scream retro like the mini retro, which came out first. But I still really like this one. You know, she has some different formulas in here, the cream to powders, the shimmers, yada, yada, yada. So I am going to keep this one. I have the Love palette. I haven't gotten much use out of this one either, but again, it brings me a lot of joy. And I think the pinks and the reds, I didn't keep a lot of pinks and reds in my collection, so this is one I am going to keep because I want to get more use out of it. I think I could come up with some really pretty looks. Then we have the I Need a Nude palette. Really pretty. Again, really pretty palette. Neutral tones. You're not going to get a whole lot of different looks. Like, this is just a repetitive motion, right? Or a repetitive statement. But it's still a nice palette, so I'm going to keep it. Then we have the Natasha Denona Retro Glam palette. So this one looks more like the mini retro palette. And I got this in a subscription box, and because I wanted to kind of like complete my collection of Natasha Denona. But when I open it up, I just don't love these colors. I don't love these like minty colors. It's meh. That's all I think about it. So I am going to declutter this one, and it's new in box, never been used. So that can be resold. Then we have the Glam palette. This was my first Natasha Denona palette. And you'll see that some of these are not in the correct order because I dropped it. Yeah, I dropped my first Natasha Denona. Luckily nothing broke, but some of the shadows did pop out, so I just kind of put them back, not even thinking about it, but I just put them back. So your palette might look different than mine, but this is an OG for sure, so I will be keeping it. And then we have the Natasha Denona Zendo palette. And again, this is just one of those color stories that I don't really love. I find it really difficult to create a cohesive look with this, so I am going to get rid of this one. I didn't think I'd be getting rid of, how many? 4 Natasha Denona palettes? Wow. And then moving into my last stack of palettes. So this is the Cosmic Beauty, formerly Cosmic Brushes palettes. I have almost all of them. I don't have the Winter Wonderland one, and I don't have the Gothic one, and then I don't have the newest 'Tis the Season one. I do have this one. This one came in the mystery box, so if you don't want to see what's in the mystery box, if you got it for yourself, I think everybody should have, if you've purchased it, you should have gotten it by now. But if you haven't, avert your eyes for a little bit. But this is the Sinister palette that they came out. It did come in a mystery box, and it's very kind of Halloween-y themed. And you know what? I did kind of in that video, I talked about how it gave me vibes of the Love palette a little bit. So I didn't have them at the time to put them head to head. Kind of. So obviously the reds and the purples, but this one is a little bit more warm tone, I feel like, compared to this one being a little bit more cool tone. It's a really pretty palette. Again, they said in this particular palette, like, creatives in mind, that it was not a neutral palette or anything like that. So curiosity always gets me, so I wanted to get it. It's not something I'm going to use all the time, but it is pretty. I laughed when I saw this shade Ghost. So this is actually like a little bit of a jelly right here to put on your eye, like eye goop, to make them pop, but that is just going to be, I feel like, a mess on my eye with oils and stuff like that. But this is a really pretty palette. It's just not a palette that I'm going to be using all the time, but I will be keeping it. This is the Delicious Delights palette. This is such a fun poppy color story. I really love how Cosmic Beauty, they just have a really great formula. Both their shimmers, their mattes have great formulas. They have a lot of different types of like formulas to begin with. So they have shimmers, duochromes, multichromes, you know, satins, things like that. So really do enjoy this. Then we have the Muse palette. This one is a little bit more on the like mid-tone range of stuff. Again, really pretty. Not my absolute favorite one from them, but still a really, really pretty palette. Here's another green. Apparently I'm just gonna swatch all of the greens. Yeah, still doesn't match up to that Erd palette, but okay, it's still pretty. So we will be keeping this one. We have the Serenity palette, which this one is the one that like broke the internet. Just a really unique color story, really fun poppy type of color story. Again, that performs super well. And they're actually really affordable too for being an indie brand and having such great quality. Most palettes retail for like $30 to $40. I mean, I know that's still a lot, but for indie brand and you're getting such a big palette, I feel like that's a pretty good price. So we have that one. We have Neutrals, and I should say a lot of these palettes are going to be in that makeup swatching video. So if you're curious, they'll be there. The Neutrals palette, again, leaning more on the nude side of stuff. A nice fun take on neutrals because it's not all like neutral tones. Like you still have some like tone variation in there, but really fun. We have Cool Trolls, so again, kind of more of this like gray, purple, blue moment. And then this one is my favorite one. This is the Undergrowth. This is relatively new as of this year, and also in that swatching video. So it comes to the greens. We did it, y'all. We went through my whole collection. We decluttered quite a few. We kept even more, but let's organize this last little bin, and then we can look at everything in comparison. All right, so I don't know if I absolutely love how I organized everything, but it fits. So that's the important part. We don't have things like overlapping each other at all. We actually have space to put things. So that is a winner in my book. But let's do a quick recap of everything that I kept and then everything I got rid of. Alrighty, so trying to give you a full view of everything that we kept. My larger palettes, this is my smaller palettes. Now let's see everything we decluttered. And this is a whole bucket of eyeshadows that I decluttered. So let's quickly count them up so I can give you a total. $42 things that we have decluttered. Now, not all of them are eyeshadows. We do have a few like eyebrow products, but what did I say, 42? We're gonna stick with 42 because I can't literally remember the number I just said. But 42 items that hopefully will go off to better homes. Obviously the melt one that has mold in it, it will be thrown away. But the other stuff I will let other people see if they want it or not. But yeah, I'm super excited about this. We have room for growth in my in my bins, so that's always a nice. Phew, that was a very long declutter. If you made it to the very end, make sure you put some of your favorite makeup emojis down in the comment section. This is a look of everything that we're decluttering. So we have all of our foundations, powders, concealers, lips, blushes, bronzers, highlighters over here, and then over here we have all of our eyeshadow palettes. Wow, it feels very nice to have gone through all of these things and to make room for, you know, so I can actually see the things that I love and want to use, and, you know, hint hint, maybe grow my collection a little bit more on some new things that might be hitting the market. But thank you so much for watching. I truly do appreciate it. These videos did get me to 1,000 subscribers by the beginning of this year, so thank you for that as well. This wouldn't have happened without you, so I truly do appreciate it. And with that, I will see you in my next video, and we will be looking forward to my next declutter next year. Bye.